Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about hotels. We've all been to a hotel at some point in our lives, and the experience can vary greatly. From a luxury hotel that caters to your every need to a roach-infested Motel 6. There's a nice little spectrum out there. Regardless of what you're able to afford, going to a hotel can be a bit of a gamble. Sometimes they're dirty, sometimes the buildings are run down, and oftentimes there's a slight feeling of danger. I'm guessing from crackheads or maybe weird neighbors next door. What's that in the room next door? Apparently, hotel room break-ins have become surprisingly common. And by that, I mean, I feel like that's always been a thing. Right? So much so that there's an entire genre of video focused on giving tips on how to use household objects to lock hotel doors from unwanted guests or staff members, using things like hangers, towels, and forks to basically block the door. People even buy additional portable locks and alarms online to ensure their safety when staying overnight. You might think that doing this 20-minute long setup to lock your door or whatever while you're sleeping might seem outrageous, but at the same time, you don't want to be that one statistic. So let's look at just how bizarre and terrifying the world of hotels can be. Over time, we've seen a large increase in sexual predators going after women in hotel rooms. Really came swinging the game with this one, dude. Jesus Christ. Can't ease into it at all? Holy I thought we might start with like petty theft, but nope. Here we go. While creeps preying on innocent women have been a tale as old as time itself, more people have felt comfortable coming forward to share their stories. One woman from Austin, Texas recounts the night she had awoken to a man who had somehow gotten access to her hotel key. As he was attempting to open the door, the woman noticed his finger prying through the door, trying to undo the latch. The woman screamed and charged at the door and slammed it shut, yelling, "Get the out!" The man screamed, "Ah!" and quickly scurried off. She quickly called 911, but soon realized that the man's severed fingers were still in the door latch when the police arrived, which is awesome. Yeah. I would put him in a fucking jar. If I was that woman, I would pickle those fingers 100%. And it goes without saying that more often than not, the source of most disturbances and strange occurrences are the hotel guests themselves. For example, one man was arrested for gooning in the hotel lobby. In Nashville, such a beautiful musical city, huh? A man named Jonathan Walker had visited a Hilton Garden Inn, and he started using the computer in the hotel's business center, despite not being a hotel guest. He started playing porn on the speakers for a long period of time until hotel workers started to notice. They called the police, who approached him and tried to get his attention. Jonathan refused to stop watching porn, to the point that the police officers had to take him into custody and remove him from the premises. As it turns out, this was a repeat occurrence, and he had already been banned from the hotel previously. He was charged with trespassing. He must have been locked in, dude. He's like, I can't hear you.
I like how he thinks this is like a public library where you can just go in and watch porn.
A public library where you can go and watch porn? Is that what you do?
Well, that's what...
No. It's a public library. What are you talking about? It's like a public library where they just let you watch porn, beat your dick all day, your little dick. Right, guys, a public library. And they can rent Shel Silverstein's Where the Sidewalk Ends. Right, guys? What I want to know is when they're like, he did it for a long time. I'm wondering, because they said he was a repeat offender to this hotel. I wonder if they just saw him and they're like, he'll be done in a bit. Who's motherfucker's got to clean that?
It sounds like he was just watching, not actually.
And you better believe, well, I think he was doing some dry rubbing, trying to start a little Indian fire. You know what I mean?
Oh, little pocket pool?
Yeah. Also, too, there's no way they're cleaning those keyboard keys. Just leave it.
They dust them, probably.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, this is not the only story about gooning in a hotel. There's also Florida's serial hotel gooner. That's right, my friends. Serial hotel gooner. In 2019, at Hotel Zamora, Jason Bradley walked into the hotel balcony naked and started masturbating in front of a hotel staff member. That's just not fun. That's a little peekaboo. That's a little Jack in the Box that I don't want to see.
Isn't that sexual harassment?
Yeah, well, it says the guy with the public library thing. How many I get it? When management intervened and told him to stop, Jason ran back to his room and locked the door. Like a little toddler. It's like when your parents try to pick you up from your friend's house and you try to hide and be like, just see if I can stay over again. Except this time it's like a 6'3" naked guy, hard dick run through the lobby. Police were promptly called and he was arrested shortly after. 3 days later, Jason was again arrested for the same thing. This time at a Hyatt hotel near Clearwater Beach. This time Jason was caught jerking it in the beach house cabana that he didn't pay for, which was the biggest crime there. And that was after 3 women complained about him, so he was hiding there beating for a bit. Took 3 women to come forward and be like, there's a guy in there. And let me tell you, I don't think he paid. When confronted, Jason punched the employees in the face and then ran into the parking garage to hide. Do you think that was the hand he was using to beat his cock?
No, I think he punched with his other hand and kept beating.
So you think that he's beating and punching? That's an alpha. The police were called and Jason was once again swiftly arrested. He now faces multiple counts of lewd exhibition and assault. Just a few months ago, he was also arrested for indecent exposure involving a minor. Just had to put the little cherry on top. And there it is. He's just a guy being a dude. Okay, no, he's a pedophile. All right. Today's video is sponsored by Hungry Root. While you stay busy and productive, let Hungry Root be your personal shopper for groceries. Hungry Root is the easiest way to eat healthy. Achieve any and all of your diet and health goals when you use Hungry Root to tailor your orders for items you care about. Plus, Hungry Root has great options for the whole family with healthy groceries like smoothies, kids snacks, sweets, ready-to-eat meals, salad kits, and even supplements. If you're looking for anti-inflammatory, gut-friendly, gluten-free, or dairy-free, all you gotta do is let Hungry Root know, and they will fill in your cart with personalized items that get better with time. Right when you get started, they ask you questions to see what you like to eat and how much you want to spend per week. That way, grocery shopping can be a whole lot simpler and stress-free. And when I'm stuck at my desk, I'll sometimes reach for snacks that I end up regretting later. But Hungry Root has helped me find healthier alternatives to keep stocked in the fridge so I can keep it healthy while I'm working. Hungry Root has over 15,000 recipes to share, so there's something for everyone. Plus, many Hungry Root's recipes can be made in just 15 minutes or less. So take advantage of this exclusive offer. For a limited time, get 40% off your first box, plus get a free item in every box for life. Click the link below or go to hungryroot.com and use code PAPAMeat. That's 40% off your first box and a free item of your choice for life at hungryroot.com with code PAPAMeat. Thank you, Hungry Root, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Some people have reported strange hotel guests sneaking into their hotel rooms in the middle of the night, creating a traumatizing experience. Natalia Taksisi, a model from Thailand, posted a viral TikTok detailing a horrifying experience she had in a Japanese hotel. She had traveled to Japan for a vacation, believing it would be a safe place for a solo trip. Natalsi decided to go to the APA Hotel and Resort in Tokyo, which is a well-known hotel chain. After a long day of sightseeing, she returned to her hotel and laid in bed before noticing a particularly repulsive smell. After some time, she had realized that it was coming from underneath her bed. Natalsi checked under the bed, coming face to face with a pair of eyes staring directly at her. She screamed and leapt off the bed. The Asian man climbed up from under the bed and stared at her for about 3 seconds.
Do you think he was naked?
No, I think he was just a weird, stinky man, little garbage man. At the moment, Natalsi claimed that those seconds felt like my life was over. Suddenly, the man started screaming before turning and sprinting out the room. Ah! Turns around, pulls a Kevin McAllister. The police were contacted where they found a hidden power bank that the man was using for his phone, meaning he had potentially been there for a long... He was there all day, for sure. He was charging his phone, playing like Angry Birds and shit. He's so old game. Due to the lack of CCTV cameras in the hotel, the police claimed that there was little chance of identifying the man, but eventually she was able to get a full refund for her trip. Thank God.
I stayed at a APA hotel.
Oh yeah, you did, didn't you? I forgot about that.
They're nice. Apparently, we need to fact check this, but apparently the APA hotel is run by a cult leader. So maybe it was the cult member.
Yeah, maybe it was a cult member. They're like, go up there and take this battery and let it charge. She'll be up there real soon. Hotel guests have a tendency to do whatever they want in hotel rooms, seeing as they're paying for it. While some will settle for cranking up the AC all night, others treat the place like their own personal trash can. This was the case for Kelly Tedford, the OnlyFans hotel pisser. In New Hampshire, an OnlyFans model named Kelly Tedford was caught destroying a Marriott hotel room with her bodily waste. She had the plan of filming a video for her OnlyFans, Kinky Kelly, in which she would cover the entire room in her own piss. She proceeded to pee all over the bedding, all over the curtains, even pissed on the AC unit, which it's like that's gonna blow it even more in the air. Which granted, the room's gonna smell like piss anyway, so she's like, fuck it. And she even pissed on the hotel Bible. For good measure, she even took a on the floor, which she would later hide in the upper tank of the toilet. A little upper decker. That was that. She's being a little bitch, dude. That's a woman who just needs to be slapped around.
She needs to be shown a thing or two.
All right, we're kidding. She was arrested and charged with criminal mischief. Further investigations showed that she had been doing things like this for years. And in one case, she was arrested for peeing all over grocery store products. Jesus Christ. And a whole new problem with hotel guests emerges when you look at stories revolving around luxurious hotels. Some wealthy guests can be straight up menaces. Some hotel workers have to put up with a very unique type of harassment, like the smear campaign orchestrated by a teenager named Theodore Weintraub. Theodore had been attempting to order a drink at the bar inside of the Mark Hotel, an upscale spot known for its high-profile clientele. He was turned down due to him being 17, attempting to use a fake ID, which caused him to become aggressive. After causing a scene, he was banned from the hotel for disturbing other guests, and he later tried to enter through a dinner reservation with his family, only to be caught and denied entry. He begged them to reconsider, only to flip out since he didn't get his way. And according to the filing, the defendant began accusing the hotel of being anti-Semitic and spitting in people's food until his father calmed him down. Theodore, stop. Stop it, Theodore. Calm down. We're sorry. He usually gets his alcohol and he's fine, but God damn it, Theodore, calm down. There was also reports of hotel staff passing by him on the street near the hotel. Theodore became enraged and started screaming at them. This frustrated him so much that 2 years later, he returned to the hotel only to enact his revenge. He hired multiple protesters to stand outside the hotel and smear their reputations with signs reading, "Mark supports Epstein. Mark denies the Holocaust," and "The Mark spreads disease." Check, check, and check. All the while, Theodore sat inside of his Cadillac parked out front so he could laugh at the scene unfolding. And at one point, hotel guests were physically accosted as well. Theodore made sure to do this during the busiest time when celebrity guests would be staying at the hotel, specifically Drake. At one point, they attempted to physically stop him from re-entering the hotel, causing a crowd of his fans to get into a physical altercation that ended in one protester being punched in the face. In the end, the hotel filed a restraining order against Theodore and barred him from continuing his protest within 150 feet of the property. They're like, so you can do it, but just a little farther down.
Does that even work though? I feel like they.
Well, first off, if the protesters aren't getting paid, they're going to show up a couple times, but they're going to quickly be like, I can't keep doing this. You know? Also, him sitting in his Cadillac, he's like definitely like a little Nepo baby thing, just chortling, eating snacks. Like, can you pay us more? I can. My dad doesn't give me allowance yet. No. Other hotel staff members have recounted stories of guests making them incredibly uncomfortable in public forums. One worker tells a story of her creepiest night shift experience. One night shift worker explains that most of the calls they get late at night are from creeps, which just makes sense. People, little gooners going out there being like, "I'm outside, I can smell your panties."
Jeez.
Like a little prank call stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm here, I'm outside. Whatever. Or just people just being like, "What are you wearing?" I mean, I could see that. Just weird shit.
Also drunk too, maybe.
Yeah, drunk assholes. I need a place to stay. She received a call at 1 a.m. from a hotel guest, only to find out that he was jerking off over the phone. What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Do you think she heard it?
Yeah, dude. The pud? Probably definitely heard the pud was all wet, sound like a big like trough of mud.
Do you think he was making little moans?
I was wondering if I could get away. Wake up call. Another staff member recounted the time that a naked man ran into the lobby and started yelling at workers to give him directions to the bathroom. He was given directions only to go the wrong way and end up running into a wedding party. The man began to panic, crying profusely, and he turned back around, leaking all over himself and onto the floor. He had to be escorted out of the building by police, and the wedding event was comped to the hotel for their absurd interruption. How do we know that wasn't orchestrated?
I was just thinking the same thing.
I'm gonna do the same thing for my daughter's wedding. When my daughter gets married, I'm gonna be like, "Here's $200. Just shit yourself and run through." Oh, come on, come on! The whole thing is free. $200, and you save how many thousands? Come on now.
Easy to repeat too, because all you have to be like, the wedding's there, go up to the staff, ask where the bathroom is, go the wrong way.
Easy peasy. The only problem is your wedding's in a hotel.
Oh, I'm in nice hotels.
No, it's
The
true.
Hilton
Yeah, but I mean, where'd you get married? The Hilton. Isn't it a typical thing, like just tiny chapels
or Barnes.
or barn? I got married on a beach,
Oh yeah, that's right.
on an Oregon beach.
I want to get married in Scotland on the cliff, and have my wife come down on a helicopter.
Some of the most entitled and chaotic guests at a hotel are easily from wedding parties. One front office manager of a hotel describes the most chaotic night of their entire career. 70 rooms were rented by attendees of the wedding, with the bride and bridesmaids infuriating nearby guests during the loud bachelorette party. After receiving 3 noise complaints, they decided to pay a group of kids $20 to run around the hallways in order to distract attention away from them. The next day, the bride and the bridesmaids angrily complained to the front desk worker about the staff telling them to quiet down. They believe believed that because their event gave them so much business, they deserved special treatment. Later, the worker had to assign guests to very specific rooms, as she was informed that several of the guests had cheated on each other and would have to be far apart. It's a crazy wedding, dude. The Hilton's getting a little wild. The day of the wedding was full of guests screaming at the staff over small inconveniences. In the middle of the chaos, one mother reveals that her child drank too much pool water and ended up throwing up in the elevator. During the wedding reception, police had to be called due to adults buying drinks for the underage children. One of them gotten so drunk that he took his mother's keys, attempted to drive her car, and crashed in the parking lot. Everyone was kicked from the venue, and the party resumed all night in the hotel rooms between arguing with staff who were trying to quiet them down. In the morning, the bride storms into the lobby and tells the front office manager that every single person should be refunded fully. The bride was furious over the fact that the cops are called, stating that they should be allowed to have fun and not be treated like a bunch of dogs. No refund was issued, and the worker threatened to call the cops once more if things continue to escalate. What I would have done is I would have been like, I have this hammer, and I'm gonna drive it through your fucking skull. You and your trashy ass family. You know what? Actually, come here. And I would. I'd kill all of them with a hammer. But I'd let the kids get drunk still. We've talked about some wild hotel guests. Don't let that fool you. Hotel staff members can just as easily be the creepiest and most insane people. Look no further than the infamous story of Poop Gelato. Did I grab your attention? Poop Gelato. Steve White and his wife Jessica had been staying in the Coogee Bay Hotel in Sydney, a popular beachfront tourist destination. While grabbing a drink at one of the pubs on location, they were frustrated to find that the music they were playing overpowered the rugby match that they were trying to enjoy. They also complained that the food, the staff, and the price of their gelato and the other customer. The hotel decided to appease the two of them by sending a large complimentary bowl of gelato to their table. Go ahead, I eat it. Would you like to have some gelato? It's from Italy. Among the various flavors of gelato in the bowl, the bottom seems to be layered with chocolate. Steve took a big bite, only to throw it up and retch over what seemed to be a giant log of shit hidden underneath the gelato. Jessica had already taken a bite as well, becoming violently ill. The hotel tried to offer them $5,000 to look the other way, which was denied. Instead, they took a sample of the feces and went to the police, who confirmed that it was indeed human excrement. Investigation into the poop gelato sampled failed to reveal who the culprit was. To save their reputation, the hotel employees signed contracts and forbid them from talking to the media. Jessica's reputation, however, was slowly ruined over the course of a month. According to her, everywhere I go, I'm now known as the woman who ate the poo. It happens when I'm shopping, when I'm walking down the street, and when I'm on the sideline watching my son at Little Athletics on a Saturday morning. In the end, an undisclosed amount of money was reached in a settlement between the hotel and the Whites. It had to have been like, you think it was at least 6 figures? They offered her 5, she said no, and then they're like, this is hush money. I bet you anything it was like at least $100 grand. I think that she could have probably shut that place down. That's gotta be like bioterrorism, right? Some kind of crazy shit like that. And you got violently ill. I mean, like people would lose their jobs or strip. I mean, like I think that legitimately she probably could have shut that place down.
I was thinking like $1 million. You
think $1 million for some poo? Nah, dude.
Well, the damages too. People call him Poo Lady.
Yeah, reputation. I'm just saying, I think someone would buckle under 100K. You want 100,000? Okay, I'm the poo girl. I'm the poo woman. I'd be that way. In another disgusting display, we also have the Hilton Toe Sucker, which is my favorite story of this entire video. In Nashville, such a beautiful city for music, right? Once again, at a Hilton downtown hotel, a man named Peter Brennan was asleep before the day of a big work conference. He awoke to a man sucking his toes in the dead of night. Peter immediately leaped into the air and started screaming as the man sprinted out the room. This man was David Neal, the manager of the Hilton Hotel, who was working a night shift. David made copies of the guest key in order to break into the room and perform strange acts as a part of this weird, sick fetish. Definitely sexual. Definitely hard doing it the entire time. Must have been a good-looking guy, huh? Had sandals on.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. He definitely saw.
You're in room 428. Have a good night. A warrant was put out for his arrest, and he was eventually taken into custody for aggravated burglary. This wasn't his first run-in with the law, as he had previously served prison time due to a slew of crimes. Brennan told reporters that he started going to therapy after the whole ordeal and still does not feel safe in his own home. If there was something like that, that would f me up too. People can probably attest to this. There's got to be viewers that we have that has had someone break into their home or anything while they were there or sleeping. That invasion of privacy and security, dude.
But does it make sense if it's in a hotel? Because that makes sense if someone broke into my house and sucked my toes.
Yeah, but hotels, I mean, that's the same thing. Any place where you are sleeping and you lock the door, I think that follows you. Because then when you go home, you like hear some shit. It's just like the psychological damage to it. I think it fucks you up anywhere. Even if it wasn't your home or your own hotel room, like let's say you were staying at a buddy's house, it would fuck you up forever.
That's what I've been hearing, like rats in my ceiling.
You said that too with why your voice was like broken. That's why I have rats.
I don't think it's rats, but maybe squirrels.
I think that's you having like sleep paralysis and you're just envisioning things. You also get like 1 hour of sleep a night. I'm starting to hear weird things. Little gnomes running around my attic. Some of the scariest things to come out of the hotel experience is not the creepy people or staff members. It's the things people find in their rooms. It's common for people to find human excrement in their rooms. There's poo. Get over it. One hotel Marriott guest came out of the shower and pulled a towel from the rack, only to find that there was a baseball with smearing of poo on it. Others have allegedly found hidden cameras placed inside the hotel room, sometimes pointed directly at their toilet. That's the biggest thing. The amount of like hidden cameras I see in like smoke alarms, people put it in like AC vents, all that kind of shit. Also power outlets, like the screw for your power outlet, that can be a camera. There's apparently a wand you can do to like go around a room. Yeah.
There's something people do with tape. I don't know if it's a troll, but they like put tape on windows and they put like a marker through it to see if it's like a see-through mirror too.
Oh yeah. Well, I thought I've heard that too with like hotel paintings and because they're like, I've heard that can be like a two-way mirror too.
With a painting?
Yeah, or like a glass frame painting, and it's like, oh, this is just a picture. I've seen some crazy shit, man. Which makes you think when I see the girl who's like, let me lock the door, and she puts like 70 things up to, I'm like, I don't fucking blame you. Also too, you think I want my tiny dick and like my fat shit splayed out in the dark web to be sold? Not really. You know what I mean? If I'm sitting there beating my little monkey cock and then that's put online, that'd fuck me up.
That's true. I guess, some of it's rational.
I think it's all rational. If I walked by and I saw somebody doing that, who am I to be like, paranoid much? And then of course that's when the next day I look at my phone and just sees me like beat my little dick. I'm like online. I'm like, how did they get that? One hotel worker had even stumbled across a live baby that had been abandoned in the parents' room. I hear that happens all the time. Well, that's the whole thing with dumpster babies too. Toss them out.
Well, I was gonna say, was this a staff member? Did they just leave the baby in?
I'm thinking that it was a guest. The thing too is I think people are f***ed up and they'll rationalize it. Well, like, I mean, he was in a comfortable, warm place.
Also, yeah, they leave it in a hotel room to be like, well, the staff will find it.
Well, they'll find it. Yeah. As if that like makes it okay. Well, someone's gonna stumble on it eventually. We left a bunch of crackers and Pringles on the, I mean, it should be fine.
Have you seen the baby boxes? Cities have a thing where it's like a big, like metal fucking box with a little window. You can put a baby in it, and when you close it, you pull like a string, and it calls the fire department.
What year are you talking about?
This is 2025.
No.
Yeah.
No. There is no way there is a metal delivery box for a child to first off bake in, and then also that you pull a string that calls the fire department. That seems like something in a Buster Keaton film.
It's got AC and a little tablet that the baby, it's like you put a little screen.
That's probably true. And as you would expect, multiple people have had the experience of stumbling across a dead body. In college, I saw a dead body. It's f***ed up. I thought it was a guy sleeping. It's a homeless guy.
Yeah, I told me about that.
It's fucking horrible.
Are you scarred? Was it kind of like Stand By Me?
No, it wasn't as cool as Stand By Me. It was like really sad. Actually, I guess it's Stand By Me. It was pretty sad in that too. I don't know. You sit there and you're like, oh shit. Well, because you think at first it's just like a homeless guy sleeping in this park. You're like, oh damn. And then you like look at it and he was just dead. So we called the cops.
That's my fear. I'm gonna be walking and there's a dead body.
That's my fear. Not snakes. I'm not claustrophobic, but if I see a dead body, that's my biggest fear. That's why I've never been able to go to a funeral. Some people have found bizarre items like kangaroo tail covered in maggots inside of the oven. Another person found tons of raw steaks in their room. And apparently he was being kicked out of the hotel and he started throwing the raw steaks directly at housekeeping staff. But he caught him. Put him in a cooler. But nothing is as strange as what one hotel remodeler found during a job. He looked underneath a piece of furniture to find what looked like a dark human-like figure with large breasts. Just show the photos of that. I don't know what I would do. At first, I think it's a real body. I'd be like, oh my God. The man noted that there was old blood left behind on it, and people were convinced that it was some kind of weird makeshift sex doll. When asked how the material felt, he said, I will never forget the crunchy feeling. Sound like picking up like a pile of leaves. Some people will bring full weapons into the room only to leave them there. One hotel worker admits that housekeeping completely missed a loaded firearm in a drawer upon cleaning the room. An entirely new family was booked and checked out before anyone realized that the gun was there. In a strange scene, one hotel worker in charge of doing laundry walked into a room to find that a jacuzzi tub was filled to the brim with Jell-O, stained the material so bad that it had to be professionally cleaned and fully taken apart due to it being crammed into the jets. That's like how we couldn't lead with just like the Jell-O jacuzzi. Instead, that's at the end after everyone has clicked off for poop and blood, sex dolls, and dead people. Okay, hotels bring people from all walks of life. Sometimes things can lead to some truly bizarre and crazy encounters. If you're checking into a hotel, just act like a normal fucking person, dude. Don't bother anyone, and perhaps buy some extra locks so nobody bothers you. Thank you so much for watching this video, and good luck out there. Bye-bye.
Have you had any weird hotel stories?
Yes.
How you doing? How you doing? Come on in here and sit on down. We got a new Papa Meat video here for you today. And ooey, do we have a spicy one today? You see, I was looking around the internet and I came across a little Screen Rant, or I don't know, some bullshit website that had, the top 10 craziest Goosebumps episodes. I was looking at these lists and I thought to myself, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna watch all of them in one sitting. And I'm gonna get drunk while doing so by creating a little drinking game out of it. So I decided to sit down and watch 6 consecutive hours of Goosebumps videos, which let me tell you, I would rather have someone come into my room while I'm sleeping and beat me while I slept. I would rather wake up with broken limbs than have to do this again. But which ones do hold up, and some of them still do. So I introduced you to the Drunk Goosebumps tier list! The Drunk Goosebumps tier list! All right! And we'll get right into this tier list right after this sponsor. Have you been wondering, man, I need to spice up my room, give it a little extra zest, a little extra spice? Well, Displates is here to help you out. With so many unique brands and designs, you'll have an ocean of options to choose from. If you're like me, you'll want to comb through the metal selection and choose your favorite band poster. Or if you're a little baby Goo Goo Gaga, there's plenty of Marvel posters, and there's also anime stuff too. And the Displate posters ship to your door within 4 to 5 days, and my god, are these things durable as hell. And just to show you how durable they are, I throw them down the stairs. I said, you know what? What is this thing, a newborn baby? No! It's a Displate metal poster! And lastly, Displate, I mean, my god, it's so easy to install. You just throw a couple magnets up on the wall, and it sticks right to the wall. Don't be poking holes into your wall anymore. Don't be using tape like a goddamn barbarian. Put magnets on your wall. We're in the future! Click my link in the description and use promo code PAPAMEAT to get 25% off 1 to 2 Displates, or get 34% off when you buy 3 or more. Back to the video. All right, welcome back to the video here. I have collected my thoughts. I am hungover. I am shaking. I'm dehydrated. For the love of God, why didn't I drink water? I don't know. I don't know why I do these things. Who knows? Now, if you don't know what Goosebumps is, why did you click on the video? You know, what are we doing here? You're sitting there, you're clicking on a random fucking video. Use your brain a little bit next time. So I'm not going to go into what Goosebumps is. All you need to know is that it's in every public library and scholastic book fair for the past 30 fucking years. And, there it is. That's my cover of what Goosebumps is. But as a kid, I did love Goosebumps to an irrational extent. I mean, it was fantastic. We had the VHSs. R.L. Stine came in with the same emotionless expression that my father did when he'd come into our home, and he'd greet you with a,
"Hello, I'm R.L. Stine. I write the Goosebumps books."
And growing up now, I know that R.L. Stine's worth like $200 million, and he just couldn't get the mole removal surgery from the giant mole in his forehead. But needless to say, he is inspiration to me, and I'm sure to millions. When going into this tier list, I wanted to be sure that we took a couple things in mind. One, how spooky is it still? Obviously, I'm a grown man. I'm not going to get afraid of a fucking Canadian children's show. 2, does it still hold up? Is your nostalgia goggles, were they a little blurry? Did you tell people, oh, I love that, but in actual, is it terrible? Who knows? And then 3, how fun was it to watch? Did I have a good time watching it? I don't know. Those are my 3 variables when I went into this, and that's what I went in with, and that's what I'm sticking with. That's the rules I gave myself. The tier list we have here are the 10 movies. You might have heard of these or not. I don't know. I don't care. The first one is The Girl Who Cried Monster, Say Cheese and Die, The Haunted Mask, One Day at Horrorland, Welcome to Dead House, A Night at Terror Tower, Night of the Living Dummy,
I'm invincible!
The Werewolf of Fever Swamp, Welcome to Camp Nightmare, and Stay Out of the Basement. Classics. Dare I say classics? No, I will. No. I think I will. I will say they're classics. And we started off with The Girl Who Cried Monster!
Jesus fucking Christ.
I went into this endeavor with alcohol in hand, and I forgot how thick the Canadian accents are. You have a boot, sorry, all that kind of shit the whole time. It was distracting. I was distracted. But insufferable children right off the bat.
Randy, haven't you ever heard of the razor-toothed toe biter?
What do you mean, toe biter?
I mean, immediately. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot the kids in these shows are just the worst.
Ah! Ah! Get away!
Jesus.
And then you have these brain-dead fucking parents who, I think they say the daughter's name. I should have counted. I mean, it had to have been over 100 times.
Lucy. Lucy.
Lucy.
Lucy, what are you...
Lucy.
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 At first, a rule for the drinking game was if they ever say mom, dad, or if they say the main lead's name, you had to drink. But by that point, I would have had alcohol poisoning. I mean, it was fucked. It was beyond no end. I was getting destroyed immediately.
I took a picture that proves he's a monster.
Calm down, Lucy.
He followed me
Stop
home
saying
today.
her name!
He followed you home.
Some highlights from this one I remember was, one, they hired a really good pedophile-looking actor that really was kind of spooky. I felt kind of creeped out watching him. There's a very odd interaction between them where he brings home her book bag.
This is yours, isn't it?
Could you maybe just leave it on the doorstep? Please?
Wouldn't it be easier if you open the door and let me hand it to you?
So creepy.
Wouldn't it be easier if I gave it to you and you just open the door? And then she's like, I don't know, I guess so. No, she doesn't say that. I will say in this one, there was amazing monster effects, and also, my God, the guy could flick his tongue. They got an actor that knew how to whip out that tongue. I mean, I was impressed.
Holy shit!
It was quite the fucking journey. You know what? In terms of did I enjoy it? The kids were just too insufferable, but the monster effects were good. And my God, the ending.
Delicious. What's for dinner?
Well, it was going to be a surprise, but...
Since you asked, you are.
It was gonna be, I would say, a D tier until the ending when it was so fucking horrific and violent. I was like, this was on public television for children. They turn into reptiles at the end and they just fucking straight up slaughter and eat the pedophile man. And it's done in this way that is, it lasts a little too long and it just is a little too graphic for my liking. So I boosted it up to, I'd say, a B. That's not bad. Starting off with a B. Could be worse. Not bad.
You like cherry pie?
Sure.
Fuck you!
Next we had Say Cheese and Die.
Cheddar.
You have cancer.
Captured my incredible...
Let me tell you something about Say Cheese and Die. A little Canadian boy with big dreams was starring in it. A little guy named Ryan, the fucking Rocket Man Gosling. This was a performance of a star. I mean, the entire time I was distracted by how good his voice sounded as a child. He just sounded like a barely higher pitched version of what he sounds like now.
With those long legs, he does look like a spider.
I'm jacked.
I'm jacked to the tits!
Had the great wavy hair. He was giving the performance of a lifetime. I mean, it was so impressive that I said, this is an S tier. The whole episode is like, oh, it's about Ryan Gosling finds a camera that when you take pictures of people, you see how they die or something. I don't know. I was kind of drunk. I'm not gonna lie. After the first episode, I was already kind of drunk, so I'm trying to recollect what I remember here, but... So they have this giant Jetsons spaceship that they're taking pictures, and you see his brother die in a car wreck, and I think his mom has a brain tumor or something like that. I can't quite remember. A big subtraction was the main enemy, who looks like they just got a random 28-year-old kind of doughy maybe Toronto citizen and was like, can we put a gray wig on you with some welding goggles and, you know, call it a day, essentially. But to be fair, it was hilarious. It was really funny. I laughed a lot, had a good time watching it. And at the end, they like take a picture of the guy. He gets trapped in the camera and he's like, no! Inside this camera. And then not even 10 seconds later, he is reborn like Jesus Christ himself with this amazing floodlight in the back. It was such a good way, but it falls short because it wasn't very spooky. It was really stupid, but you know, it was a really fun watch. So I mean, I gotta give it an A. It's up there.
What the fuck? What made you fall off this banister? Why did you fall off the banister?
Next but not least is Haunted Mask.
Who are you?
Who are you? It's like, what are you talking? It's probably your sister, you fucking idiot.
If you know anything about Goosebumps remotely, you know, like, Haunted Mask has to be probably everybody's favorite, I would say. And watching it today, it was by far, I would say, out of all of them, besides one more, it's like actually a really good story that I would love to see translated into an adult horror film. I found myself, I don't even think I laughed a lot. I think that it was just like, I felt bad for Carly Beth, which was just, it's just such a great, pathetic girl name. If you ever name your daughter Carly Beth, you're gonna have a wet blanket child.
Carly Beth the scaredy cat. Carly Beth the scaredy cat.
Breaks his nose.
Basically, to give it a quick rundown, she's this huge pussy that gets scared of everything. She gets bullied at school, and then she gets black-pilled, goes to a costume shop, picks up a demonic mask. It, like, melts to her fucking skin. She terrorizes people. She becomes red-pilled again, and then she, you know, finds love in herself. It's a fantastic story arc. Honestly, the makeup, the acting by everybody, it was shot beautifully. It deserves the S tier for a reason. It's fantastic. You know, S tier. Mwah. Good job, O.R.L. Stine. Good job.
Nick, why do I imagine you've done this before in your lifetime?
Next up is One Day at Horrorland.
You shouldn't be here. It's not safe. Get out.
And I was watching this with my editor, and he said, that was my favorite one when I was younger. So I went in with bright eyes. I was like, okay, man, we've had some good ones so far. But let me tell you, this was when we hit our first huge road bump. One Day at Horrorland was one of the most excruciating watches, I mean, ever. I almost tapped out. There was a point where I was like, I'm about done.
Oh, God. Boo!
The costumes were fucking terrible. You had some that were like the same sized Ogre Man, and then you had some that were just like so clearly a mask with giant yellow eyes, and it's an amusement park, but you get to see 2 rides.
Fuck that kid.
And they're just filming in a state park, like a Canadian state park. They're like, can we rent this out for the day? Well, I don't see why not. And they just put up a couple they went to Spirit Halloween. They spent $50 on the production value of it. It's terrible. One thing with R.L. Stine is that he always has like a twist ending. I was saying that he was a more respectable M. Night Shyamalan. And the twist ending in this is that they're actually on a game show, and I don't know, they're dying. I think this would have been redeemable. This may have been a C if we could have actually seen the family die.
You ready, kids?
Oh my God! Holy shit!
If we could have seen the family drive off the cliff at the end and fucking die in the show, I would have probably put it at a C. Because, you know, it would have had that, but it just wasn't spooky. The theme was fucking stupid. I didn't have fun. It was just dumb. I have to give it a D. I wouldn't even place it if I didn't have to. That's not true. I'd probably give it a D. They tried. People in the set tried. We gotta give them some respect here. So I'm gonna put that at the D. That's all I have to say about that. Yeah! Next was Welcome to Dead House. I remember as a kid, I really enjoyed this one. It's like a zombie movie, but like they have like vampire rules or they can't go out in the sun. But in the entire episode, they're in the sun basically the entire time. And it's funny because they're like, it's overcast, but they never show the sky because I think they only shot on absolutely beautiful days where there wasn't a goddamn cloud in the sky. So it's like direct sunlight on him and you can see like the shadows from the trees and stuff casting on him beautifully on his disgusting pale skin. He's like, we have to go inside. The sun's coming out. It's like, it's on you. The light's on you. You've been in the sunlight this whole time. But yeah, I remember I liked it a lot. It did not hold up. Basically, a family moves into Flint, Michigan, where the house market, I mean, the guy must have paid fucking no money for that house because he's like, come on, Joshua, you know I need to write my book. And he's like, oh, Dad, I hate this place. And the dad just beats the shit out of him for like 4.5 minutes. And I thought that was very provocative and moving. But people are just like breaking in, trying to look at the girl. They're just punching holes in walls and shit and leaving. It's like an angsty teenagers keep coming to the house and they just use this as their fucking punching bag. But a lot of them just like die at the end and they just like, I don't know, you can see it. They just turn to like basically a fog. Not even steam. I would literally call it fog. They turn on a fog machine and they blow it up at the actors. And they're like, oh, and die. And then the dog turns gray at the end. It's a D. It's a D for me, if I'm being honest. Put that down there tucked nice and tight next to One Day at Horrorland is what I say with that one.
Come back! Come back! Dark Falls needs you! I'm hungry!
The next one up was Night at Terror Tower.
Terror Tower sucks.
I watched 5 minutes of this and I thought to myself, no.
Terror Tower is terrible. Hey, Terror Tower, the only tower that I'm climbing is, it's a bad one.
I don't think so. There's not an F tier on this, so I'm just simply not going to put it on the list. It doesn't deserve it. To give you an understanding, it's like they go back in time and they're being chased by like medieval people, but there's like a magical egg or stone or something. It's fucking dumb. I wasn't gonna watch it. It's a bad one. It's not getting rated. So, there it is.
It's cold.
The next one we did watch was Night of the Living Dummy.
What the fuck is that?
What?
Once again, A Star is Born. This one is starring the ever emotionless actor Hayden Christensen.
Don't make me kill you.
You gotta love him. I mean, if you look at his performance here as a child, there is, I mean, zero growth as an actor.
Cross your arms and maybe lean a bit to that side. Oh, beautiful. You're happening. You're here. Oh, great stuff. Hey, wait.
I mean, so stiff the entire time, and he gets turned into a dummy. And it's like, it's fitting. You're like, that makes sense. No wonder they casted him. This is the third one in the chapter about a dummy named Slappy. These kids have a dad who's a ventriloquist. He's like 4'7", and he's married to a woman that's like 6'5". It's very distracting. He's wearing bolo ties the whole time. Basically, Hayden Christensen's character is a giant pussy, red pillar, who's like, oh, I'm gonna get revenge for these kids who are making fun of me because I'm a pussy. It's essentially it's a bait and switch. You're like, oh my god, they're playing pranks on him. It's so rude. Leave Hayden Christensen alone. So essentially, we do find out that the dummy is alive. He's evil. Who would have seen that coming? And he's torturing the kids. I will say there's a pretty fucking brutal part where like the dummy is on Hayden Christensen's character, who is named Zane. What a bad name. They throw Slappy out a window. He gets fucking struck by lightning, and for some reason explodes like a neutron bomb. I guess because his evil magic explodes. I'm not sure, but it's an explosive ending at least. And then you have a weird thing where Hayden Christensen at the end like turns his head around like 360 degrees and talks to him and leaves.
I'll be seeing you real soon, cousins.
It's very odd. But like I said, you have the weird thing where Slappy's like basically mounting and like grinding on Hayden Christensen as a child and breathing weird green smoke into his nose and turning him into a puppet. So, you know what? I think all in all, I'm going to put it into a C. It was not as bad as Welcome to Deadhouse or One Day at Horrorland. I will say that. I will give it that. As a classic, everyone's like, oh, that one's one of my favorites. I didn't see the big appeal. Say cheese and die. Way better. Way more fun. The next one was Werewolf at Fever Swamp. This one was, without a doubt, my favorite one as a kid. And I will say, it holds up great. Essentially, it's a very simple werewolf story. Kid moves to Flint, Michigan. I mean, every time, it works. This kid and his family, who are like deer scientists, move to a fucking like abandoned house by a swamp to study deer. That's their dream. They're like, you know how important this is to us. It's like, to watch deer? What do deer do that's that important? Anyways, Brady, or Grady, or whatever his name is, makes friends with the local inbred child who tells him that swamp, you know, makes people go crazy, and that there's like a werewolf hermit that lives in the woods, and it's pretty creepy. I will say, it's like a weird, obviously mentally unwell man. I don't know if he has Down syndrome or not, but he is at least clinically insane, living in the woods in a shack, and it's like 1997. So it's like, what are you doing out there? Just get a job, get a house. I don't know. It's weird. He like has a musket or something too, I think. It's like he's living 300 years in the past in the swamp. I don't know. It was confusing. But the nice bait and switch in this one is that actually the inbred kid was the werewolf the whole time. Pretty scary. Pretty good werewolf makeup effects. Great sound effects for the monster. Like the sound he makes is actually kind of fucking creepy.
Run, boy! Look out!
And it's like really threatening. I don't know. It was kind of, it elicited a little spookiness out of me. I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. And I had some good fun watching it. Oh, and then also a dog named Bandit. Or Randall. What was the? Vandal. He names his dog Vandal. And I don't know, his Vandal like barely touches the werewolf's chest at the end, and the inbred werewolf man fucking stumbles and falls into the swamp and drowns. Like literally the child dies. So I mean, that's pretty brutal. That's a pretty fun way to end it. And then the kid like autistically like barks at the moon at the end. I don't know why he did that. It's a fun way, and yeah, I don't know. So all in all, you know what? I'm gonna give it an A. I had a really good time watching it. It was fantastic. I'd recommend it.
Got him!
Welcome to Camp Nightmare was the next one. I'll be completely honest. I was fighting to stay awake. I was very drunk, and I could not. Just off the bat immediately, I thought to myself, I can't. I skipped to the last 3 minutes of the episode, or 2 minutes of the episode, and all I can tell you is that it was like, camp was like a recruitment for a 12-year-old to like destroy Earth or something like that, and that they're aliens. That's the twist, is that they were never on Earth, and they're gonna go to Earth. It just sounded so fucking stupid, so I'm just gonna put it in the same category as Terror Tower. I was offended by it.
Fucking F.
And then, of course, last but not least, is Stay Out of the Basement.
Stay out of the basement!
And I tell you something, S tier right off the bat. I don't want to dive into it because I really feel like I want to make a whole video about this one. It moved me. I don't know if it changed my life. Maybe it did. It didn't. But still, it was very good. And I actually want to take time to actually do a full synopsis on Stay Out of the Basement and like recreate some of the scenes and stuff, because I had such a fucking fun time watching it that I have to. But this is my list. Look at that.
Wow. That was a marathon.
Oh yeah.
So that's what it is. If you want to take this tier list and make one of your own, feel free. I'd be curious what you thought. Which one is your favorite from the list? Which one did you not agree with anything I said? I don't care. I mean, if you did, I don't really give a shit. I do have a new store, meatcanyon.store. We got new hoodies, we got some shirts. It's fantastic. It's great clothing. Please go there and see if you want to buy something. It's good stuff. If you don't want to, don't worry about it. This isn't like a 2 week like oh, get it before it's gone. They're gonna be up there. It's a new store, so feel free. If you're like, oh, I wish I had money, don't even worry about it. You know what, don't even buy it. I don't care. I don't know. If you don't want a shirt or a hoodie, feel free to go over to my Patreon. We do like behind the scenes stuff, polls, or we also do like, also you get a monthly sticker. So if you just want to support the channel, feel free. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you have a spooky rest of your week. I hope R.L. Stine comes and tickles you while you sleep.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we are delving into the wild, wild world of Craigslist. If you're purchasing something online, chances are you're heading to either Amazon or eBay, one of the big retailers, right? While this is standard, back in the day, there was a website that was surely competing with the big dogs of the internet commerce. Craigslist. And its heyday was massive. I mean, everybody used Craigslist in all kinds of different ways, not even just for sales, but social meetups, all kinds of, it was just like a weird, odd message board. Kind of reminded me of 4chan a bit, how it's laid out and the kind of different boards you could go to, but you could also specify it specifically to your area. It's kind of crazy. It separated itself from other shopping websites by allowing people to rant and post more than their unwanted junk. Sadly, the website has become a husk of its former self, but many weird, insane posts made there are either still up or have been preserved for us to see. And throughout its history, Craigslist has garnered a reputation for having some of the weirdest people on the internet, which is exactly why we're looking in it today. So, hide your credit card and lock your doors as we reveal some of the most depraved and crazy things to ever happen on Craigslist. If you want a good idea of what kind of person Craigslist attracts, there's no better place to start than the weird stuff they purchase. Unlike Amazon, you could literally buy anything on Craigslist so long as someone listed it. In 2008, Chris Wilson purchased a dilapidated 300-foot-long cruise ship called the Aurora for $600,000 with the intention of restoring it. It's just awesome. The ship was built shortly after World War II and needed a lot of work. It's a huge ship. It's crazy. It's a war vessel, basically. When asked if he had any experience building ships, he said no, but insisted he was a fast learner and that he has rebuilt some cars in his past, claiming that he'd be just fine. I love that. In total, the ship had 85 cabins, a theater, and a swimming pool that required over $1 million in renovations. So, for 15 years, Chris traveled the world, salvaging parts needed to restore the ship to its former glory. Progress had been going strong until 2023, when he was forced to sell the ship because a majority of the locals in the area thought the ship was an eyesore. I was gonna say, dude, you. Are you restoring a ship? Go yourself. After it was sold, the Coast Guard towed the ship, but it began to sink and pollute the surrounding waters because of a massive hole in the ship's hull. The city's government then had to step in and maintain water pumps in the ship's hull until it could be salvaged for scrap. Many people theorized that the abandoned ship was haunted, which makes sense given Craigslist's reputation as a hotspot for items. I mean, as you remember, I'm pretty sure the Divot box was sold on Craigslist.
eBay's haunted item, yeah.
The most fucking haunted object of all time was a Craigslist sale. So who knows? I just want to say that falls into the HOA kind of thing too. I don't, dude, if I bought a also, you've been around it how long?
Yeah.
Over a decade, and just now all of a sudden it's an eyesore. That's why I'd put cannons on it first. Go ahead, say something. Go ahead. Talk about my ghost ship. I want you to. Also, a guy just being like, yeah, I restore hot rods. I can restore a full warship.
The confidence.
You have to have that. You have to have that confidence. You have to have that level of mystique and confidence about you. Christian Helms was fortunate enough to have his backyard used as a set in 2012 for an episode of Anthony Bourdain's show, No Reservations. RIP. Years later, he would list his Primo ceramic grill on Craigslist, claiming that the spirit of Anthony Bourdain possessed it. That is so fucked up. Yeah, you can buy my Anthony Bourdain haunted ceramic grill. That's got to be illegal, right?
No. Why?
Is that illegal? Couldn't the family sue you?
Are you gonna prove his ghost is not in there? Good luck.
Well, he never liked you anyways. That's why he's not talking to you right now. He talks to me all the time.
That's the thing. Oh my god, that's a huge loophole. Because you could say, like, this thing's haunted by, like, Anthony Bourdain, and then say it's saying the most fucked up shit. And they can't do anything.
Okay, they can't.
Because you're like, a ghost said it.
It has, there's got to be some kind of law. There's no, I can't believe it. He claimed the grill loves dirty water hot dogs and tubed meats, isn't a fan of craft beer or Guy Fieri, and refuses to cook meatless meats and blast music by Midwestern punk rock band The Dead Boys. The listing for $450 sold quickly and gained a lot of attention because of how insane the listing sounded. When asked if it was really possessed, he said he made all the stuff up to sell the grill quicker.
Now you could be sued for libel.
Now it's sued for libel. Also, you're not gonna. It's $450. Yeah. Imagine that story just to be like for $450. Seems a bit silly. Sometimes the most unexpected things become hot commodities, like a butt-shaped pumpkin. The owner of the Post had to stop allowing offers because their phone had been flooded with numbers of people desperately trying to get their hands on the butt-shaped pumpkin.
You think?
Oh, people have bought it to fuck it for sure. I'm just want to get that out of the way. A little corkscrew and a little. Definitely. Or how a vegan man needed to quickly sell 20 pounds of bacon that his ex-wife stocked his fridge with as a sick joke. On the opposite side of the spectrum, some items are left to rot in the owner's possession. One person was trying to sell their grandpa's 18-foot sailboat. The only issue was that it was stuck in their backyard pool. After their grandpa couldn't sail anymore, he hired a crane to take his boat from the marina and drop it in his pool in his backyard. Now the seller was stuck with a massive sailboat and no way to use it, and they said the boat was free to anyone who could get it the hell out of there. The only condition was that you couldn't damage any of the landscaping or block walls during the removal process, which I'm like, dude, beggars can't be choosers right now. Your grass is gonna get tore up a little bit, all right? The boat was also missing a trailer as well as parts of the poles that hold the sails and the sails themselves. The impossible feat of removing a partially scrapped boat resulted in Post going untouched. No. Yeah, you wanna come work a 40-hour work week for a month trying to get this boat in my backyard? And also, you keep it? You keep this junk? I don't pay you to do any of it?
It looks like a nice boat.
It looks like a nice boat, but not enough to warrant how much of a headache it'd be. Because also, to me, it sounds like a trap where the guy's like, you break it, you buy it, and I feel like he's wanting to get some landscaping, also done for free. Also, you f***ed my landscapes, you owe me X.
A little trap.
It's a trap.
Yeah, a little sailboat trap.
It's a trap.
Hey, just wanted to take a quick second to thank our favorite sponsor that we do on this channel, Gamersubs, and give them a shout out because we have the best flavor they've ever put out. Are you low on energy? Do you like tasty beverages? Then consider getting raw meat right now. If we get enough of these bad boys in your hands, we get to put them in cans and put them in stores, making it easier, colder, crispier, more tasty for you to consume, and oh baby, is it good. Also, does your dick get hard over anime girls? I got shakers for that. Hey, shake the shaker like you do your cock and let it explode in your mouth. The flavor's awesome. Which one am I talking about? You decide. Thank you, Gamersubs, for sponsoring this channel, and be sure to use this promo code, and be sure to tell them I sent you, and support Gamersubs because they fucking rule, and they support this channel more than fucking anyone. Thank you. Back to the video.
Another insane item that was never sold was an entire town. Seneca, California was a former gold mining town that has since been abandoned and turned into a ghost town. The original owners who purchased it in the 1970s had sat on it for decades, barely maintaining it. And in 2013, 2013 stuff lately. In 2013, they attempted to sell the property for $225,000, but nobody was interested. The town itself had a bar, tons of old cabins, and abandoned mining equipment. It also lacked any modern amenities such as running water, electricity, and is located in the remote desert, so you know, that's fun. The only selling point was that the local bar had an active liquor license.
Not bad.
Already a moneymaker. It took 6 years to sell, and now the current owners let the liquor license expire with no plans to renovate. Okay. You take that town, what you do, Nick, is you have to get a septic system, spend a little money on it, right? But then you make it one of those old-timey Western towns.
Oh, like a tourist attraction.
Exactly, and there's an old-timey bar, liquor license already there. You can get people drunk and have them go mine for gold, or you do that fun thing that I liked when I was a kid where you put the fake dinosaur bones in the ground, and then kids can be like,
I've always wanted to do that.
Oh, it's the best. It was awesome. There's this like this restaurant that was here way back in the day called like T-Rex or something, but it was like a dinosaur themed restaurant. It was fucking awesome. Animatronic dinosaurs everywhere. And they had like a Build-A-Bear, but instead of a Build-A-Bear, it was like an archaeology dig site. I loved it. It was awesome. It's gone now. It's gone. Never to return. Children have no imagination now. They have no will to go anywhere. They just have to be on their iPads. One of the best parts about Craigslist was its Missed Connections tab. My favorite. Missed Connections is the best, where people posted personal requests to find others they may have met. It was removed in 2018, but many of the best posts still survive. In a post titled, "You Farted During Boyhood," a man is trying to find the man who farted during a movie and made his experience magical. He claimed that while watching the movie Boyhood, someone's fart broke the silence and changed the perspective of the film for him. He described it as a loud, deep, and masculine, and with the impact of a baseball bat hitting a leather couch, or George Foreman working the heavy bag. Is that the fart? After the laughter died down in the theater, another fart could be heard as the credits rolled, which he described as 2 giant hands clapping together. What kind of fart is that? To him, the watching experience had been almost life-altering, and so he wanted to make a post hoping to find the man responsible for the gas and to thank him. I also just want to say, Misconnections is the best. Usually it's men seeking women.
Yeah.
Just want to say that. But it's usually something of like, you looked beautiful in your red dress. I ordered a hot cocoa. And you looked at me, and I thought you looked at me, or something like that. To where they're so cryptid sometimes that it's like, how would anyone ever actually know that was them?
It's very delusional too. Of like, I held the door open, you gave me that look. We
Yeah,
both knew.
Yeah, it's definitely someone who's like a person, usually a man, is hyper fixating on like a woman smiling at him. Thank you. She loves me, that kind of thing. Yeah, but they're very fun to sift through. It's a little gold mine.
I want to know if any of them met up.
There has to be some success stories, right? I mean, it's got to be very slim. I don't know. We'd have to see. Shockingly, many people post to seek out others that they met while inside or near a dumpster. That's just gonna throw that out there. One woman claimed that she was running from aliens when she hopped inside a dumpster and found a man inside. The two shared a drink from his flask and discussed their love of grilled cheese, and sadly the romance had to end as the woman had to get out of the dumpster to go shit at a nearby gas station, and when she came back, the man was gone.
This sounds like a hallucination.
What a bummer. No, it's real. Now she's looking to meet up again behind the local McDonald's, and God willing, I hope it happens. But see, that's the beautiful thing of the Misconnection post. You get a lot of schizophrenic or just like drug hold brain people that are like, remember the aliens and we shared the flask and I had to take a shit, so you remember that? What if there was one guy who came out though and he's just like, I remember, I've been missing you this whole time. Oh,
that'd be a love story.
That'd be an awesome love story. A man took to the Missing Connections page hoping to find the man he came into contact with while naked dumpster diving. While out walking, he noticed a dumpster filled with DVDs and decided to hop in and dig around. Not wanting to dirty his clothes, he stripped down to only his sneakers and went to town. While digging, he heard a noise outside the dumpster and saw the man he was looking for carrying trash bags. The interaction was brief as the man quickly turned around and walked back into the store before any words could be exchanged. And apparently, the man he is looking for works for a local adult video store and hopes he can love a 30-something man with a few good teeth. So also just want to say that also just shines a light that the DVDs were all
Yes. Yeah. Oh, look at these.
He's just like, look at that. A little Scrooge McDuck action. Come on, man. Also, I love how it's like he was unfazed. Of course the guy's unfazed. You know how many fucking weird dumpster diving people? He's probably like, hey, whatever you do, just don't open the loop thing. They've gone bad. The guy probably took it. He's just like, I'll bet you anything he'd make love to me tenderly. He'd lay me down soft.
If he works at the video store, just go in the video store. Why are you
know where he works? Yeah. Go in there. But see, that's the thing is he's a pussy about it. See, the Misconnection tab a lot of the time is people that are not brave enough. Some people will be like, you work here. Go talk to them.
Yeah, you work at
But it's them being like, I don't know. They gotta make the first move. Whatever, dude. Hey, could you just be on the specific website at a certain time and see this? Also, the goal, the narcissism to be like, someone's like, that was incredible. I have to check the Missing Connections tab. You know what I mean? Probably the most common posts in the Missing Connections forum are people trying to find their true love. Almost all of them.
Yes.
It's love.
Yeah.
Right? If it's about friendship, I'm always just like, you gotta stay away from that guy. But the love, see, love is blinding.
Well, the friendship is just like starred love. You know what
Yeah,
I
I think it's a false sense of like, I'm just looking for a friend. You're not looking for you're looking for a friend with all of a sudden it's like, oh, you want to go back to my place? No. No, I don't. Also, sometimes I think it's a lot of gay guys, closeted gay men being like, just looking for a bud. To once again be like,
I'd fall for that trap maybe.
sure, I can come up. Okay, come on up. Yeah, if there was ever like a Jeffrey Dahmer type, you'd be, man.
Oh, yeah.
A couple beers and watch the game? Honestly, why not? That sounds like good. Yeah.
This drink tastes funny.
Oh man, it tastes funny, but it's good. Just slam back. Like chalky. In a post titled, Man of My Dreams, a woman posted a picture of a man drinking beer in a kayak during a flood. Seems a bit, okay. She found him super attractive because he didn't show any fear and wasn't waiting for the National Guard to save him. Now that's a man. Instead, she said he was like a gondolier in the canals of Venice, a beacon of hope and comfort. She ended the post by saying he was a true New Orleans, and she hopes to find her Prince Charming. Like how it took Hurricane Katrina for this woman to be like, now that's a man. You're like one of them funny Italians who sing on the boats. Sing me something, sweet chariot. For those who have felt frustrated about their lives, Craigslist has you covered with the rants and raves category. A woman posted a rant about how her bus boyfriend and how she yearned for his smell. You never really take into consideration the smell factor of people's lustfulness, do you?
Oh, well, they have pheromones.
And people, ooh, you know what I mean? A bus boyfriend. I've never heard of like. Is that so? To me, is this somebody who's like regularly on the bus?
Yes.
Who does not know they're in a relationship
It's
though?
it's like your work husband.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
That's what.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Some of them work husband bullshit. If you gotta watch out, because that shit gets real very quick, doesn't it? Girls and guys joking around like that.
Work husband becomes new boyfriend.
Work husband becomes, we're doing a little taco tickle in the break room. You gotta watch out, man. The two originally met one morning after he sat next to her. She talked about how she loved his soul patch, but more importantly, the way he smelled. I'm gonna go ahead and say that again. His soul patch and the way he smelled. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's Irish Spring. But it's, yeah, thank you. It's awesome. She was relieved he didn't smell like he smoked crack or cigarettes, which also happened to turn her on. She didn't want to get too horny, Nick, because I love the smell of crack and a little bit of cigarettes in there. But I don't want to get too horny. I get wet. I get all goopy. Leave a little snail trail on the bus. She described it as sweet, soft, and clean, and admitted to silently sniffing him throughout the entire ride.
Creepy. You just met this guy.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Hey, nice to meet you. I love your soul patch. Thanks. You smell great. Thank you. Also, he definitely knew that she was smelling him. She's just like, oh.
I kept looking and she'd look away real quick.
Oh, her eyes are open the entire time smelling him. Oh. Oh, and he's just like, didn't acknowledge her. Oh. She's on his shoulder. Oh. Wow. In the following days, the couple sat next to each other as the woman describes the sexual tension building between them as they talked about books and their lives. That's sexual tension. How do they not get it on right there, Nick? It's palpable. It's in the air. It became such a big obsession that she told her boyfriend about her bus boyfriend and their conversations. That is brutal. The guy's like, what?
Yeah.
You want to fuck a guy on the bus because he doesn't, because he say he smells like crack? No, he doesn't smell like that. That is a turn on though.
Does that mean that her boyfriend smells like crack?
That's what I'm wondering. He's like, babe, I smoke crack all the time. Why do we barely have sex? She's like, yeah, complicated. It's complicated. She did this to make him aware and jealous of the other man wanting to be around her. She said he felt threatened by the conversation, so he made sure to have passionate sex with her to mark his territory and, quote, realized that he was damn fortunate to have access to this poon. It's one of those things when immediately you have a picture of someone in your head and they immediately turn into like the white trash version of that. That's exactly what happened. You're like, oh, which honestly I should have seen at the crack and everything, but you know what I mean. Come on. One morning, her bus boyfriend didn't sit next to her and instead chose a seat at the back of the bus. She almost got up to join him, but a 300-pound man sat next to her, smothering her with his body odor. Since that day, she hasn't seen him and yearns for his scent. That guy had to have said that, I'll pay you $70 to ride the bus with me and just sit there and block her in. She's like, excuse me. No, I just want to get... Back in the day, Craigslist was a good way to find new friends, but it was also a great place to make sworn enemies. Veganism has been a controversial topic over the last few decades, but it has upset one man so badly that he wanted to make a vegan fight club. He hopes to find a vegan that he can fight with no rules and he can just beat the shit out of them. They can both just beat the hell out of each other. Does this sound like a man who's wrestling with guilt? Like a guy being that upset over veganism, do you think it's because he's like, I feel bad that I'm like killing animals and eating them? But you can't get that over on me because it tastes good. It's good.
I feel like if he was like looking to beat like gay men, I feel like he'd be a closeted homosexual.
I think that still transcribes to veganism because if anything, then he wants the vegan guy to fight back so then he can be punished. And essentially, it's painful. Well, I fought for this.
Exactly.
I fought to eat meat. That kind of thing. To make himself seem more intimidating, he claims to have been a yellow belt in judo 10 years prior and aims to fight someone to work through his feelings. I just need to beat someone up. He's healthy. This is a healthy mind. If I can't physically altercate with somebody, I can't get these demons out. Despite it being a no rules fight, he immediately lays out his conditions. There's no rules, but I got a few rules. The vegan must wear a t-shirt that reads vegan, then nobody gets hurt.
Wordplay.
I'm telling you, it feels like a sexual thing. I feel it's odd. So he can get super amped and angry during the fight. I want you to get me angry. That's pretty much what he's saying.
Yeah.
Likewise, he will wear a shirt with something equally provoking, like "Eat your steak like a man" or McDonald's.
Yeah, this is a deeply insecure man.
This is a deeply, deeply insecure man who has a lot to work out. The next rule requires the person to be a fully committed vegan for 3 years or more, and to work in a fully vegan environment to demonstrate their commitment. The final rule is that they have to be politically active and have scars from protests they're attended. This would show that they actually take their beliefs seriously instead of simply doing it to impress people or to get laid. This is skewing to either this is very real or this is extremely fake. It's one or the other. I can't tell.
I think this guy, his girlfriend cheated on him with a vegan.
100%.
And this is him trying to like get back at vegans.
100%. Something has happened to this man in the past where he has felt wronged through some kind of insecure. Something has happened, and he wants to kill the demon that's hovering over him. He hopes that if there is someone out there fully committed to the fight, they can gain respect for each other's views while kicking the shit out of each other. I don't believe that's what he's. I like how he tries to end it with him being like, and then we can become friends at the end. Whenever you visit a website, you expect to have fun and safe experience. Unfortunately, some people have taken advantage of others, which has led to Craigslist crimes. It's not uncommon for criminals to sell stolen items on Craigslist, but in one instance, it exposed a much darker crime. In October of 2016, Sheriff Deputy Frankie Bybee responded to a service call at the home of a 79-year-old woman, whom he soon befriended. Over the next few months, Frankie got close to the woman and eventually gained access to her banking statements. As soon as he got access, he began siphoning over $65,000 to his own account. Good guy. The woman was quick to notice numerous fraudulent checks leaving her account and asked Frankie what was going on. In a panic, he forced her to ingest pills to make it seem like she took her own life so he could go off scot-free. Luckily, the woman survived and had a lengthy recovery in the hospital. God. Police were able to identify Frankie as the main suspect through fingerprints found on the fraudulent checks. Investigators cemented the case against him when they found Craigslist post where he had sold her dog.
He's in the picture too.
What a dumbass. Also too, like, it's how greedy can you be? Yeah, I'll even sell the fucking dog. I mean, can you leave her the dog? Does she have one companion in her life? My God. He's arrested in 2017 and charged with an attempted murder, theft, and fraud, and it took 4 years before being sentenced to 15 years in prison. Only 15 years?
For attempted murder?
Attempted murder, tens of thousands of dollars stolen, and selling the goddamn dog. 15. Frankie, you did a bad... Can we admit that Frankie did a bad thing? Everyone's like, yeah, all right. Go have 15 years of vacation. You'll get your job back when you're done. Craigslist is notorious for a lot of things, but one of its darker stories involves a straight-up serial killer. In 2009, Philip Markoff started paying for sex workers on Craigslist and meeting them in hotel rooms. After a few initial meetups, things would escalate. He met up with 25-year-old Julissa Brisman. Once inside the hotel room, he bound her and shot her before fleeing the scene. He would replicate this act 2 more times, except instead of killing the women, he would rob them and make his escape. Police were quick to pick up on the perpetrator, who repeatedly contacted Craigslist and threatened them with a gun. Craigslist! They eventually linked Philip to Craigslist killer and arrested him while he was driving with his fiance. Brutal. Man, I feel so bad for like wives or any like of that shit when they're like, wait, what? Like, yeah, I've been fucking prostitutes and I shoot them in the face with a pillow. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry. Also, too, do you think that ever translates to people in their own life getting killed? Or do you think there's always that separation? Like him starting with like Craigslist prostitutes, do you think that translates to like his neighbor pisses him off so then he kills his neighbor? Like, do you think he feels... Because I have to imagine that once you get into that realm, you become like power hungry. Or like, no one can catch me.
I think it depends. If it's prostitutes, it's probably just like an easy kill.
Well, yeah, because it's just people, no one's going to be looking for them kind of thing. They're already in desperate means. I'm just saying that like, I wonder if that's just, if it evolves in that way. Where after a while, it's like that doesn't become fun anymore and it has to be more dangerous or something. Because there has to be like a thrill aspect of like, oh, am I going to get caught? Right?
And then eventually, yeah, I could see that. You're getting bored and you're like, oh.
Then if you're the fiance there, you're like, I wonder how long it would have been until I would have been fucking next. Who knows? You know? And then it would have been a thing of like, oh, I get new fiancés and I kill them. He's a psychopath. Philip was a medical student with no previous medical record. So had it not been for the Craigslist messages, he might have gotten away with the whole damn thing. Thank God for the Craigslist messages, like I say. The next time you go buy something online, try and find it on Craigslist. You might be surprised by what you see. There's still a lot of cool shit on Craigslist. I will say it's overrun with ads now, and like basically people have made scripts to where bots can post stuff for like even like dealerships and stuff. It's not as good as it like it used to be, but every once in a while someone does upload some sick stuff. So it's still worth going to. The website is severely underrated and has helped countless people find new trinkets, new lovers, and ways to vent about their lives. Craigslist might be a dying website, but the legacy it will leave behind lives on forever and ever and ever. But at the same time, if you're going to, here's another hack. If you're on Craigslist and let's say you're buying like a Nintendo 64, there's a lot of like retro game people that go on Craigslist and look for stuff. Meet somewhere public, have someone come with you, and never go to anyone's house. Or be like, I'll meet you at a McDonald's parking lot. Just be smart about it, all right? If someone's like, got the whole collection in my basement. You can be like, nah, could you bring it to this place? And if they say no, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
The Nintendo 64 is not worth it.
They actually say go to the police station for like meet outside a police station.
Nah, I mean, that's obnoxious. I mean, go to like just a public, like a McDonald's. There's always going to be someone in a drive-thru. Go to McDonald's. Also, don't go there. Don't go to a public place. Oh, it's 3 a.m. Go to like McDonald's at noon. There's going to be people around.
Their shift ends at midnight, so
Yeah, that's the best time they can do it. You're like, well, figure out another day. I get it, but it's also just kind of weird to be like, let's meet at the police station. No. What? Well, I'll meet you at Walmart. We can meet in front of Walmart by the security camera. You know what I mean? Just shit like that. Yeah, I don't know. Meet in front of the police station. What a weird thing. Officer, could you watch over this transaction? Thank you. For the love of God, be safe. Take care of each other. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we're going to be talking about real life vampires. No, I'm serious. They're real. Vampires have been a topic of interest for quite a long time. Whether it's Bram Stoker's Dracula or the Twilight franchise, they seem to have a timeless presence within pop culture history. What if I told you that vampires were far more than fictional characters bound to the pages of romance fantasy novels where people flick their beans? That's right! If you travel around the world, you'll find many small communities who truly believe that they are vampires. They drink blood, they have fangs, and only come out at night, just like in the legends of old. In fact, in 2016 alone, there were as many as 5,000 people in the United States that publicly identified themselves as vampires. Grand scheme of the United States, not a lot, but that's still too many in my opinion. You don't need to be acting like that.
times have changed where you could just publicly come out as a vampire.
If it was Puritan times, dude, you'd be probably fucking burned.
Oh yeah, they'd drive a stake through your heart.
Yeah, I'm a vampire. These days, their presence only grows stronger. So grab your wooden stakes as we dive deep into the mysterious depths. It goes without saying that franchises like Twilight greatly boosted the popularity of vampires in pop culture. You had a weird time in the early 2000s where late 90s you had Blade and all kinds of other shit. Blade, Underworld, Queen of the Damned, all these Hollywood movies where it was sexy, action-packed vampires. And those people decided to turn it to tweeny bop stuff and make it Twilight, which was just a little like, oh, I wish my boyfriend was a sexy, glittery vampire. There were so many people who had that first Twilight book.
Oh.
Was the apple on it? Holy shit. That one. That and I was at a bookstore when that first came out, and it was like girls like screaming and grabbing off the shelf. And then also I got what's the last? Deathly Hallows? That was another one where it was just absurd. It was insane. Pandemonium. One of my favorite things, though, is whenever back in the day when Half-Blood Prince came out, people drove by and they were like, our Snape kills Dumbledore.
There's that one where it's like, Hermione kills Dumbledore.
And people were like, no! In the line, no!
Snape kills Dumbledore!
Which that is fucked up, but, you know, looking back now, it's funny.
He was just trolling.
Well, I'm talking about the guy that he was spitting facts.
Dobby and Hedwig die.
Oh, fuck! Hey, guys!
While vampires in the media have often been portrayed as sultry, these movies turned them into beloved heartthrobs. People on TikTok have long since used people's love for vampire aesthetics to create thirst trap videos. Ooh, sexy. Isn't that nice? I'm a vampire. Let me suck ya! Some will throw on some fangs and smolder at the camera, while other creators on TikTok, like Vampire Jack, dedicate their entire online career to dressing in full vampire garb and playing the character, which you have to appreciate the commitment. These videos can range from comedic skits to seductive vampire ASMR videos. Others engage in vampire roleplay games like Reign of Blood, a text-based roleplay game which claims to have been running for over 18 years and still have active players to this day. And a majority of these content creators and roleplay enjoyers are simply doing it for the fun of and for online attention, right? You do it because you want, there's other freaks out there and you're trying to meet your people, right? It's the same thing like playing a game, making a post that has a certain kind of music. You're trying to reach a community. I don't blame them. However, this is where things kind of take an odd turn. Right? There are many people out there who reach far beyond simple roleplay. Sam the Vampire is a woman on TikTok who seems to genuinely think that she is a vampire. According to her, she turned when she was 22 years old after being bitten by a vampire in the year 1888, which makes her 135 years old in vampire years, of course. She makes countless videos talking about her vampire tales, like the time she was kidnapped by a rival vampire named Ava, and that she plans to enact her revenge on that vampire. There's various videos of her explaining what types of power she possesses, and they include hypnotism, mind reading, jumping very high. Hypnotism, mind reading. I can jump high.
She has superhuman strength and the ability to seduce whoever she wants. She then adds that she can only use said seduction powers if the other person consents, because you gotta have that. She's a consent queen despite her being from the 19th century. That doesn't really seem to track to me, but you know what? She's, you know, of the times.
Wait, how does that work?
It's a way for a girl to sit there and then be like, then if someone's like, I'm not attracted to you, she'd be like, well, I didn't use my powers on you. It's that. It's the female version of this. Lift this car. I don't want to break a finger now. Also, she has the ability to show her true, horrifying vampire form, but doesn't because she isn't allowed to. I love female, like Redditor stuff like that. It's so good. She's ridiculed online for being delusional, with many being unclear if it's a satire or something more grim. Regardless, her constant insistence of being a real-life vampire led to her being banned off TikTok live due to spreading misinformation. She's like, they wish that they knew the truth. I love how it's a bannable offense to be like, I'm a vampire. TikTok's like, no, banned. You can't say I'm a kangaroo. Oh my God, no. Unless she was just like, well, let's talk about where Corona really started.
Oh, okay, then, yeah.
I think that's what it might be. I think she's like, yeah, it's because I'm a vampire. It's like, no, because you kept saying a bunch of racial slurs towards Chinese people. That may have happened once or twice.
Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. It's almost the new year, which means a fresh start. But if you're stuck with the same debt that's only getting worse and worse each month, you'll find yourself stuck in the You'll find yourself stuck when the calendar changes over. Hey! But you can change your story. You can let PDS Debt help you find personalized solutions. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, with thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and 5-star rating on Trustpilot. And whether you have credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt goes beyond the numbers to understand your situation to give you a personalized solution. Oh yeah, they're real personal. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands find solutions to get out of debt in a fraction of the time. There's no minimum credit score required. Being in debt, not having any money can be extremely stressful, and I don't want to experience that ever again. If you're in debt and you think it may help you, give PDS Debt a try. Don't wait another month. Change your store in 30 seconds. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. That's pdsdebt.com. That's what I said. I said that. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. Hey, thank you, PDS Debt, for sponsoring this video.
Sam also claims that she drinks blood. Ooh. While this may sound ridiculous to most passing viewers, it turns out that she is far from the first person to do so. Sanguinarians are a community within vampire subculture. They're different from lifestyle vampires who simply take on the aesthetic of wearing fangs and gothic style clothing and looking super hot. Sanguinarians are vampires who engage in consumption supposedly for the sake of sustaining their health.
I must.
Smart, yeah. If I don't, I'm going to perish. They practice this by utilizing donors, sometimes referred to as black swans, who are people or romantic partners that are willingly allow their blood to be drunk. In some cases, they'll do it for financial compensation. Need some cash? Don't need to go down to the plasma bank. Let me suck on your neck. Would you, if you could go donate plasma once a week for 5 weeks, you got $250 after all of it. Or if one guy was like, will you let me suck on your neck? I'll give you $500 right now.
No.
You do the plasma?
I do the plasma.
What if he said it'll be 2 minutes?
I don't want. No. If the thing was, I'd only do that if I knew I wasn't gonna get.
What if it was 1,000?
If I knew I wasn't gonna.
$2,000.
I don't want some. He's probably got nasty ass teeth. He doesn't brush his.
$4,000.
No, I'm not risking.
$10,000.
I'm not risking
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
$50,000. 2 minutes.
That's a long time.
2 minutes. That's 120 seconds.
Okay, he's got to ensure that he's brushed his teeth.
50,000. You don't get to insure anything. 50 grand.
That's a long time to be sucking my blood.
$100,000.
All right, now you're talking.
Thank God. See, exactly. So it's always somewhere like, okay. Like, what if he said $500,000?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
So that's okay. What about?
I'd hire a nurse to watch.
No.
I would hide.
He has to hide in the darkness. He can't see anybody see him.
I put a little GoPro, stream it. I have a nurse on standby.
Would you just be looking to the GoPro like this?
Yeah. I'd be like, am I okay? Is this good? I'd consult a doctor first. I'm like, this guy's maybe $500,000.
I'd be too nervous. If a guy's paying you $500,000, I'd be like, he's in everybody's pocket. He goes, I just wanted to get a checkup. The doctor is like white face paint on.
I think it's a good idea, actually.
Thank you, doctor.
Actually, now you got me scared because now I got to feel like he ain't paying me the $500,000. I'm dying. He's killing me. I'm going to be like, stop.
That's true. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's an actual vampire. See, that's how he's an actual vampire.
It's real. It's real. Yeah. Some opt to drink blood of animals, while others engage in auto-vampirism, the act of consuming your own blood, which is fucking lame, dude. Oh, I taste good. Fucking give me someone else's blood, dude, and not a dog. I want man blood. Each supposed vampire has their own method for feeding. Some, for example, use a disposable scalpel, make a small incision on their donor, and squeeze the blood out before drinking it and patching up the wound. Many claim that this is not an elaborate roleplay, and that drinking blood stops them from experiencing severe headaches and debilitating stomach pain. Other Sanguarians believe their thirst for blood is purely psychological. Regardless, there is a lack of scientific evidence to support this as a legitimate remedy.
It's all mental, yeah.
I'm a vampire. Oh, what kind of mental illness is this? It's got to be like it's a microdose of autism, right? You're microdosing at this point.
It's delusional. You're just delusional.
It seems like autism and narcissism. I don't act as if I have a choice. I don't want this curse. Please just give me a suck. Let me suck at least once. Also, the person that's sitting there and they're drinking for themselves, what a fucking pick-me girl. Oh, I have to do this.
She's not a real vampire. She's just fucking retarded.
Fucking psychopath.
Yeah.
There are various types of real-life vampires. For example, psychic vampires, who feed on the life force of their humans rather than consume their blood. Boring! Supposedly, this can be done with or without physical contact, and some feed off people by talking directly to people, while others choose to circulate crowds at concerts or clubs to siphon it out of them more subtly, which is definitely just like a fucking loner or outcast who just awkwardly walks around and he's just like, I'm full. Instead of having a human connection with anybody, I'm actually more of a vampire. I can't talk to you because I don't want to kill you. Why is the accent always so? It's always the same accent too. Why is that? What is it about the social cadence that it always sounds like?
Because they're trying to be cool. That's like the anime thing. Yeah.
So does it stem from anime?
I think so. Yeah.
Like that would make me feel really good, but maybe I won't. It's
anime.
Is it just anime?
It's 100%.
But it's all of them.
They watch anime. They're watching
all right.
vampire anime.
Yeah, Vampire Hunter D, you say. That's pretty cool. There are even hybrid vampires who utilize the feeding techniques of Sanguarians and psychic vampires depending on what's available to them. What a fucking cop-out. What a cop-out. That's such bullshit. This may seem silly, yeah, to the average person, to anybody, to anyone, but it seems that the allure of the vampire lifestyle has captured the hearts and minds of many because people are horny. It's mentally ill people who they're hard. And I don't know how to express it. I'm stiff in the pants, but at the same time, I'm kind of tired.
There's one thing where you're like, oh, I just find it hot to role play. But if you're actually believe you're a vampire, you're delusional.
You're delusional. You're mentally ill. Get help. Which, take Andres Bathory, for example, a self-proclaimed vampire from Romania that changed his entire life after the warlord Vlad Tepes, aka the Vlad the Impaler, spoke to him in a dream. According to the interview he did with The Mirror, he became engrossed with the vampire community soon after. While he refuses to drink blood, he admits to sleeping in a coffin in order to bring his mind peace as well as connect with unseen forces. And apparently, he learned that this was possible after doing his own personal research, where he would spend day after day in cemeteries. He claims that discussing his vampirism is dangerous and can only be understood by people with high levels of intellect. Do you think that, like, there's some people who, so like the coffin thing, sleeping in a coffin, whatever, take that aside, do you think it's just the mental fortitude of being like, I'm not claustrophobic, I'm like, I like being mentally strong enough to just be like, I'm in this confined space, sleeping, that makes you feel like you have clarity.
Yeah, I mean, it's all psychological, where it's just like...
What was that fucking movie with Adrian Brody? They put him in a straitjacket and they put you in like a cadaver. Like
it's like an ice box,
like a locker, like a body locker or whatever. But he's in there and it's like super claustrophobic, and it was supposed to be like which this is a movie. I'm not saying it's real, but I'm just saying like I wonder if there is some benefits to like being able to like ease your mind, like you panic and then you're able to like focus your mind and stuff. It's punishing. It feels horrible, but after a while, it like it has all these benefits. Which granted, ice baths, there's a lot of medical shit that is beneficial, but I don't know.
The coffin could be a thing where it's just like it's an enclosed space where you're just like, if you're not claustrophobic, it's just like, it's comforting, it's pitch black,
almost like a weighted blanket.
Yeah, almost like that. You're like in
what are the fucking the tanks? What are the
sensory deprivation?
Yeah, sensory deprivation tanks. It's like that.
Could be like that too.
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Real life vampires, whether they drink the blood of donors or simply like to wear flashy attire and make cringe TikToks, are generally pretty harmless. In some cases, however, self-proclaimed vampires can take things a bit too far. Lyle Monroe Besley, a 19-year-old from Texas, believed he was a 500-year-old vampire from hell. I could stop it right there, and that would be enough, but we'll have to keep going. At one point, he had convinced himself that he needed to feed on human blood. Dressed in nothing but his boxer shorts, he broke into a woman's apartment and began biting her on the neck. The woman freaked the fuck out, like anyone would, and escaped her home, jumping in her neighbor's car for protection. The man began banging on the car before it was able to drive away. Officers arrived to find Lyle pacing around the parking lot, hissing and growling like a dog. And the officers chased a half-naked vampire who scaled multiple fences as he screamed about how he didn't want to have to feed on humans. I don't want to have to do this! Eventually, he was captured and put in jail, where he requested that he be restrained because his desire to feed was so great that it would put their lives in danger. Autism. Because the Twilight movies were still being released around this time to massive success, clinical psychologists suggested that this was psychotic episode fueled by vampire-related hallucination. Motherfucker got like so horny during the Twilight movie that he's just like, I have to break into a woman's house and bite the fuck out of her. I could see that being the Dilly sitting there, he's like rubbing his dick, and he's like, why am I so? I feel weird. I got butterflies in my tummy.
He wanted to be Edward.
Am I sparkling? Someone's like, shut up. We're trying to watch a movie. Oh my god. I'm sparkling. How do they see me? You're not invisible. What? Vampires are often depicted as solitary creatures held up in their crypts far away from a hamlet in the valley. However, one vampire has managed to gather hundreds of others for full cult-like gatherings. They call themselves the Sabertooth Clan. This is a weird one, boys. It all started back in '94 when Aaron Todd Hoyt used his grandmother's orthodontist tools to make a pair of vampire fangs for himself and his mother. Right? Harmless little fun. Grandfather, whatever. A year later, he would form the Sabertooth Clan, where he began creating and selling fangs to people that could live out their vampire dreams. He found a nice little niche. It was nice. His business grew to be very successful and harbored a very devoted customer base. To thank his customers and gather vampire enthusiasts all in one place, he began hosting a New York Vampire Ball in 1996. Only 2 years later, he founded the infamous Endless Night Festival in New Orleans. Since then, his festivals have only grown, with thousands of people attending multiple events across the nation each year. At each event, you can expect to find heavy metal bands, burlesque shows, masquerade dances, open bars, and various special guest speakers. This might seem like a really awesome party, but the deeper you dig, the weirder things get. For starters, everyone at the party or in Aaron's circle addresses him as Father Sebastian or Primus. These events are not all open to the public, and many of them are inner court only, which means you have to be a part of his exclusive Sabertooth Club. To get into the inner court, you must receive a pair of fangs from the master fangsmith himself, Father Sebastian. First, you got to choose a style of fang and how many you want. Depending on your choice, you may be charged between $200 to $400 per session. Once you have your fangs, you have to go through the Rite of Transformation, which is an induction ceremony for all new members, and there are 4 steps to this ritual. 1, I will not sleep with my fangs on, by the power of Sebastian. In a southern accent, that's very important. Look at yourself in the mirror with your fangs on, receive your vampire name, and finally, pray to Ankh, an ancient Egyptian symbol meant to represent life, immortality, and rebirth. New members are also instructed on 4 key principles that represent what it means to be a modern-day vampire. 1, primal instinct, being connected to your animalistic impulses. You gotta have that. 2, magic, wearing your fangs can transform your appearance to otherworldly creatures in the eyes of others. Pretty sweet. 3, Escapism. Your fangs are a mask that conceal your identity, allowing yourself to take on a new form. It's kind of like the shapeshift. It doesn't matter. Keep going. 4. Desire. The fangs are also used as a way to enhance arousal and pleasure. AKA, dude, bite her clit. She'll love it. Once you become part of the Sabretooth clan, you are admitted to Sanguinarium, an exclusive forum for all members. Though its dark secrets are not fully accessible to the outer court, they were gracious enough to give us access to some of the inner workings of the group. Among the rituals and rules of the group is a page that details the group's religious beliefs, titled Scrolls of Alorath 1, Intro to Living Vampirism. You can see how the clan practices Zephyr or self-transformation through specific rituals. They believe that people can experience a vampiric awakening through metamorphosis and self-growth. This belief, which they acknowledge, is also tied to the Temple of Set. Are you with us? The Temple of Set is a splinter group from the Church of Satan, following what is known as the left-hand path, which focuses on spiritual power, self-dedication, and individual transformation. They also deal with magic and psychic energy, which is a core belief of Sabretooth Clan's transformation process. Keep up. So big, in fact, that people who have attended that everlasting Midnight Balls claim that Father Sebastian proclaims himself as a religious prophet, one who performs rituals that siphon energy from his patrons at the party and give it to a deity named Fred Sametti. He's not an Italian Toyota dealer. It's a deity. The deity to whom he sends all his energy appeared to him in a dream during a vision quest while he was preparing for his endless night ball in New Orleans just before Hurricane Katrina. Dear fucking God. Now, at nearly every event, there are altars to Fred where people leave coins and beads. The parallels don't stop there. The Temple of Set also features religious texts that include interviews with vampires and members of the Order of the Vampire, all of which focus on their ability to use psychic powers to drain the life rather than drink blood. This continues with the 4th step for joining the clan, swearing over Ankh, the Temple of Set, also as a subgroup, the Order of Setni Kamost, or whatever, that studies Egyptian magic, including Ankh's powers. Please keep up. So essentially, the Sabretooth clan is a satanic vampire energy cult that gets new members through selling fangs. It's like a pyramid scheme for Satanism.
They're expensive too.
They are. It's $400 like a tooth. It's fucking crazy. A pyramid scheme that results in vampiric Satanism is awesome.
And they're preying on delusional...
horny, autistic people online who think they're going to get their dick sucked at a New Orleans party. That's what this is, okay? All of these beliefs are reinforced by Father Sebastian's long list of books, including his Black Veil series, which is essentially the cult's Bible. And Sebastian claims that these books represent his teachings and research on vampire culture over the past 25 years, since the year 2000. Just want to say that out loud, all right? People are so devout to his teachings that they come to his festivals to get married in full vampire attire. Despite being the head of a massive group with clear teachings of self-transformation and self-betterment, trouble still found its way in. Multiple former members have accused Father Sebastian of manipulative behavior, grooming, and ignoring safety concerns at his gatherings. No. What?
A cult-like figure doing
Come
that?
on, a cult-like figure doing that? No. Father Sebastian has outright denied that the Sabretooth clan is a cult in his now deleted lectures, but his group's core values are directly tied to the occult. He has also made it very clear that you are not just buying fangs, but buying into vampire culture, and if you leave, you'll essentially ostracize yourself from the majority of the vampires. Does that sound like a cult? Hello? This manipulative behavior is exposed more through the interviews with women who claim to be groomed by him. They claim that members who earned access to inner circles through repeated event attendance and personal devotion were given exclusive ritual access. Yeah, that's what it was.
Got to suck my
You can
cock.
come into my quarters. You get exclusive access to you get exclusive access to my balls. Lucky you. These invites made them and all club members feel exclusive, like they belong to an elite group. The process getting fangs from Father Sebastian has also been described as vampiric baptism that you can't back out of. You cannot back out of it. You are in. Hello. During these rituals, Sebastian uses terms like egregor, I don't know what the fuck that is, feeding, and priestess, making obedience seem like a spiritual practice. Members were told they were reclaiming their energy, but were really giving him control over their identity and sexuality. Multiple women have claimed to be sexually assaulted at an altar and were even trapped inside by a bodyguard so they could continue with the ritual. They won't let him leave. Fun stuff. While these atrocities occur behind the closed doors, people who are regular members admit to being harassed by people who claim to be more devoted than them. Does this sound like a cult? Are you in a cult? A satanic vampiric cult for autistic people to have sex?
That's your cult. Okay. One woman admitted to feeling unsafe after being bullied and harassed by men who believed they were entitled to them. Fun. Others are being harassed by insisting Father Sebastian debunk the cult rumors. And all these cries fall on deaf ears because if these claims were addressed, it would hurt his empire, right? Motherfucker's got fangs to sell. Sebastian's books are not free and can be purchased either on his website or Amazon. It appears he wants to use his influence to not only sell fangs, but build a multimedia empire. He has also been on countless TV networks advertising books along with his documentaries on vampire lifestyle, and this is all aided in growing his reputation as one of the leaders of vampire community. Zach Bagans even invited him to 2 episodes of Ghost Adventures because he is considered a professional in multiple fields related to ghost and the undead. He sells teeth! He sells fake teeth! In one of the episodes, Father Sebastian passed out from a light anomaly shooting into his body from a cursed mirror. It's very funny. Roll the clip.
You can see that he never puts his hand out to break his fall, and he also strikes his head on the wooden floor so hard that his feet fly up in the air.
Although it may seem like all is well, people are starting to catch on. Not only are his horrific deeds within the vampire community becoming more well known, but some are exposing the fact that many of his books include plagiarism.
This guy sounds awesome.
What a fucking nightmare. God. Listen, the world of real-life vampires can be strange at best and truly nightmarish at worst. It's one thing to roleplay and talk about your imaginary vampire powers, but those who take things too far by drinking blood can actually end up doing damage to their health. If you want to get involved with this type of community, don't take it too seriously. Grab a pair of fangs and go to a goth club. Get your dick sucked, right? Have some guy eat out your pussy with some fucking fangs in. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And watch Underworld. Just watch Underworld and you'll be fine. You don't have to do any of it. You just watch Underworld and be like, that's my fix. I loved it. If you're carrying around disposable scalpels and asking people for their blood, you might have gone too far. Stay out of the sun, my friends, and we will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Or maybe stay in the sun. Get some sun. Go outside. Please go outside.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're going to be talking about one of the world's most thankless jobs, being a crime scene cleaner. Everybody loves true crime nowadays. People will happily sit and watch hours upon hours of content about serial killers, hacking people up to bits, people getting murdered and everything, and they're just like, that's weird. There's the true crime scene. But do they ever think about how gruesome the aftermath is, huh? Well, luckily one job profession, you have to. What many people don't realize is that cleaning up after blood-soaked crime scenes can't be done by just anyone. There are companies whose sole purpose is taking on this type of job, and you'd be surprised at how intense and dangerous it can get. I find this hard to believe, but crime scene cleanups didn't really exist until the 1960s. So everything before that, they're just like, hey, we'll have somebody else clean it up. Which is kind of wild to think about.
Or you clean it up yourself.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just or whatever. Not until the 60s, and so they're like, we should probably have to pay someone to do this, right? Probably be a little more sanitary. But there was no specialty crew tasked with doing the cleanup. Police officers and investigators would do the work themselves. That is, until it became clear that handling these kind of biohazardous materials was incredibly risky and required trained professionals. From here, the crime scene industry took off. After all, there's no shortage of work to be done. The job isn't just about scrubbing blood from a wall. There's all sorts of biohazard cleanup that needs to be done in most cases. You can't just sit there and be like, well, this guy was shot and stabbed 27 times. Let's do a quick pass. He was sitting here for 3 weeks, so his skin is a part of the carpet. Let's do a quick pass. Get the scrub daddy and a wet cloth. We'll be out here in 5 minutes. Like someone's entire imprint, like one of those Hiroshima shadows or something like that. You're like, oh, that's gonna come right out. It very often includes cases of natural death, as well as even deceased hoarders, sending in entire crews out to sort out all the piles of belongings. Not only that, but because the job is required after the loss of a life, crime scene cleaners must also be trained to give emotional support and resources to the families during the worst moments of their life, which I will say the first or second round of the cleaners, that must have been pretty brutal for the recipients. So sorry. I'm new to this. I'm sorry. Or whatever. That's a bummer.
Can you imagine coming back to the same house? Back again, huh?
Hate to say deja vu, but here we are again. Today, you can find ads for crime scene cleaner jobs plastered all over social media, giving promo codes for training discounts underneath before and after pictures of straight up murder scenes. It's an awesome kind of way of being like, you want to get into this? Also, that would be a job too, where I'm like, there must be help wanted posters everywhere. Someone please help us.
You think so? I think it's like it'd be like everybody running to get it because it's such a.
You would want to do it? Would you want to do it?
It pays well.
Well, see, that's what you're also like a rat. You're like a man who's just like, I don't know. I mean, do I get to eat the skin afterwards? Or you would have to be so, I mean, like probably the same way that like those investigators have to become desensitized or leave that shit at the door. That's what I respect the most about these kinds of people that are doing these jobs is being able to like separate the horrors of mankind and just like the realities of mankind and then be able to go home and be like, oh, baby, look at this. You painted a rabbit. And then not just see like a dead woman's face on it. Peter Cottontail looks a little different.
I don't think I could get used to it, but.
No, I mean, I just think it's easier to just be like, oh, if it pays well, I'd do anything. You hear a lot of people say that. A lot of people are just like, well, I mean, it pays more than what I make now. But you don't think about the mental baggage that comes with it. I feel like it'd be a lot. It'd be hard to do. I don't think I could do it. I'd mentally snap. I feel like I'd peek into one room. Shut the door. I am sorry for your loss, but I have got to get out of here. That's how I'd be like.
I'd wear those like meta glasses and put a filter over it, so I don't think I'm cleaning up a dead body.
Yeah, the dead body is just a giant like Beanie Baby. I'm like, look at you.
When you were a kid, did you ever fantasize about like how to get away with murder?
Just want to take a second to thank our sponsor, GamerSubs, for being one of our best sponsors, if not the best sponsor on this channel, and for giving us so much support, and for having amazing, tasty, quality products like our own flavor, Raw Meat, that you can order right now. It's amazing energy supplement. There's caffeine-free options, and everything has 0 sugar, baby. So if you're trying to get off the sody pops and get into something tasty, consider Raw Meat GamerSubs. I'm telling you, it's amazing. You can't go wrong with any of their flavors, and they also have big-tittied anime shakers that, you know, if you get your rocks off to that, I'd consider it because they're pretty sexy. It gets me stiff in my pants. So thank you, GamerSubs, for sponsoring this episode. And hey, check out Raw Meat. It's seriously the best flavor. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Raw Meat, if you're trying to get a nice caffeinated beverage. Thank you. Back to the video. It goes without saying that the job is not for the faint of heart. Crime scene cleaners are pushed into truly horrific scenarios, taking the sights and smells that accompany them. One cleaner compares the smell to meat that's been left out for 3 weeks, which is like that. It just smells like rot. There's no, it's like almost like sewagey rot, but then also it always has like a coppery, bloody smell to it.
Have you ever smelt a dead body?
No, dude. No. I mean, to be fair, the only body I've been around, I went to my grandpa's open casket funeral. And I remember I was like 7. I told my mom, I'm like, why do we do that? And my mom was like, I don't know. Because I remember being like, oh, I was like really sad that my grandpa was dead, obviously. And I like went over and looked at him and he's just like this stuffed chemical doll. And he's just like, it was horrifying. Honestly, I think it scarred me for life. But that doesn't smell like obviously like a dead body because they suck all the blood out, all yada yada yada. But no, I haven't smelled a dead body. This, on top of hearing from traumatized friends and family members, can do serious mental damage. Cleaners are also expected to be in this environment between several hours to several days, depending on how big the job is. It's not all uncommon for CSC workers to get some form of PTSD due to the nonstop trauma that they are tasked to face. That would be a mental hurdle too. Look at your work schedule, one day there. Yeah. 4 days. It's like, you know, that's gonna be a gruesome fucking scene. I just had a guy who like shit himself to death. It was a quick in and out, and this is like, oh, this is a whole family that died from like a murder or something. And you're like, oh, fun. I can't wait to unpack that later in life. Because I feel like there's no way it would be impossible. I'm very, very much like realizing right now, these CSC workers, whatever, have the mental fortitude of gods. Like, I don't know how you could do it. I couldn't.
I'm gonna change my answer to no.
You can't change your answer, Nick. You know why you also can't change your answer is because you've asked like, ever fantasize about getting away with killing somebody? You ever smell a dead body, Hunter? Also, before we were recording this, I just want to say Nick was sitting in his chair doing this. Oh. And I was like, what's going on? He's like, it's my testicles. I was like, are you having testicular torsion in front of me right now? He's like, so what do we want to do with this? I'm like, don't give me thoughts of war. He's like, ooh. Just sitting there, not moving, having testicular torsion. Go to a doctor.
I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore.
The pain, oh, he subsides, Hunter. I'm fine. Like, drop your pants. There's like these big 2 and purple plums like right there. These are normal looking testicles, right, Hunter? These are what Italian balls look like. The scene of a crime is teeming with viruses, mold, bacteria, and bloodborne pathogens. And CSE workers have recounted times where even the slightest mistake has led to serious consequences. Like the time one cleaner had his gas mask slightly loose, leading him to catching a norovirus and being bedridden for a week straight. That's where it would f me up too. I'm too lax with that stuff. Like an air fry piece of chicken, and you're like, that looks pink. And I'm like, no, I think it's all right. That would be me. And they're like, your thing looks kind of loose. It's covered. I would be the person where then it's like, cut to a week later, I'm completely bald in the bed, just like, I feel thin, Nicholas. Is what I would say. You might be wondering why anyone would subject themselves to this type of chaos day in and day out. Well, it turns out that crime scene cleaning can be financially lucrative, which fucking better be.
When I was reading this made me think. Like in India, the basically subhuman caste, they are the untouchables. This is their belief system, not mine. The untouchables are like seen as the lowest of the low, but they do like the most important jobs of like removing dead bodies, cleaning sewers and stuff. People make fun of them and like beat them in the streets. So
they beat them in the street for what?
For being untouchables. There's a video of like this guy, he's crying, he's like, and these kids are throwing rocks at him and calling him names, but he can't do anything because he's the lowest caste system in India. And they're called untouchables because they say if you touch them, you become one of them. So if they touch you, you could like charge them.
You're saying they're straight up grinching our Indian brethren? My God.
You're a meat one, Mr. Indian. You really are untouchable.
Let's do a fact check.
Also, I want to say the entire time, editor, put all kinds of text warnings that are all around saying that, with arrows being like, this man has nothing to do with that. All right. This is not a part of our warm up before we get into this. That came out of nowhere.
You're a meat one, Mr. Indian.
I was going to say though, CSC workers, if they're not getting paid well, like if it was a thing, you know, like teachers don't get paid shit. Can you imagine CSC? Yeah, we don't get paid that well. I'd be like, run away from that job. Run away. At least there's the noble aspect of like, it's a job that has to be done. Same with teaching. Usually I would say a lot of teachers get into it because they like the academia system, or they probably had a teacher as well who's like, this person changed my life and they want to do that. So sometimes I feel like sometimes people can be like, I don't get paid as much, but I love what I do. You can have that. It would be hard pressed, I bet, to find someone who's like, oh, I actually really love it. For the CSC worker, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's a guy who's like, I've been doing it and they're whatever, but I don't think someone's just like, when I grew up, I want to clean up crime scenes or whatever. Or people that say that, it's like usually some like edgy goth kid who's like 14. Your pay depends on how experienced you are and what you're able to handle, with some top earners being able to rake in a large salary doing the dirty work. David Schlum, a man who created his own biohazard cleaning company, revealed that he's made as much as $46,000 during the course of one weekend cleaning up a crime scene. He recalls his first job being so brutal that he shifted between almost fainting and nearly throwing up.
And there's just blood everywhere. I mean, it's brains over here, brains over there. I go like walk over to it, dude, and I start like choking up and like felt like I was gonna faint. I almost passed out. I really didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
But also, he probably almost shifted and fainted from being like 46 G's in one weekend. I'm fucking dizzy too. Yeah. I'd be like the Tin Man almost falling. Another man, Ben Giles, started a similar business in the UK that became a multi-million-dollar company. Of course, that is not without his fair share of horror stories. He's seen bathtubs fully filled with piss and shit. Filled! Dead bodies from hoarders trapped in their own filth, hundreds of needles, a pile of oily pig skins, and perfect skeletons still fully dressed in clothing they died in. And in one instance, he was called over to a supermarket on Christmas Day because a flustered employee decapitated a horse and dragged its head into the establishment to get his revenge. Do you think that they approach it the same way that they would do like a detailed car cleaning? Like, does the guy be like, so he dragged it here? The dispatcher, so yeah, I mean, it's a guy, like, he died in his own shit and piss, and there's like a dead horse or something, blah, blah, blah. Let me see if there's anything else in the notes. Get children crying. You'll figure it out when you get there. Is it as casual as that? It has to be. When it becomes a job and you see that, you have to become desensitized to it a bit. There are piles upon piles of stories told by current or former crime scene cleaners, each more absurd than the last. During a Vice interview, yeah, Vice,
One anonymous CSC worker sheds light on a lot of insane scenes they walk into. She recalls the first time she had to clean up chunks of brain.
When you go to clean brain, it mushes into the ground. It doesn't just come off. You kind of have to pick up every little piece before you start scrubbing.
During one meth lab cleanup in a trailer, they found a man still inside cooking. They threatened to call the police and he didn't leave. He told them, quote, "If I had a gun, I'd shoot you." Fun! During the scene of another meth cleanup, meth is such a reoccurring character in these stories. I wonder if it's... During the scene of another meth cleanup, the owner had just escaped police in the middle of shooting a graphic video. When the cleanup crew arrived, they found the apartment covered in cinnamon-scented lube, alongside jars full of his own semen that he had been saving. That's really, they don't tell you about the CSC. It's not just dead bodies. You're gonna get some like weird meth head cum jars. He's like, don't even touch those. If you're gonna touch them, keep them sealed. And they need to be room temp at all times.
They say that sets smell the worst too.
No. What? I can't believe it. Just constant moisture? All right. On pleather couches. All right, I'll believe it. 32-year-old Scott Vogel claims that he's been doing it for so long that he no longer feels the need to wear heavy-duty respirators, instead opting for a thin mask because he can no longer carry out the smell of death and gore. I also wonder how much of that too is because of the chemicals you use. Adam, comparing Adam to a CSC worker, Adam, aka Creature Kid, I think that he's consumed so many, or not consumed, but it's like he's been around so many of the chemicals or fumes that I think that it's just he doesn't have any smelling left, or so he can't even smell it. When I was getting my like prosthetics made on my for the short film, whatever, it was insane. Like it'd be like, oh yeah, it'd be crazy, or it'd burn your eyes, and he's like, I don't even smell it now. It was just like all in his face, and he was just applying it, which is just, but that's what I mean is like, I bet you anything, he's just like, I don't, why even put the respirator on? I can't even smell it anyways. Mike Andrews, who's part of one of the longest running crime scene cleanup emergency response units, has seen all sorts of insane things. For example, one hoarder home he attended had a ceiling high pile of used condoms. In another instance, a deceased man had hundreds of those surrounding a sex chair as some sort of shrine. Terry Hayter, a forensic cleaner, explains how many people die while laying on their mattress, and because of this, all the body fluids leak onto it like a sort of like giant sponge, something way less glamorous that you might see in shows like Law and Order, where they're laying there like, dead, whatever, and they're like looking at the body. It's like, no, it's just a bulged out, juicy mattress, like a giant hunk of meatloaf. How nasty is that, man?
You think they resell the mattresses?
One of the most putrid parts of the job is cleaning up after a body that has been left unattended for a long time. Not only is their flesh rotting, but the smell is almost unbearable to many. A cleaner named Timothy Molesworth had once been tasked with cleaning the body of a man found dead in his bathroom an entire month after the fact. She went on to say, quote, "I literally had to scrape the deceased body matter off the floor tiles into plastic bags. The body wasn't even there. It was just so completely gone." There's like some TikTok videos where you see of people that go into hoarder homes, and they have like shovels and all kinds of like, almost like equipment that you would use to scrape ice off a car or something to get it out of like grout and stuff. What's so crazy to me is like, how as a homeowner, which it also just goes to show fucking landlords and stuff or whatever, how do you not rip everything out and just be like, start from scratch? Because that shit has to go down to the baseboards. Like I bet you the baseboards are fucking, like the actual, or the subflooring of the thing are stained. One of the most insane examples of this story is told by Kelly Polisheks, who witnessed a man who had died from a heart attack underneath a shower that had been running continuously for weeks. It went on for so long that his body melted, clogged the drain, and had his sludgy remains poured out all throughout the house out of his front door. And I'm pretty sure that's how they found him, is because they're like, huh?
There's actually an app in China that says like, "Are you dead yet?" or something. Basically, you check in every day.
Oh, wow.
And to see if you're alive, and if you don't check in, they have someone come.
This is, I feel like a lot of people hear about this, but people that are, I live by myself in New York, in like a giant apartment complex, which also has tons of people smoking, doing whatever, which might hide the smell a little bit, or it's like funky and you're like, God, my neighbor's smelling like shit. I would be like, it's mandatory. You have to tell us that you're alive, you know? Back in the early 90s, one man was hired to clean up a crime scene taking place in a rich Los Angeles home in the hills. And according to him, the home was so large that you could easily get lost inside. It even contained an elevator. All the paperwork was done before via fax, so they got to work without meeting anyone that owned the home or was related to the victim. All they knew was that a businessman was killed inside the home, which is also just horrifying. You don't talk to anyone else, they're just like, someone died in there. Go into that dark labyrinth. Well, which room is it? You'll see. Go past the 3 cuckoo clocks and past the dark man's room. That's where
where you'll find him. The first thing they saw was copious amounts of water damage, leaving them to believe the killer might have left the faucet on after doing the deed, much like the wet bandits in Home Alone. It had seemed that an electrician may have shut off the power in certain parts of the home due to the water damage, leaving parts of the home eerily dark. And at one point, one of them was taking debris towards the exit when all the lights suddenly turned off. Every time the lights would turn back on, a completely different room was shut down in its place. People clearly started to get on edge because one crew member started insisting that it would be more efficient to work all together. We should probably just work together. You can tell that's like some like very kid energy. Whenever you're scared playing a game, when I had Quake 2 or 3 on Nintendo 64. Or I'd just been Quake, but anyways, I had that on Nintendo 64 and I'd be like afraid to move forward and I'd be like, hey mom, come check this part out, it's really cool. Just wait for her, just like, what is it? And I'd finally be able to proceed. She's like, well, what is it? I don't say anything. Everyone was hearing music at some point throughout the house. Closed doors would suddenly be open, and despite nobody going near them, they'd also hear loud, unexplainable banging sounds. Two crew members started taking turns carrying the debris out to the truck, and during the last trip, one of them was left waiting in the dark without a flashlight. Fuck that. At that moment, he hears what appears to be his coworker walking in the shadows. He calls to him, but no response. Then, a third coworker holding a flashlight enters the room in a rush. He says that he swore he heard somebody screaming for him, but nobody raised their voices at all. And one of them admitted that after using the restroom, he saw a complete stranger walk by him and exit the room out of nowhere. They never got answers about what had happened, but some of them were convinced that the person was hiding inside the home, messing with the lights, playing with the music, sneak up close to them to freak them out. Which I will say, we meme on a lot of ghost shit, whatever on the channel. This does sound like somebody who's just like, it's probably just somebody messing with us, and it was like some actual weird, crazy paranormal shit. This also reminds me of this movie called Session 9, which I want to shout out that movie, Session 9. It's one of those movies that you'd be like, you wouldn't expect it. You're like the cover, it looks like kind of like a Walmart DVD bin thing. It's like an early 2000s, like weird paranormal movie, but that entire sequence reminded me of that movie, Session 9. So hey, shout out Session 9. If anything, play a little clip from it.
Okay. Jeff, Meg, go downstairs, make sure he doesn't turn around. You come with me. Hey. Fuck you.
There you go. In the world of crime scene cleaners, it's said that you gain a much larger respect for life as well as the deceased. Not all of them share this respect, however, which leads to some pretty absurd crimes. The company Crime Scene Cleaners from New Zealand felt the need to post images of horrific scenes from their jobs on social media accounts as some sort of weird marketing tactic. And upon investigation, it was discovered that their Facebook page alone posted countless photos containing the aftermath of domestic abuse cases, unattended deaths, and even one particularly gruesome post showed a victim's remains being scraped off a train. And in the photo, the crew member was holding up a human bone with a toothy grin on his face and a caption stating, "I'm very happy with his find." If that wasn't tone deaf enough, other posts showing maggot-infested bodies were captioned, "Human reigns for these fat wee beasts." What the f does that even mean, you psychos? Police had gotten involved and all the posts were taken down, but the company essentially got off with a warning based on them being seemingly remorseful, which, you know what, I will say, it feels very tone deaf, but I can also see what they're saying of like trying to normalize a job that maybe gets scrutiny online or whatever, but to not have the awareness to be like, man, that's somebody's like relative or whatever, or to like lift up somebody's bone and be like, oh, look, what is that? Other cleaners, like an employee from Clean Scene AZ, were causing problems from the very beginning of the job. They sent photos to their client, who was the niece of the deceased, to show their progress. Hey, so your dad's scalp and his other stuff, that's all, we got it cleaned up a little bit, but you can see still a little bit of his calf and some toes, so we'll get that tomorrow. One of the photos was of a completely different house! That's not my mom. Oh, my bad. Wrong one. New phone. Sorry, who this? Just kidding. Then one employee, Deborah Claywell, brought along people who didn't work for the company to come along and take all of their valuables. When the niece returned to the home, the garage door was open and a car was missing. And not only that, but they had stolen jewelry, money, and the deceased woman's credit card before going on a spending spree. Clean AZ refused to take any of the blame, but eventually offered a full refund for their services before firing Deborah. I mean, listen, just because we have a couple bad eggs doesn't mean we can put it all on us. Which I will say, if it's that egregious, this is me just don't have any proof, but I'm just saying, it feels like anytime I've ever been in a job, like working at like a grocery store, if somebody gets caught doing something, it's because they probably learned it from somebody else, or they like have done it together. It's truly strange just how fascinated people are with the darkest and most gruesome side of society. It's long since been a fascination for the younger generation, who will gladly watch videos of influencers deep cleaning hoarder dens or graves. Even as recently as 2024, there was a cleaning simulator game called Crime Scene Cleaner, in which you play a man working for the mob. The game is essentially just cleaning up murder scenes in an oddly satisfying way. I think it's kind of like the one where you have like the power washer, like that game. Is that just called Power Washing Simulator or something? It's the way that those games, like almost like a slot machine, the way that it sounds cleaning off. It's almost ASMR or something. So I could see someone cleaning up that kind of shit. There's even a biohazard cleanup company called Spalding Decon that hosts the crime scene cleaning YouTube channel, posting videos documenting their cleaning adventures. The channel has 1.5 million subscribers, and their most viral video titled "Tub with Chunks of Flesh" shows them cleaning up after a mother passed away in the bathtub. Comments on this video repeatedly point out how insane it is that they're so disgusted by it, but keep watching because they're so fascinated. Which is true. It feels kind of taboo almost, doesn't it? It's like something you shouldn't watch, but you do. And also, I feel like a lot of these channels are a bit more respectful with, they're not like showing anything crazy, but they are showing like, this is what the reality of it is, which I think it's kind of like admirable. Like whenever I saw even the people cleaning hoarder houses, unfucking believable, man. And it is insane too to be like, look at what this person was able to like completely turn around. And it's like fascinating too to be like, how many times have I been in a place and it's been a crime scene or so, like stuff that I don't know. Like you rent a home, it was a hoarder house before or something. Cause I don't think you have to, do you have to disclose that? I think if you're buying a house, you have to disclose that, like if somebody was like, if it was an active crime scene or something. Over on TikTok, CSE workers are filming their entire process and gaining millions of views. These videos often show blood and filth, likely left up under the label of education content. And also I think it's satisfying. It's that ASMR. It's like people that deep clean cars. Anticipation and payoff. I see a dirty thing, I see it get clean. That was satisfying. I think it's just like a weird primitive tick in our brains too. There are so many massively important jobs that go unnoticed by the majority of society. It can't be understated that crime scene cleaners are providing a necessary service to society. One that not only keeps things clean, but helps victims mentally prepare for the loss of loved ones. If you find yourself innately fascinated by true crime and want to make a living surrounded by all its dark and seedy elements, maybe this is something you want to do for a living. But just remember that podcasts and movies might not properly prepare you for the horrors that you find inside. Thank you guys so much, and hey, stay clean out there. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we'll be pulling back and unveiling the horrors of hair transplants. Not me though, dude. Look at this hairline.
Oh, you got a good hairline.
All you bald bitches out there. Hey, Jacob! Come here! Don't make me wait.
What's up?
Sit on Dad's lap. You're a big guy. You're looking at me and you're looking at this full head of hair. Now look at what you could become.
Wait.
What happened? Why are you hiding? Hey! You son of a bitch! You cut it off! God damn it! Why? Get out! You're fired! Get out of here! I can't believe you cut it!
I had to.
You had the most beautiful set of hair coming, and you ruined it. You bald son of a bitch. Get out of here. Fuck! I ruined my entire fucking month. Everyone wants to like the way they look, except Jacob. Whether it's trying a new hairstyle or updating your wardrobe, there's usually ways to do it. But what about those cursed with bad genes? I'm talking about baldness. Yuck! 2 out of every 3 men experience hair loss to some degree before age 40. And by age 60, hair loss comes for us all. Many will go completely bald. It can be hard to lose your hair, especially when it's such an important part of your look, right? Because of this, many have turned to hair transplants. It may seem like a life-changing opportunity, but if you're not careful, you can be left scarred for life. With the potential financial and physical risks that come with attempting to get your hair transplants, it makes you wonder why people would ever go through with it. And for many, it's very, very simple. Being bald is the worst. Do I have a bald spot on top of my head?
That's just where your hair parts.
Are you sure? Problem is I feel like it comes mostly with good-looking men. Good-looking men, they went through their whole life, getting their dick sucked, balls licked, girl taking her fingernail, rubbing the ridges of his taint and all that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Living La Vida Loca, and then those motherfuckers get their hair thinned out real quick. Then they look at it and they start doing this. Us big, fat-ass, beautiful men, balls full of semen from never being touched by a woman. My beautiful lion mane. How foolish you are to give away your seeds so easily, my friend.
What if that is the thing?
I think it has partially to do with semen retention. As if I wasn't just in my fucking bedroom beating it all day.
It's transferring to the woman. They're taking all your fucking hairline again.
I tell you what, too, just to turn around a bit, I've seen some women's hairlines. God damn.
Turn around?
No, I'm saying I've to turn around. Oh. Nick actually physically turned around. I said to turn around. While many people are quick to shave off their remaining hair and embrace their new bald lifestyle, others spend the rest of their lives feeling pretty fucking torn up about it. And on TikTok, you can find people voicing their frustrations about being the town punching bag due to their baldness. For some bald men, being reminded of their baldness is like a mental and physical punch to the gut. Videos can be seen of heated confrontations erupting out in public, either during fast food freakouts or road rage incidents. In the heat of the moment, calling out someone for being bald seems to send these men into chaotic fits of rage.
You need to be removed from the gene pool because you're too fucking stupid to be alive.
Yeah?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
no hair, sweetie. Oh, baby.
Touch me. Fucking touch me. Fucking touch me. Touch me. Fucking touch me. When you flip somebody off, it's assault.
Which I will say, calling a white man bald is the equivalent of the N-word. I will die on that hill. Go up to any like boomer man and be like, whatever, you fat bald bitch. Hey! They'll start shaking. What the fuck did you just say to me? That kind of thing. You can say anything else to him. Anything at all. Call him bald. That shit cuts deep. It's like one of those fucking knives in Dune, whatever. You know what I mean? Piercing through the armor. Because you can say all kinds of things. Ugly ass fucking outfit. They're like, I like this outfit actually. Call him bald though. Ooh. Also, every old bald man, their fucking, like their head, it just wrinkles up. The shape of it, it's like, it looks like Homer's mouth. Dude, just talking to all these bald people fucking gross me out, dude. It's so weird. Ugh. Many people who find themselves losing their hair at a young age take to the internet to lament the fact that it's actually much harder to be bald than people make it out to be. All right, you guys think it's all a joke, but that shit's rough, all right? One poor soul rants about how his family told him women love bald men to help him cope, only for him to realize that he supposedly went from a 7 out of 10 to a 4 out of 10 after shaving the rest off, and women no longer seem to be interested in him. Where he got these numbers is probably somewhere in La La Land in his head. But still, that's his perception, that's his belief, it affects his confidence, he's fucked. He admits to being saddened by his bald head every single day for the past 2 years. Hey, this video is sponsored by Hungry Root. It's officially the busiest time of the year, so don't spend crucial brain power on grocery shopping. Let Hungry Root be your personal shopper so you can focus on buying the important stuff. Hungry Root is your place for high quality food, taking the guesswork out of it and the bad stuff too. That's because they screen out over 200 different additives, including high fructose corn syrup, artificial sweeteners, and preservatives. And they only source the best, grabbing high quality meats and seafood. Hungry Root was awesome because I wanted some vegetables and they said, here's some vegetables and there's no bad stuff on it. It was really cool. And if you have any dietary restrictions, Hungry Root has got you covered because Hungry Root tailors items to your needs. And soon it will fill your cart with personalized items that you're sure to love. That's because when you get started, they ask you a question to see what you like to eat and how much you want to spend per week. When I'm stuck at the desk, I'll sometimes reach for snacks that I end up regretting later. But Hungry Root has helped me find healthy alternatives to keep stocked in the fridge so I can keep it healthy while I keep working. From smoothies to salads and everything in between, Hungry Root has got you covered. Take advantage of this exclusive offer. For a limited time, get 40% off your first box plus a free item in every box for life. Click the link below or go to hungryroot.com and use code PAPAMeat. That's 40% off your first box and a free item of your choice for the rest of your life at hungryroot.com with code PAPAMeat. Thank you, Hungry Root, for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. Many bald men face ridicule from people, but this discrimination can sometimes bleed into your place of work. Uh-oh. Hey, Jacob! There we go. Come down. For people that don't know, Jacob had a beautiful set of long, silky, straight hair. This is awesome because I'm curious to get a bald man's perspective because my hair is so rich, so full.
It's true.
Come around here. We'll take off the beanie. I gotta show you that you're proof that you're bald. Oh, gross. As a bald man, how do you feel about your bald head?
It does make me incredibly sad because, as Hunter said, I used to have very long, straight blonde hair, and especially since by 19, it started to go. So basically over a decade now, I'm just ashamed of myself. And I wear a hat constantly.
If some guy came up and they made fun of you being bald, is that your N-word?
I'd probably be a little traumatized, yeah. It's just unnecessary, you know? I know I'm bald.
It's true. I got eyes. We all got eyes. All right. Thanks a lot, Cue Ball. Shamefully puts his beanie back on and goes back upstairs. Been wearing the same goddamn beanie since he was 12 years old. And the U. A 61-year-old worker named Mark Jones had been working in a sales job for 2 years, and his manager always desired an energetic and youthful team, and at one point directly stating, I don't want a team of bald-headed 50-year-old men. Not bad, all right? When I go into a place I want to feel young, I want to feel spry, right? I'm going to a place, a bunch of bald, especially bald British guys. Oh my God. These guys are, can I help you with something? Fucking, they got the super shiny heads. Well, if they're to put like turtle wax on their head or something like that, I'm telling you, it's shiny. I have to put on some shades.
Yeah, it's blinding.
Hey, kid, I'll get you a telly, eh? I'll get you stuff a face, eh?
What?
Soon, Mark happened to be put on a performative improvement plan. He was not underperforming, but was apparently being iced out in order to replace him with 2 young, hip new hires. After feeling pressure for some time, he quit, filed a complaint with his employer, and won $86,000. Holy shit! Among the many things that money was meant to cover, one was injury to feelings. Hey, Jacob. I actually think that I like your look, man.
What was that about the money?
We'll get you a wig. The hatred of bald people came to a head in 2024 when UK court ruled that making comments about a person's scalp can be considered sexual harassment, believing that it inherently relates to gender. Seriously, Jacob, your look is sick, man.
I'm hearing every word.
This became a topic of discussion after a man named Tony Finn accused his boss of sexual harassment after being called a stupid bald cunt. There are rumors that the panel of judges making this decision just so happened to be bald as well. See, it's a big fucking conspiracy, dude. All these fucking bald Illuminati bastards, I'm telling you. But it's not just insults from women that bald men have to worry about. Even some animals are targeting them as well. Over in a small English village, a hormonal hawk began terrorizing the older bald men that lived there over the course of several weeks. One 75-year-old man named Jim Hewitt was left with his head bloodied after being dive-bombed by the bird, leaving him and the other bald residents forced to wear bike helmets when they left the house. That is awesome, dude. I'll go out with your helmet, all right? Eventually, the hawk was lured into someone's shed and captured. But it doesn't stop there. In the most extreme cases, bald men are literally being hunted down. In Mozambique, a series of ritual attacks in 2017 led to the police publicly warning the bald population this was due to a superstition supposedly spread around by witch doctors, giving credence to the cultural belief that the heads of bald men contain gold. Hey Jake, can I get you to come down here real quick? Can you grab a hammer also real quick too? Because of this, 3 bald men were killed in a single week. What? It was said that one victim was dismembered, supposedly to use the organs for a ritual by the doctor to bring wealth to the client.
After the first one, you'd see there is no gold.
Or what if they think that someone already grabbed the gold? That it's gone. Or that the bald bastards spend the gold themselves. It's no wonder that bald people are afraid or ashamed of the way they look. Thankfully, people have been trying to solve this problem for quite some time. And let me tell you, still in this day and age, there's not a final solution. Can we associate bald people with demonic forces?
Yes.
That's what I think. There's a lot of solutions on the market that claim to cure male baldness, but many of them are either ridiculous or even more demoralizing than just being bald. In the 90s, a revolutionary spray-on hair product called GLH hit the market. It came in every hair color and could be applied in a matter of minutes. It worked by spraying small coated particles that grabbed onto existing hair, filling out the rest of your scalp. Before this, men had to use Topic, which was essentially the same thing, but you had to sprinkle a bunch of small fibers on your head. You basically had to be a fucking chia plant. Today, the pour-on fiber is still a super popular option and has dramatically improved. Science has gotten there, but not far enough. Now, you can go to barber shops where they'll shine your big fucking bald head and apply an adhesive that allows the fibers to stick so you don't have to reapply them all the time. Another popular option is toupees, which these are essentially small wigs that fit perfectly over bald spots.
I've seen ones where it's little kids who are bald.
That's sad.
And the guy makes them, I think he makes them for free.
If I was the kid, I'd be like, Mom, you need to fucking pay for this. I'm a bald kid. I'm not a fucking monster. All right?
Luckily, the guy I saw, he's also bald because he does this. The kids are all sad and crying and he leans over and he lifts it up.
Start screaming. This is our future. They're intended for men who still have hair on the side of their heads, but not on top. You got the little cul-de-sac cut. Love a cul-de-sac cut. Jacob shaved his. Hope he burns in hell. Doesn't matter. Though some completely bald men do still use the toupees, but not all of them. Early versions were very primitive and obvious, but today you can hardly tell when somebody is wearing one. Though the realism comes with a hefty price. On average, a toupee can cost between $200 to $400. And if you want a high-end toupee called a hair system, you can expect to pay at least $4,000 for a high-end fucking toupee. That's crazy.
It's a used car right there.
That is. That's a used Camry. That baby's gonna run forever. I don't know about that toupee. If you don't want a simple cosmetic solution and are looking for a more permanent fix, then you can get your hair tattooed on. I never understood this one. There are tattoo artists who specialize in giving people hair tattoos. Instead of simply drawing on hair, they place thousands of tiny dark dots so it looks like a freshly shaved head. Pretty sure Fousey did that.
Oh, really?
It looks bad.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks stupid. For women who are balding around the scalp, they can get tattoos on the roots to make it seem like they were never gone. But like the rest of these treatments, they are not cheap. One woman paid a whopping $25,000 to get her roots tattooed. Many turn away the traditional alternatives because of the cost or ineffectiveness, and this can lead to people searching for more outlandish solutions. For a while, there was a common belief that doing daily handstands would help regrow your hair, which is an awesome thing to think. Well, you just go that way, they come out. That makes sense to me. I'd be like, of course. It's just physics and gravity. Those who practice it believe that pooling blood at the top of your skull would reactivate the follicles and promote hair growth. Another unusual approach emerged in 2003 when scientists discovered that applying hot sauce to bald spots on mice seemingly helped regrow hair. Like how they saw like a bald mouse and they were like, Tapatio. The Tapatio.
You think it was an accident? Like he was eating like a taco?
I bet you they were torturing the mouse. Despite there being no proof that it works on humans, people still applied hot sauce to their chrome domes in just sheer desperation. Which if you gotta do it, you gotta do it. Out of all these so far, handstand seems to, I like that one the most. For people that are looking for something a little more permanent, however, it's time to think about getting a hair transplant. Essentially, getting a hair transplant means taking hair grafts from other parts of your body that may have healthy growing hair, your ass, and moving them to the balding areas on your scalp. You take your ass skin and you put it on your scalp, and it works. Depending on the amount of work you need done, the procedure itself can take multiple hours and sometimes multiple sessions to get done. It typically takes a few weeks to recover from a hair transplant, in which you'll rest and avoid drinking, smoking, and high-impact physical activity. You basically just gotta completely lay low. While getting a hair transplant can be a godsend for many, it is not without a few strange side effects. You like that photo? One 27-year-old man named Alex Finken received a hair transplant for $17,500, only to wake up the next morning with severe swelling in his head. And I mean, the swelling is crazy. Alex made a TikTok video talking about the experience, and people were shocked to see that his head was shaped like a giant egg. In it, he also explains how the swelling is so bad that he can't see out of his left eye. Another man who faced similar side effects went viral after showing the headband he had to wear to manage the swelling. He compared the shape of his head to both Megamind and Squidward. Those that finally go through with getting the hair transplant find that it helps them regain self-esteem, reduces overall stress, and greatly improves their appearance. Some celebrities like John Cena admit that they were being pressured to get hair transplants after being endlessly bullied about it during their WWE matches. And at one point, the crowd started making chants about it and pulling up signs that read, "I can see your bald spot, Cena." You know what? If I was John Cena, I'd be like, good. I want you to see my bald spot. I'd get a fucking bullseye tattooed on it. Lean into it, dude. Fuck it. As the hair transplant industry begins to grow in popularity, we're starting to see an increase in clinics offering beard transplants as well. Because this is relatively new advancement, it holds some risk, seeing as you can't wear a hat or cover up a botched beard. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you get your beard fucked up, now you're just like a weird fucking freak show. Hair transplants have exploded, and now everyone and their mother wants to get one. And seemingly out of nowhere, the world is now fixated on getting hair transplants. In 2021, the global hair transplant industry was worth $9.3 billion and is projected to reach nearly $50 billion by 2033. This massive boom is spurred by a new phenomenon called medical tourism. Because places around the globe offer cheaper surgeries, it's reported that at least 46% of people are willing to travel to get their hair and other cosmetic surgeries done just because it's so much cheaper. These procedures can be thousands of dollars cheaper. Turkey has become the #1 spot in the world for cheap hair transplants. On average, they cost a couple $1,000s depending on the amount of grafts you need, and have a 97% success rate. That is fucking crazy. See, but my luck, I'd go there and they'd be like, "You are part of 3%. Oh. It's also a swift process that usually takes one day. A man vlogged his entire 3-day journey at a high-end clinic and showed just how streamlined it was. On the first day, you arrive at your hotel. Many hair transplant packages include all-inclusive packages at very nice hotels, so you get a nice big fucking room. I mean, it's you're pampered like a baby. It's awesome. But the second day is when the magic starts. You show up to the clinic where they look at your head and mark out where the grafts need to go, and then they lay you on a massage table and begin to remove the graft areas. You are then woken up and given lunch before being put back under for the main surgery, which takes 7 to 8 hours. After the surgery, you were given a special pillow to sleep on, some medicine, and you were sent back to your hotel. Day 3, you're expected to go back to the clinic, lotion and wash your grafts. After you're all clean, they briefly put you in low light laser therapy, transfer you to a hyperbaric chamber for an hour. 3 days, and of course, weeks and weeks, probably months of healing. 6 months later, you'll see like, oh shit, but still, it's fucking insane. Leave on a Friday, back at work on Monday with my giant fucking swelled up head. It's awesome. To illustrate just how popular Turkey has become for tourist transplants, videos are beginning to circulate online showing airplane flights filled with bald men coming to and from their procedures. There are literal airplanes full of bald men traveling to get transplants. Beautiful. Look at those bald men all holding hands like they're going to heaven. We're gonna make it. As with any medical procedure, there's always a risk that something will go wrong. And in fact, traveling outside the country has resulted in some nightmare hair transplants. Because there's such a high demand for hair transplants in Turkey, a new black market has taken over the underground and is leaving people maimed. Hair mills, for example, are clinics that perform quick surgeries for dirt cheap that are usually done by regular people and not doctors. They practice cheap surgeries that oftentimes leave the patient scarred and at a high risk for infection due to unhygienic tools and medical malpractice. And in recent news, a person who went to one of these cheap clinics had to be removed from his commercial flight because he wouldn't stop bleeding. Imagine getting kicked off a fucking Southwest flight because you won't stop bleeding from your scalp. Can I just go home? The skin grafts were done poorly, and the pressurized cabin caused her wounds to squeeze blood out from the top of his head. It's brutal, man. Another patient's hair grew super thick and was left with scars after a cheap transplant. The man chose the clinic from Google reviews and paid £2,500 for the surgery, only to be left with the worst looking hair. His doctor reassured him that the thin patches were a part of the early healing process, right? However, months after the surgery, the hair never thickened. Distressed by his hair, he sought out a specialist who told him that his hair might be permanently damaged and that it would take at least 2 more surgeries to correct the medical malpractice. Hey, you think you're gonna go back to the black market and find that motherfucker again? No, he's gone. And he has your money. $2,500, dude. Just save up a little bit. My God. I don't know. It's just one of those things like, you've been bald this long, just wait a little longer. Also, probably the longer it goes on and the more readily available it is, the cheaper it'll probably be. Maybe. I don't know. Hair thinning is a common side effect of botched surgeries because the grafts are not put in properly. This is a known thing, yet people still choose to dump their money into cheap clinics and risk their health. It's a shame that this keeps happening because multiple people have claimed that their botched transplants have ruined their lives. 57-year-old Mark Sweeney paid around $4,600 for his head to be left with massive scars and an unnatural hairline. Dude, once again, just like you're saying, double it. If you can you get a professional one done for 10? Just wait.
Yeah, that's worse.
Get a fucking loan if you have to. My God. It affected his life so much that he quit his waitressing job due to being embarrassed by his hairline. Yeah, dude, no one's gonna fucking leave a tip for that ghoul walking around with his thin ass hair. He's that Red Robin. You guys must have campfire sauce? They're like looking at the Phantom of the Opera. He takes off the mask. His life has now completely changed because he's left depressed and anxious about his appearance. Brutal, man. I fucking feel bad for these guys. A clinic in India called Look Like You Feel also left one of its patients disappointed. He paid $4,700 for a transplant and received 4,700 grafts on his head. $1 a graft. Once the surgery was completed, his hairline was ruined and the donor area was over-harvested, preventing healthy hair growth. The patient reached out to the clinic again, asking if there was any way to improve the healing process, and the doctor recommended more medicine, but after the medicine didn't work, and the patient kept asking for help, the doctors blocked his number. Oh, God. One man fumes over the botched transplant he had received from Dr. Brett Bolton, who runs the Great Hair Transplants Clinic in Florida. According to him, he was told he could pay $1 per hair. So he put down $14,000 for 14,000 hairs. This procedure was only 1 to 2 hours long, and he received a fraction of the grafts he paid for. 25% of those incisions, however, were empty and had no grafts placed in them. The doctor even skipped his mid-scalp as well as the crown, despite agreeing to do that beforehand. It turns out that he didn't even employ the standard method of the follicular unit extraction, instead giving him the equivalent of a 1980s hair plug that he renamed Bolton's Bundles. Ugh. In the process, the man claims Bolton left multiple gaps, killing existing hairs, and did permanent damage to his scalp. First off, dude, I would never go to Florida for anything. Okay. Hey, Dr. Bolton.
Yes, sir, Rio.
Can you patch up my hair? Bolton Bundle it is. I'd be like, no. No thanks. His further investigation showed that Bolton's social media promotion success stories were typically the same videos being repeated multiple times. He's like, thank God one worked.
Thank God, one worked. Even worse, he claims that the man doesn't show up as being medically licensed. See, this is also things you gotta do more research. In the comments, another victim of Brett Bolton reveals that he had to cut a nerve in the back of his head during his procedure, making it perpetually numb to this day. His reputation online got so bad that people started labeling him the Bolton Botcher, and people started digging into his history, only to find an article reporting that he was suspended of his medical license after an insane incident that occurred in 2014. Bolton was found to be posting on the website about how he was in fact the son of God. According to the staff members, he was doing strange things like believing he was Jesus Christ, dressing all in white and asking everybody if God asked them to kill someone, would they do it?
Whoa. Whoa.
Bolton's bundles. The erratic behavior escalated to the point where he was found violently knocking out a man exiting a bathroom at the 9/11 Memorial Museum in New York. He did so because apparently God told him that the man was a pedophile that needed to be brought to justice. Give that man a clinic. Like I was just like, all right, hair. We're just moving into hair. He started challenging police officers to arrest him, which is exactly what they did. And after this, he ended up in a psychiatric ward for 2 weeks before eventually continuing to run his nightmare of a clinic and ruining the lives of many. Though being bald and doing the hair transplants and all this shit might seem like a dark and despairing road, there's still hope for a cure. In October of this year, scientists at a national Taiwan university made a major breakthrough that could cure baldness in humans. They claimed that fatty acid serum was applied to bald spots on mice and that significant growth was observed 20 days after application. Essentially, the fatty acids irritate the skin, which causes the hair follicles to reactivate after being dormant. Though no large-scale tests have been conducted on humans, they remain optimistic that the study will result in a groundbreaking new product. Other studies showing progress in its early stages come from the University of Virginia School of Medicine, which claims to have identified a leading cause of baldness. In their study, they found that the middle and upper parts of the hair contain stem cells that are necessary for hair growth. The bulb inside the skin is often the first part to die off, but if you can save the upper and middle parts of the hair, there's still a chance of stopping baldness from spreading. So, hey, a little hope on the horizon. To all the people who are bald or on their way to being bald. Bald. You have our utmost sympathy. Hopefully, there will be a safer, less expensive alternative that completely solves male baldness in the near future. When it comes to accepting your baldness, what matters most is inner confidence. If you're able to get past the need for having long, flowing, beautiful, gorgeous hair that maybe is curly and is just really healthy and thick and full. If you're able to get past the need of having that, you may just be happier avoiding the potential risks that come with invasive procedures. But that being said, there's nothing wrong with getting a hair transplant, so as long as you do your research, guys. But hey, love yourself and love each other. We will see you in the next one. See you later, bald bitches. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming on and sitting down because today we're talking about one of, if not the most important thing in human life, existence. Gooning. Gooning is a new phrase that I feel has been popularized over the last couple of years, but it's just, other words. Master Chief, diddling yourself, playing around, people's instincts to, as human beings, we have all sorts of temptations, Food, drugs, alcohol, you name it. We are people that are plagued by temptation. We live our lives enjoying these things in moderation so that it doesn't ruin our lives. We like to put our finger in the honey jar but not get a handful from time to time. Is it a sin to taste the forbidden fruit? You do have to be careful.
Starts with one finger, you put two.
It starts with your pinky, and all of a sudden, now you're elbow deep. Which one that's plaguing the internet as a whole, I would say, is horniness. People are horny. People are riled up. I mean, we live in an age where anyone with a smartphone can look up videos of perfect-looking people doing just about anything they can think of. I can't even imagine if you gave a caveman a phone, and he could articulate the thoughts of him being like, oh, brick heavy brick. It'd be awesome. And for some, this temptation becomes far too enticing, leading to what might be one of the saddest and sometimes most life-ruining habits of all time. Gooning. We're just going to talk about gooning and the destructive habits, the dark side of gooning. I don't know, I think there's even is there a bright side of gooning?
I'm about to blow.
Hunter, I have something to tell you.
What is it, Mom?
You may want to put that energy drink down. I don't think your heart can take it.
Well, Mom, I appreciate your concern, but I've actually been drinking Gamer Supps raw meat blend that's non-caffeinated. While they do have a caffeinated option, both are equally delicious, so I think it should be okay.
Hunter, you're not my son.
What?
There's no way you could be my son. Look at you. You're too big. I mean, nobody is as fat as you in the family.
Oh, God.
Whoa, whoa there, little Debbie. Don't want you to slip into a diabetic stroke.
We're sugar-free! And it's keto-friendly, Mom!
Don't call me that anymore. I just got back from the courthouse. Papers are signed. You're not my son.
Oh, God!
And quit crying like that. It just makes you look so fat.
Oh, God!
You're probably asking yourself, well, Hunter, what is gooning? I'm sure that's what people are wondering. Let me explain. The act of gooning consists of cranking your hog for an absurdly long period of time without blossoming. Can we say ejaculating? I don't know. This can go on for hours or even days for some people. Hours into days. Wrap your head around that one. The entire time, they're edging themselves to delay the sweet, sweet release, the blissful ecstasy that is to come. Doing this for long periods of time has been said to send these people into a hypnotic state, almost as if high on a strong drug, like Percocet. Some refer to it as an out-of-body experience, or even a meditative experience at that. Others say that gooning allows them to experience the feelings of an orgasm for several hours at a time. That has to be borderline torture after a while. It's nice for a brief moment. Could you imagine it for hours on end?
No.
I don't like that.
The max I've gooned is an hour.
I was getting ready to be like, you know what it's like Hellraiser. And I'm like, you're Pinhead. You're literally one of the fucking angels coming out of the box being like, we came. We have such sights to show you. When asked about the act, one experienced gooner said, quote, as a very intelligent person who overthinks and overanalyzes every single thing, I sink into this Neanderthal state where I'm just like, me penis, me gooner. So dumb. I'm just a primordial source, oozing sexuality, oozing raw phallic vibes. Many gooners refer to themselves as pornosexuals, as their love for adult videos exceeds their interest in the actual act of sex in real life. That's gotta be a problem. That's gotta be a bit of a problem, I would assume. In order to keep themselves fixated on gooning for as long as possible, some turn to drugs to improve the experience. One Redditor that was interviewed by Vice admits, quote, I love to use Adderall or Vyvanse when I goon. It gets you super hyper fixed on the porn. And also very slightly dulls your sensitivity, making you stay on edge for literally fucking hours. Can you imagine watching that kind of content that long? It's boring, dude. If the gooning sensation keeps going on, you better start getting Scorsese in there directing something. There's some real actors.
It's like meditating. You know what I mean? It's just like, you let go. You keep going.
Yeah, you're like seeing like just this vision of something. You're like, and the light starts to dim, so you get back up there. And it comes crystal clear again. Which that same man later admits to gooning for 32 hours straight at one point, allowing himself only 2 breaks throughout the day to eat and take naps. Well, I mean, you're gonna have to take a nap. If you're playing around the monkey bars that long, you're gonna have to take a nap, all right? Which, what is the origins of gooning, right? I mean, listen, since the dawn of time, you look down and you play with yourself. That's whatever, but gooning especially, what is the origins of that? To track down the origins of the word, many have pointed out that the earliest use was in the Urban Dictionary in 2005. Another user added an updated definition in 2012, which combined to form the meaning we have today, much like Latin to English. I'll read the updated description of what gooning is from 2012, and I quote, gooning may be most simply defined as the state usually achieved after a prolonged edging session, which if you haven't heard of edging, we've already gone over that too. You're gonna have to go back and watch the catalog. If anything, throw up a quick thing, that's it, that's all you get. When a man becomes completely hypnotized by the feeling radiating his penis, since a gooning state can only be achieved after edging, the man's dick will become mightily aroused at this point, and every caress the male genitals are subjected to will trigger potent elation. As the man keeps edging and thus keeps experiencing intense pleasure, he enters a state of trance where his mind ultimately merges with his cock, the gooning state, where he and his dick become one. When the gooning state is achieved, the man's body becomes, for all intents and purposes, an appendage to his erection. He may become very vocal, while his body and face might take an undignified expression and poses, all in response to the intensely exquisite caress his penis is exposed to. Hence the term goon. So basically it's just, you beat your dick and you go into a hypnotic stage where you're making clown faces so you look like a goober. Goon! It is believed that gooning skyrocketed in popularity during the COVID-19 pandemic as people needed a sexual outlet that didn't require being in contact with other people.
Just
right?
an excuse.
That's an excuse, dude. Gooning has become somewhat of a group activity. While some people assemble their own groups to goon with in person, others utilize things like online Reddit groups and video calls. And it isn't uncommon for extreme gooners to stream the they watch over Discord to allow for seamless group gooning sessions. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think I would do that with somebody.
No.
Maybe I'm not brave enough.
To get on a call and goon with someone.
To even like experience that kind of content and be like, oh, I like this one. Is this cool for everybody? I mean, do you do like a vibe check beforehand? Is everyone cool with this one? Which, let's go over some of the gooner slang that you might hear, you might see online, right? A goon sesh, which is an intense gooning session, sometimes involving other fellow gooners.
Sometimes.
Well, you know. Well, I guess you gotta have a goon sesh with yourself. If you're just gooning,
you're right.
is that a goon sesh?
Well,
So.
When I heard it's sometimes involving other gooners, for some reason I pictured it's just like involuntary, like they're not gooners as well. You're just beating up with other
I hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna beat off in here. Or goon state, the point of masturbation where you enter a sexual trance, experiencing intense sexual pleasure. That's like you getting ready to break. That's your goon state. I'm gonna try to figure that out. I'm gonna record myself next time. I'm gonna record my face. Goon mark, sexual or pornographic material that gooners bookmarks in order to goon with it later on.
That's a big thing on Twitter.
Oh, so on Twitter, people are like, oh, I'm goon marking this.
Well, people be just like, look at all the bookmarks.
Oh, yeah. That's the biggest thing I'm seeing, like the likes and reposts or whatever, but people are like, look at the bookmarks. It's like a catastrophically high number. Flicker goon. This better involve teleportation somehow. A meme and gooning technique based on the boxing technique known as the flicker jab. Some have explained this technique and incorporate it to their gooning sessions. I can goon for 8 hours straight. I can flicker goon for 7 seconds. What does that mean? Good. Someone gives you of how to do it. It's like having Muhammad Ali right behind your ear, telling you how to do the little Texas two-step that he did in the ring, huh? Tense your arm up and make it start shaking. Jesus fucking. Then relax your arm a tiny little bit so that your fast twitch muscles make your arm bounce up and down. Then relax your.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. If I'm relaxing. If you play games like Mario Party where you have to mash a button really fast, it's the same fast twitch muscle response for you to use it for those games. Mario Party 3? Remember how you had to button mash on that? Just apply it to your gooning session, dude. So flicker gooning is you just being like, where some guy's just like, oh, I could go for an hour. And the other guy's just like, I'm getting the job done that quick.
Isn't that the opposite of gooning though? Or is that like a finish move?
Well, that's what
like
I
when
think.
You flicker, you're just like, I'm done.
Well, unless the thing is when you flicker goon, it's like a M16 or something. It's like a burst. You're like, versus kind of having you have to go through the whole thing. Flicker gooning, I think, is someone who's just like totally in control. Or we could talk about people's goon caves. Goon caves have become an important part of the gooner culture. A goon cave is basically just the room that gooners use to participate in the act. Sometimes people say they're rooms. Sometimes people say they're cars.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, we'll get into that here in a bit. Experienced gooners have upgraded their setup to utilize multiple monitors in order to have multiple different porn videos looping at the same time. This way, gooners can avoid boring moments in an individual video by simply looking at another one, thus allowing them to goon unimpeded for countless hours. What I like about that is they're definitely just like, yeah, job scene. So tacky. Yeah, and they look at another thing. Other comforting additions to a goon cave may include sex toys, snacks, and copious amounts of lube. Why do you need the snacks?
You get hungry. Dude, if you're there for hours.
Oh, that's true. If you're there for hours. But at the same time, am I meditating or am I like lounging? Like in a Buddhist temple, do they have a fucking box of Teddy Grahams in the back? I doubt it. If you're trying to get to an enlightened state, I'm not thinking about fruit roll-ups and fucking ring pops, dude. I'm thinking about seeing God. I mean, you could have like a shrimp cocktail thing around your cock there. I'm not touching any food and putting anything near my mouth during that session. Can you imagine like beating off and then with that same hand you like have like a bag of Doritos, you're like, you know what I mean? There's no way you're gonna have that mess up, dude. I mean, you know, we could talk about how gooning and stuff, you go into a very transfixed, meditative state, elevated state of that. But I do think there are the negative side effects of gooning, my friends. It's worth bringing those up as well. People who are addicted to gooning can experience similar side effects to that of porn addiction. These side effects include erectile dysfunction, decrease in sex drive for real-life partners, an insatiable desire to watch porn at all times, isolating oneself due to decline of healthy social skills, pushing your sexual preferences to the extremes, and of course, depression. You beat off so much, you're just like, I'm sad. It's so weird to me, which you do whatever the fuck you, I don't give a fuck, but more so the idea that someone's just like, I need to tell someone that I'm f***ing off. Maybe someone will want to come over. You know what I mean? Or that someone on the internet's just like, hey, yeah, I'm right by there. Let me come over. Or even just like, you want to get on Skype? It's addiction.
Do you think it's a cry for help when people are like, yeah, this is my gooning cave. Help me.
I think a lot of this always stems from people who are wanting attention, is what I think. Not in a way where it's like, oh, I'm desperate, but I think people just fucking want like a buddy. But then you're all horned up all the time. Like maybe you want a girlfriend or something. You want a relationship or you want some kind of outlet. Or you have a unhealthy attachment to that media where it's completely like it's fabricated, like fantasy that nothing will ever be able to compete to, is what I think. But a big thing and a big reason that I wanted to talk about this is one, because it's funny, but then also two, because something happened recently that sparked a new term for gooning. I'm of course talking about the goonicide of 2025.
What a way to start off the year.
That was a crazy way to start the year. Goonicide. If you don't know, let me just tell you about it. Recently, a man named Nautica Malone pulled up to Bikini Beans Coffee with his pants off before being told to leave by the baristas filming on her phone. It's basically like a Hooters for coffee. It's like a Hooters Starbucks, basically. You see those a lot on like the West Coast. There's a lot of them in like Portland and Seattle. Or I think this one was in like Arizona. If you're in Arizona, it's usually hot. It is what it is. You're seeing your titties are out. You get coffee.
Yeah, the coffee's not good.
People suspected that the man was gooning in his car. People were thinking that this guy was just beating his dick off. And let me tell you, when he peered around at the beginning of that video, nothing but smiles. It is assumed in the video that the man has exposed himself to the baristas at the Bikini Bean on multiple occasions. They're coming out hot with that phone recording because they're just like, there's the fucking black Honda Civic again, or whatever he was driving in. You know what I mean? We're recording him this time. People were quick to ridicule the man, and parents in the Arizona Moms Helping Other Moms on Facebook group were able to identify the man and contact his wife. Cold. Ice cold.
Why is that video getting posted in the Facebook Moms thing?
I think some of those moms are a little freaky. We're talking about goon sessions and people Skyping calls. You're trying to tell me that a Facebook Moms group isn't getting together and they're just like, did you guys see this? I mean, there's some scandalous shit in there. Mark's mowing his lawn again, shirtless. Or drive by, hey Mark. But in doing so, by contacting the guy's wife, it was discovered that Nautica had taken his own life. And it's suspected that he did so in order to avoid being humiliated online from this viral video because it was catching on like a wildfire. But before ending his life, Nautica left a note saying this, quote, I apologize. I love you, Queen. I made a mistake and I don't think I'll be able to face you and the babies. I don't know why I drove through like that. My mental has been f***ed up. I am not a monster, and I apologize. I love you forever. If I am in critical condition, please pull the plug. To all my family and friends, I love you and I'm so sorry. I love my kids and family. Please forgive me. Is that not fucking tragic? Listen, I'm not advocating for the guy to do what he did, but at the same time, that's just horrible. Sad. Which even the fucking Bikini Beans company had to make a statement about it, a public statement. And it says, our thoughts and prayers are with the family of the individual involved during this difficult time. This was an unfortunate and tragic situation. As a company, the safety of our employees is always our top priority, and in this case, an individual chose to commit a crime at one of our locations. We take the incidents like this very seriously and remain committed to protecting our team and maintaining a safe, respectful environment. Thank you for your continued support. I don't disagree with anything they said. Is it even necessary to post that? People are going to be flooding your comments for a small period of time. Is it even worth posting that? Because basically what they're saying is like, bummer, your husband and dad killed himself, but he did break the law, and that's just what we have to deal with. Is that even worth posting?
It's probably some kind of corporate thing where it's just like, we gotta say something.
Oh, sure. I'm just saying, but would you post that? To me, it's unnecessary. The guy showed up, he did what he did. We all want to move past it. Why haven't put that out there?
Maybe to calm the angry gooners.
I mean, maybe. Because, I mean, in the response to Nautica's death, a Twitter user posted an invitation for a gooneral, which is a gooner funeral, to be hosted at the coffee shop. That's maybe why you have to put out those statements, okay? Yeah, the gooneral with a fucking dove. On the day of the gooneral, a large group of people gathered together to mourn the death of Nautica, which attendees even chanted, "Goon in peace." Goon in peace. Goon in peace. Goon in peace. They lit candles with Nautica's face on them and created signs that said, "Rest in peace, Goon Lord, the last goon." I mean, dude. Unfortunately, the gooneral only lasted 30 minutes before it had to be shut down by the police. Honestly, though, pretty good turnout. But this did not stop one brave Nautica supporter. One hero decided to roll up and give his support the way he knew how. The next few days, he went back to Bikini Coffee Bean and filmed himself protesting in the drive-thru of the coffee shop's pantless, shouting, "I can't goon."
I can't goon! I can't goon! I can't goon.
Let me tell you something. This is not the answer. You know what I mean? This is not an appropriate way to do this. This is just, once again, this is a crime. He's pantsless again, and you're screaming at people being like, I can't goon. They're serving coffee. He later did the same thing in a nearby In-N-Out. He's just getting out there living free. Because of this event, Nautica's memory now lives on through memes and GTA recreation videos. Horrible, man. It's just sad. I mean, here's the thing. That guy obviously was mentally not well. You maybe even go back and you're like, I'm sorry. You get arrested, you do something, whatever. You can be like, that was a fuck up. Shouldn't have done that. You just move on forward. Or you just never go back there again and you move on with your life. It's just a bummer. And to leave wife and kids, just such a drag. Very sad. Which leads us into our next section, gooner behavior. It feels weird. After talking about this thing, gooning is a funny thing. That story is kind of heavy. I feel gross. I feel sick inside. With that said, let's talk about some of the prime examples of gooner behavior, how people behave in the gooning community. My roommate is perfectly fine for the most part and is usually polite, cleans up, and doesn't smell like what's NSC.
I tried looking it up. Non-single,
I don't know. Editor, if you know what NSC means, put it up. Apparently he didn't smell like that. Every night around 2 a.m., he starts watching anime porn on his phone and beats it under the covers. It's painfully obvious, and sometimes he even makes weird moaning noises. I tried telling him one day that he's got to stop his nightly habit, and he just said that he doesn't know what I'm talking about. And then he did it again that night. What do I even do about this? I don't want to make enemies because other than that late night goon sessions, he's a pretty nice guy. First off, I want to say right now, this is a very classic college guy thing. It's the kind of guy who's like, you get in a fist fight with somebody and all of a sudden you're like buddies and you're drinking beers over. It's like, yeah, I mean, besides the thing about him like beating off, I mean, I can't see it, so he's not a bad guy. He's fine. And he helps you with homework. I don't know. He's cool.
What do you think his noise is when he's in there?
I will say, making like a little fucking Fifth Sense camping tent out of your covers and off to anime, that's a bold choice to do. It's just one thing. We've said it before. We need to say it again. Bring back shame. People don't have any, they just don't give a fuck anymore. I don't care. That's all I can sense is people just being, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I couldn't care less. Because even the guy's too embarrassed to bring it up. He's like, can you stop your nightly habit? And he's like, what do you mean? Which part? What? Me sleeping? Bro, I gotta get up. I have like a lot of exams. He's basically being like, you have to tell me specifically what I'm doing wrong or else I'm not going to stop. We go into another story of Stellar Blade and the Gathering of the Gooner. These feel like novels. They feel like collections in a series, you know what I mean? In 2024, the action-adventure game Stellar Blade was released and became a big success amongst gamers. However, before its release, one decision made by the developers became the result of endless Gooner controversy. What do you think it was? Go ahead and show the image of the old one. They updated something new. What do you think they got mad about? What kind of game change?
They made it way too easy.
Well, it's too easy to play now. The game's protagonist, Eve... Can't even say this alone. The game's protagonist, Eve, was designed to be a strong, sexy woman with a wide variety of revealing clothing to choose from, okay? Look at the old ones, all right? She's a strong, independent, sexy woman, and she has a lot of revealing clothes. Very sexy. That's Eve. Shift Up Games, the developers, marketed the game on violence, sex, and sex appeal, right? All the good shit. And its ability to remain as an uncensored experience in all regions. Gamers assumed that uncensored referred to things such as in-game outfits. But when the game was released, however, it came alongside a day one patch that claimed to not only reduce the violence, but alter the outfits of Eve, the protagonist, to cover up more of her skin.
The woke left won again.
The woke left. The woke left claims another one. Thanks a lot, Biden's America. You win again. There was an uproar online, and a petition was created titled Free Stellar Blade. Her clothes are keeping her captive to plead for the game to return to its original build. The petition received 95,000 signatures.
Was this on change.org too?
I mean, maybe. Change.org. What has change.org done? I want to know. Many Turbo Gooners sent over videos alongside their petition signatures so they could voice their concerns over the game's censorship in regard to the sexy outfits. God damn it! Fuck! Which I want to watch one of these.
This petition is not only to free Stellar Blade, but to send a clear message to Sony, Nintendo.
There's no way this is real. There's no way my man is sitting here, one Zelda frame and then an American flag. He looks like he's at his grandpa's house. Does this not look like a grandpa's house?
Yeah, that's definitely his grandpa's.
And the rest of the publishers in the gaming industry, that we players will not tolerate any form of censorship moving forward. Thank you.
Feels like he's running for school council, doesn't he? The way he's talking, he's like, I could be your president, and I'm going to make sure it's chicken patty every Wednesday.
He kind of sounds like Christian.
Like Ted Cruz. Oh, and the smirk at the end. The smirk at the end's good, dude. What's that fucking like communist photo people use of the like Cuban guy? Che? It's like that. He could have an outline of his face made that way where it's like, stop mindless censorship.
Abby from The Last of Us, Cyberpunk, Baldur's Gate. Full frontal nudity, full jiggle physics, full hardcore sex scenes, not an ounce of it censored. Stellar Blade, 17 costumes, 17 were censored and added mesh to different areas so that they didn't show too much ass. Blood was also heavily censored. We got baited and switched out. We got lied to. It's false advertisement. Remember, 17 costumes. Fight for it and let's win this.
Remember the 5th of November. Because that makes me think if it's like Guy Fawkes. Well, let me ask you this, honestly. If the whole point of your game is like, you get to play as a big woman with a fat ass, and you get to like go around and be half naked and kick someone's ass, and you built your franchise on that, and then the new game is censored, do you think that people are actually losing anything, or do you think people are just like, if your consumer base is a bunch of horny men? Because, I mean, I'm sure the violence or whatever is fine still, but it's just covering them up.
I think you're dishonest. You lied to the people. It's like a politician lying.
I think
you already pre-ordered your game and you get it and you're like, what is this?
Yeah, I have every iteration before this. I've had giant asses and titties flopping around, comically flopping around everywhere. And then now, what the hell is this?
I think you have a right to be upset, to be hurt.
I think you have a right to be upset and be hurt. At the same time, you could also, I don't think it's the end of the world. It's still a huge tits underneath the shirt, right?
Yeah, but is
that not enough?
It's not
Are
enough.
they in like bikinis before?
It's like covering up the boobs. I like the boob window.
So you're like, you want to see the creases of the boobs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I want to see outlines.
Yeah. Did we just get totally bought in by the people being like, you should fight for this? Also, I want to say, too, about The Last of Us. Hardcore sex scenes.
Full frontal nudity.
Blood and gore.
Full jiggle physics.
Full gratuitous sex scenes.
Full hardcore sex scenes.
I mean, what the fuck are we advocating for here? Which I think it's important to stick into the gooning area of gaming, because our next subject is Zenless Zone Zero and the disappearing butt controversy. It's like a Harry Potter book. Zenless Zone Zero, a game created by MiHoYo, is an anime action role-playing game that is well known for being a gooner game for its sexualized characters. It's a gooner game. It happens. Market to market. You want to make money or not? In a recent patch release, the game was altered to make players unable to move the camera to look at the characters' asses.
What?
What the f is going on? When attempted to reach certain angles of the characters, their entire model would fade away. The response from the game's gooner fanbase was overwhelmingly horny. All right, here's a little chat log here. It says, they even added the jiggle to Zhu Yan. Can't even enjoy it, man. You know what, though? Fair. Can I just say that? If you're taking time to be like, you walk around, the ass is like, it's doing one of these. If I was an animator on that, I would be like, I want people to be all up in it. Doesn't mean you have to show ass or whatever else, but you can at least, you know, get in there. I was trying to think they're holding the game controller and flicker gooning. You know what I mean? You're rotating the camera with this hand. Whoa. On the bright side, yes, I checked. Jane's jiggle remains unchanged and just as jiggly as ever. It's unfortunate that I may only see it from afar. Edit, afar, to afar. This is definitely a... Oh god. Go to 6th Street, walk close and slowly by the stairs with Jane, then turn slowly your camera and enjoy the close-up of booty cheeks. Can be done with other characters too. And with Rena, you could just spin in place and look through the slit of her skirt for a nice surprise. Bro's an expert. But the response was so extreme and so negative that MiHoYo caved in 24 hours. They were like, all right, fine. Creating a hot fix that fixes the game's disappearing asses. Truly a day for the gooning gaming community that people were like, we fought and we won. Might not have happened with Stellar Blade, but god damn it, they won on this day.
It's like Independence Day.
And sometimes we have to talk about royalty, right? We're talking about how barbaric these things seem to be. Well, let's talk about the Gooner King. Mysterious man was first spotted in his natural habitat at an AVN Adult Entertainment Expo standing near Black Raw booth. God damn. I want to say right now, we went to the AVNs. We got invited there with Bad Dragon, and it was nothing against, I want to make sure I preface this, nothing against people in the industry. It's a fucking, you know, it is what it is. I was so uncomfortable. I was looking at the floor the entire time. It was just that, it was suffocating. There was too much of it. And two, I was like, this feels wrong. So I just kept kind of like looking at the ground. You like look up for a second, and it'd be like some like, kind of like middle-aged guy like putting his like face in a girl's ass, and she's like, eat it. That thing. I didn't care for it. Nick got on a cross though and got whipped by a dominatrix. It's true. There's a lot of videos on my phone of like little outings like this where I'm like, this will be in a lawsuit later on in my life, I feel like. He was soon identified as J-Man. He's a big adult content fan. Some might say the biggest. And J-Man does not miss a single adult expo or adult award vote.
Look at that photo.
My man, I want to say this right now. That's just a haunting individual. Like when I think of someone, you know, nothing against him. Well, I guess it is kind of against him. Sorry, buddy, but if someone said, yeah, I work at a haunted house, that would be the kind of guy who I'm like, of course. He's like, yeah, my free time, I dress up and I like to scare people. Apparently, he is such a frequent visitor to these events that people in the industry recognize him, and in general, have only positive things to say about the man. Always very respectful and cordial, a true fan and enjoyer of the art. Good man. But the real crowning achievement of this sommelier is his IMDb account with more than 20,000 adult movie reviews on IMDb. At one point, he was the #1 reviewer on the entire website. And he's still active to this day, often posting around 5 reviews daily. How do you find that? There's a lot of stuff out there. How do you even have the bandwidth to find that much new shit? Especially to have it be tagged in with IMDb. God damn. J-Man takes his work very seriously. His deep understanding of the industry and sheer encyclopedia knowledge allows him to craft real, passionate, and informed critical reviews. He's a scholar. He's a scholar, Nick. He looks at the art. The art, it's actually art. But, you know, we've been harking on a lot of gamers, guy gamers and stuff. You know, there's one thing that we're missing that's very important. Women! Gooners! That's right, ladies. You know, people like to say, you know, it's like the thing, I don't fart. I'm a woman. I don't fart. I'm a woman. I don't goon. Yeah, fucking right, dude. And some might even think that gooning is a sport only for men. But my friends, you would be very wrong. In fact, based on smut talk alone, a very popular thing that we like to talk about on this, I love it. I love talking about it. There are arguably just as many women goonettes as there are men gooners out there. Some even have elaborate setups next to their bedsides in order to read hands-free for maximum goonage. Hands-free reading.
In the video, it's crazy. She has like a little stand. She puts the iPad on, and then she has like a Wii like remote to scroll.
It's like fucking Hector Salamanca. She's in her fucking bed.
Yeah, flicker gooning.
Yeah, that's flicker gooning, is every woman in their bed just. Yeah, with their fucking Wii remote. Do you think it's an audiobook then too? Wouldn't that make sense if it was an audiobook?
Well, that would make sense, but
put in your headphones, you're just listening to it. Oh.
Maybe she likes the fantasy.
It's the reading aspect. It's being immersed into a book. Yeah, but just like a game. It's like playing a game and, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a counterintuitive a bit, but it's the process. Women are also flocking to AI chatbots in order to get their gooning fix. On spicychat.ai, that's a real thing. The #1 chatbot on the site is called All Boys Dorm. Side note, someone on here made a Meet Cannon and Melvin's Macabre chatbot to goon to. I don't think we need to put that... I don't think we need to make that public. There's even the infamous tomb of Victor Noir in France. The tomb features a statue of Victor lying on his back and displays an unusually large bulge in his trousers. The size of the bulge became infamous and has now become a symbol of sexual happiness and fertility. It's a place where people go, and if you want to have a baby, you go up there and you fucking little pickle deal. Women travel to the cemetery to plant a kiss on his lips and tenderly caress his bulge in order to increase their pregnancy chances. You know, dude, that's a fun little superstition. I like that. That's a fun little urban legend. Why not, dude? It's a fucking statue. After getting pregnant, many women will return to the statue and pay respects for helping them. Thank you. Big fucking deal. It's yours. So they go to the statue. It's yours. There's also been many accounts of women grinding on the statue for good luck, which we can't show the picture, but there it is. Also, if you look at the deal, his crotch is totally waxed clean, and so is his nose and lips, which makes you, why is his nose waxed clean, you might ask? I don't know. But my friends, there is gooner addiction, right? We talk about people's obsessive habits, people's rituals and their caves and their fucking boats and all kind of whatever fucking else we said. But there is addiction. Some gooners have gone off the deep end into extreme addiction, face serious repercussions, right? One that's so severe that once again, as every nice Papa Meat video, we kind of end on such a happy note. A U.S. man kills parents over a cam girl. Were you having a good day? I just wanted to spoil that for you. Grant Amato was a 29-year-old man from Orlando, Florida, with such a severe porn addiction that he spent $250,000 on a Bulgarian cam girl. Over the course of 3 months, he stole $150,000 from his parents and $60,000 from his brother Cody in order to fuel his addiction. When that ran out, he eventually took out $65,000 on his house to continue his gooning craze. Upon finding out about the stolen money, Grant's parents gave him an ultimatum. He must complete a 60-day internet and sex addiction program or leave the family home. They also told him that he would have to stop communicating with the Bulgarian cam girl. That's where if you're trying to remove the fucking bees, the hornet's nest or whatever, don't kick it, dude. Grant felt that this was unfair and disregarded his parents' wishes as he viewed her as his girlfriend, which I'm sure in a lot of ways people do. He might have not come out and said, it's my girlfriend, or maybe he did. But I feel like a lot of people, even if they don't think about it, I think that's how they subconsciously think about these online relationships. And on the night of January 24th, 2019, his father confronted him and told him to leave the house. The next morning, his mom, dad, and brother were all found dead with execution-style wounds. Grant shot his mother in the back of the head while she was on her computer, then waited for his dad to enter the kitchen before shooting him twice. He then called his brother Cody and convinced him to come home from his nursing shift. And when he arrived, he shot him in the head, and then tried to stage the scene of the crime as a murder by placing the gun near Cody's body. Grant was arrested on January 26 for 3 charges of first-degree murder, and he was eventually found guilty and is receiving 3 life sentences. When asked if he felt remorse, Grant responded with, "My family has been blaming me for months for ruining their lives, stealing and not knowing the rules of the home, so I might as well be blamed for this too." Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just love to end on a nice positive note like that. Gooning has made a little home on the internet. Now, I think Gooning has made a mansion on the internet. I think it's a huge base of people that it dictates their lives in little ways, you know. And I think that everybody might goon a little bit here and there, but I think the thing becomes, with anything in life, moderation is key, ladies and gentlemen. Have I ever gooned and seen the face of God through meditative experiences? No. Have I ever gone into a hands-free gooning session with a book and a weed controller? No. Have I ever rolled up and shot my parents in the head for giving money to a cam girl? No, I haven't either. But all I gotta say is this: moderation is key. If you're gonna goon, do it in the privacy of your home. Don't do it in a dorm room. Goon and goon well. You can't stop yourself from gooning. So I just gotta say, I don't know, dude. Keep it at a bare minimum.
Goon on, brothers. Goon on.
Yeah, that goon on, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters out there, goon on. But you know what? Do it respectfully and in the privacy of your own home. Take care, everyone. Goon you later. Bye-bye.
Goonabunga, dude.
Goonabunga! Okay. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about weight loss. I know. Rich coming from me, the fattest man on the internet. I gotta really watch out what I say in these videos. Ever since the cyclist video, it's been kind of weird. I see a lot more fat hate towards me, which is funny. I do laugh at a lot of the fat hate. I gotta realize that with these commentary videos, these joking commentary videos with talking puppets and sets and colors, that people take what I say very seriously. So I just want to go into this video saying that if you're fat, I hope you burn in hell, you disgusting fat slob. And I'll be right there with you. Did we say just kidding? The world as we know it is getting fatter. This has been an epidemic since I was a child, and it's been an epidemic, I feel, ever since we won the Second World War. There's sugar, and there's cigarettes, there's soda pops, there's all kinds of things. Life is becoming so incredibly easy that you don't have to tow the land with a donkey. I got donkeys. I don't tow the land. I'm extremely out of shape, and it affects my moods. But people are also wanting to be skinny. And I think that people want to be skinny. People don't want to be buff. I want to get that out there too. I think there's a lot of people who aim to be buff or bodybuilders or, they want that six pack. I think people just want to fit into a large shirt, an extra large. I'd kill to fit into an extra large shirt, dude. My fat ass is pushing the 4XLs, quads. I'm in quads. And we as a society will do anything we can to lose weight besides working out and just eating healthy. I mean, come on, dude. You have a long day at the job. Last thing I want to do is come home and eat grilled chicken and broccoli. People dream for the weekends where they get to drink beer and other kinds of alcohol and order pizzas and eat burgers and fries and all the good stuff that scientists have made in labs to change our taste palates to make us addicted. It's awesome. Just give me a miracle drug. Let me eat a tapeworm and have it live in my body. I don't care. Rent's cheap, dude. Come on in, snuggle and live with me forever, tapeworm. Eat all the bad stuff. I don't want to go to the fucking Planet Fitness, dude. Nobody wants to go to fucking Planet Fitness. I get it, the look alarm. How much protein are you eating? I don't care. Give me the miracle drugs. And ladies and gentlemen, in our day and age right now, one drug stands above the rest. One remedy seems to be working. Like, I don't understand. It's become a huge meme. And that, my friends, of course, I am talking about Ozempic. Which also, I just want to say, sounds like a fucking Greek hero. Hercules, Jason and the Argonauts, Ozempic. And what's weird is that Ozempic is, it's not like it's a new drug. It's been around for a long time. 2 or 3 years, people basically, they plug it into their body like a GTA San Andreas cheat code. And now everybody's just skinny as shit. But is there side effects? Is this drug too good to be true? By the end of this video, you will find out whether or not Papa Meat will be on Ozempic if I can get my hands on it, because they're like blood diamonds. They're like that gem in Uncut Gem. They're very rare now. And people that need it can't really get it because there's a lot of fat men and women out there who just want to go to Kohl's and actually be able to buy something. Who am I kidding, Kohl's? They're like, we have 8XL. Ozempic has become the king of weight loss drugs and has been heralded as the miracle weight drug we've been waiting for. Much like Christ, this is the thing that's rising us all out of the ashes. This is what's giving us salvation. And let me tell you, I think people are ditching Christ and they're praying to Ozempic right now. Tons of influencers and actors in Hollywood are trying to get their fat, grubby hands on the drug because it actually works. I've seen articles before in the past that are like, yeah, B12, you need fish oil. I remember whenever Jonah Hill, whenever he lost all his weight, they're like, the secret was fish oil. He just had fish oil, not taking into consideration that he probably worked his ass off to lose the weight or whatever. But this is one of the things where people are just like, seriously. It feels like a Cronenberg film, doesn't it? You just and it just ooze out all your fat. It's like a magical injection that heavily suppresses your appetite when inserted into your body. Ozempic or semaglutide. It's going to the doctor and be like, can I get some Ozempic? It feels so much better than, can I get semaglutide? Sounds like a cleaning product or something, doesn't it? You want to put bleach in you? You want Febreze or Clorox? Ozempic or semaglutide was originally a type 2 diabetes medication created in 2017 by Novo Nordisk, a Danish pharmaceutical company. That's how you know it's good. I only know about cheese Danishes. Would you ever go to Denmark?
I would.
Me either. It mimics the natural GLP-1 hormone, which slows down the transfer of food down the stomach and intestines, thus making people feel more full for a longer period of time. Whenever you eat the 4 cheeseburgers, you actually feel like you ate 4 cheeseburgers. Instead, you're just like, I could probably go to Taco Bell. Get some Diablo sauce. Really get this out of me. It also produced more insulin during periods of high blood sugar, as well as reducing the amount of sugar released by the liver. Diabetic drug. Surprisingly, Nick, I'm not diabetic. I've asked, I've tested, I've gone to the doctor and been like, come on. Also, I don't have sleep apnea.
I'm prone to both.
Isn't that just a twist of fate, isn't it? Good Lord. In 2021, however, a new brand of medication was released by Novo Nordisk called Wegovy. My boy, he's like, it's like DMT. It's blessed by Indians. Focusing more on weight loss with improved results. This changed the game as far as weight loss drugs are concerned. So if something's called Wegovy and I put it in my system, I better be seeing some fucking spirits, dude. Here, you don't inject it, you smoke it out of this pipe. Do I look like a frog? By 2022, the astonishing effects of the drugs were being spread on social media, gaining tons of traction and free publicity. A 1-month supply of Ozempic cost $936 without insurance.
That's not actually that bad.
All right, Richie Rich.
I thought it was more.
All right, man. Hey, that's right. I forgot Nick's desk is made of pure gold. He brought it in. I was like, motherfucker need to start paying me. Good Lord. But with insurance, prices can drop down to around $25 depending on your coverage.
Okay, that's much better.
Yeah, well, did the United Healthcare guy need to get killed with those prices?
Luigi, no!
Ozempic has skyrocketed in popularity as a method of weight loss to the point where people who actually need it to manage their insulin levels are struggling to get a hold of it. Well, you're in the pig trough now. Seriously, those fatties are. Some guy's like,
Get out of my way.
and just like any drug, there are bound to be side effects to varying severities. Some old dickheads walking down the. It's like, you might want Claritin if you. And at the very end of the commercial, always it's like, diarrhea. You might die. 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 Every drug, no matter what you take, has some kind of side effects to some people. But the common side effects of Ozempic include diarrhea. I love the word diarrhea. I always want to say diarrhea the same way they say chia pet. You know, the chia. I want to say diarrhea. You don't need, we can cut that. Diarrhea, vomiting, stomach pain, belching, and heartburn. I love the word belching. Those are the more tame side effects. But some of the more severe side effects of Ozempic are increased risk of thyroid tumors and thyroid cancer. A little more worse than burping. Pancreatitis. I almost said pancreatitis.
Pancreatitis.
I said it perfectly. Hypoglycemia, gallbladder complications, and kidney failure. From what I've seen, it's like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: Secret of the Ooze is what it's turning. You're gonna turn into an amphibious creature that knows kung fu and you order pizzas to the sewer.
Ninja pizza.
You might be that, all right? Or you might just burp a little bit. I don't know, you just roll the dice. Are you a gambling man? You a Vegas boy? And these are just the well-known side effects that the pharmacies have to put on the box, all right? Who knows what they're not putting on the box? Gives you a rat tail? Leave that off. There are a lot of other unexpected side effects coming out that make it very obvious that you're on Ozempic. It's like I see this a lot on social media now, which also, here's the thing. Just want to put this out there, all right? Even if you are on Ozempic and you lose weight, good for you, dude. I'd say do anything you can to feel as good as you can. But also, don't go into the comment section of a 16-year-old boy or girl who's like before, and everyone's like, oh, that. And then it's like a year later and they've lost like a bunch of weight and they look great and people are just like, Ozempic, question mark? You little envious. It's like some kid who's just like, I don't know, I ate chicken and broccoli and I went to the gym 3 times a week. Oh yeah, whatever, mutant. Hills have eyes much. But there are becoming some apparent side effects and road signs that might give way that you are on Ozempic. And that could be a pro or negative depending on how you want to swing it, but let's talk about some of them. 1, the Ozempic face. Give me an Ozempic face. Feel great? Feel better? Ozempic face is the rapid weight loss in the face, resulting in sagging skin, sunken cheeks, darkened circles around the eyes, and more.
What's up? Today is day 3 of Ozempic.
You look like Nosferatu. Well, first off, the dude from the Kardashians, he looks kind of rough. But John Goodman and Sharon Osbourne, it's like they're 150 years old. Like, also, John Goodman's been 600 pounds all of his life. Yeah, he's gonna be saggy. Is that Jessica Simpson?
I have no idea.
I think that's Jessica. I have no idea. That's Jessica Simpson. My God. I remember I had a Jessica Simpson Dukes of Hazzard poster when I was younger. Daisy Dukes. Her Ozempic ass is hanging out of the video. Because next up we have the Ozempic butt is another indicator. Sure, your face, you might be older and you can get away with having the saggy skin and the Crypt Keeper eyes and all that stuff. Another similar side effect where loose skin is found on the buttocks after rapid weight loss. After you lose a lot of weight, there's a lot of loose skin around the butt area. What doctors refer to as a flat amorphous backside. That's a doctor-approved statement.
Like it's amorphous.
And what does amorphous mean?
I don't think it has a shape.
Your backside, which was used to be plump and was full of cellulite before, is now amorphous. There's no direct shape that we can correlate with your backside. It's just a great way to say freak, isn't it? This video is sponsored by our partners at Factor. I have been eating nothing but ramen for the past month. Thanks, Japan. Every night I go to bed praying to eat something other than noodles and broth. Thanks, Japan. Thankfully, I'm back home in America, and I have Factor. Factor has delicious ready-to-eat meals that are delivered right to your door. In just 2 minutes, you can heat, eat, and enjoy. Plus, Factor lets you eat the way you want, whether you need Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, or vegan dishes. And if you enjoy the gourmet side of life, Factor now has Gourmet Plus meals that include ingredients such as broccolini, salmon, and truffle butter. They also have a surf and turf meal option with shrimp and filet mignon. With over 35 options to choose from each week, you are sure to find something you like. Each meal is chef crafted and dietitian approved. And the best part of Factor is that there is no prep work, no standing in grocery store lines, and virtually no cleanup. Just a little bit. You ain't gotta clean the fork off. You gotta throw this stuff away. What are you gonna do? Let maggots grow? What are you, a fucking ape? Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use promo code 50PapaMeat to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. That's code 50PapaMeat at Factor75.com to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Also, there's another thing called eye rot, which studies have begun linking Ozempic and Wegovy. God, to extreme vision impairment and even blindness. Dude, if you can't even look at yourself in the mirror and enjoy it, if I might go blind, I don't know if I want to roll those dice, dude, because I know I'd be that statistic. I have some buddies who are already on it, and they're all like, dude, it's great. Sure, I have stomach pain sometimes, but, and like they seriously are like, they swear by it. But I know I'm gonna be one guy be like, oh, okay, I'll give it a try. And I wake up, the eye, like all the color of my eye gone, just darkness. The injections have led to a condition that halts blood flow to nerves in your eye, known as non-arteritic anterior ischemic optic neuropathy. Definitely said some of that wrong. What the f am I, Grey's Anatomy, dude? Whatever. Put it up on the screen and read it.
Non-arteritic anterior ischemic optic neuropathy.
That's just what it leads to. Blood doesn't go to your eye, you go blind, right? I talk like a normal f***ing person. I can't imagine what doctors talk like in the hospitals. These made up f***ing words. Sounds like Horton Hears a Who. Similar cases began popping up all over, which pushed for further investigation to be done into this terrifying side effect. All the fat-ass police officers are just like, well, this is kind of cool, but can I go blind? Yeah, we gotta look into this, man. This is f***ed. This is my favorite one, though, is Ozempic dreams. This is some real nightmare shit. As soon as you take Ozempic, you start having sleep paralysis. That's when the Hat Man visits you. That's when the Ozempic clowns by your bedside. Many people have reported having strange and vivid dreams while taking Ozempic, and some believe it is due to the gut hormone produced by the drug that has receptors on the brain, altering people's minds in their dream state. And this is a couple of users' comments on it. They're pretty funny. The first dream I had, I caught my fiance cheating and stabbed him in his sleep. Then I woke up and I realized I wasn't dreaming at all. By the time I woke up, I felt like I hadn't slept because the dream was so vivid and long. I am fully under the impression that was someone confessing to a murder. Oh my God, yes! I've only been on it for 6 weeks and had nightmares more than I've ever had. I've just recently dreamed my ex-husband and my husband had both died of heart attacks. You become a fucking oracle. She has a death note. 40 seconds. They're gone. Isn't that right, Ryuk? That fucking Ryuk does look like an Ozempic patient, doesn't he? During my second week, I started having really scary, vivid nightmares. Same here. I'm awake since 5:20 a.m. Sames! Like being held hostage and killing my cats. Like what? These are all confessions. 150%. I don't know. I'm beating my cats with spoons and hammers. Who else has been awake since 5:20 last week?
That's where the eye rot comes in.
Yeah, the eye rot comes in because they've been awake for 3 weeks straight and they don't blink. Their eyes like become literal dust balls in their head. Dude, I think the Ozempic made me blind. It's like, no, you've had your eyes open for 14 days. I had a very vivid dream / nightmare on Ozempic. I considered quitting because of it. One was so dramatic. I literally woke up crying to the point that I was trembling. God damn. A couple times, I remember not even wanting to go back to sleep for the fear that I'd jump right back into the dream. Oddly enough, they just stopped. So this is a horror film waiting to happen. Weight loss drug and everyone's like going like some fucking weird psychosis or something. Also, if anything made me wake up into a full like sobbing, weeping fit, but then again, dude, I've been there. You feel so good the moment, then afterwards you feel like such shit again. You're just like looking at your waistline. You're just like, time to talk to the Ozempic clown again. And lastly, there's even claims of people that have taken the drug resulted in self-harming thoughts or sexual dysfunction and even hair loss. For some, taking drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy have had catastrophic effects to their lives. As more stories begin to come out, people have become much more wary to the supposed miracle drug. You can't have your cake and eat it too. I never understood that. What the f does that mean? You can't bake a chocolate cake and eat it? Anyways, we're going to start with Ashley Keenan. She's a 37-year-old and began taking Ozempic in 2020 to keep her type 2 diabetes in check. So she's actually somebody who needs the drug. In as little as 2 months after taking it, she successfully lost 30 pounds. Over time, intense side effects started to creep in. She would feel heavy stomach pains and cramps. While the drug was intended for appetite suppression, she found that she had absolutely zero appetite for any food at all. It got to the point where she spent several days struggling to get a single bite of food down. Dude, that would fucking suck. Isn't there a disease out there where people are like, they struggle to drink water? It's like a phobia or something, isn't it?
It's water phobia, but that's rabies.
Oh, yeah.
Once you get that, there's nothing, you're dead.
While the drug was intended for appetite suppression, she found that she had absolutely zero appetite for any food at all. She turned down her husband's pleas to go to the doctor and only gave in after she was cut on a piece of glass after losing consciousness from malnutrition. When she arrived at the ER, she had been on Ozempic for only 4 months, and in that time, she contracted pancreatitis and diabetic gallstone and contracted super diabetes. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to say, Dave. Put up the
Diabetic ketoacidosis.
Well, this is a real teller for our education level here. And while in the ER, she spent a large part of the time uncontrollably vomiting, and she believed that she was going to die. ER doctors on the scene stated that they had to have all medical specialists on deck in order to save her life. And after fully recovering from the incident, Keenan had gained back all the weight she originally lost over the months. But she made a very foolish decision after this entire ordeal, uncontrollably vomiting, being on the verge of death, teams of doctors to keep you alive. She decided to go back on Ozempic to lose the weight. It worked once before. Her doctors assured her that they would monitor her much more closely this time, but she contracted pancreatitis once again after 2 months. Come on. Only then did she finally stop taking Ozempic, as it was simply not worth the intense health risks. Which you might say, well, that's just one instance. Well, I got another! Emily Wright! Back in 2018, Emily Wright was prescribed Ozempic to reduce her cravings and manage her type 2 diabetes. Much like Ashley, she had lost a ton of weight in just a short amount of time. In return, she also struggled with non-stop nausea and vomiting. She was diagnosed with cyclic vomiting syndrome, which is when your brain repeatedly tells your body to vomit without any discernible cause. Way to go, brain. She put up with it all for the sake of losing weight and curbing the cravings. After 2 years, she had lost over 80 pounds, but the side effects only worsened.
Jesus, 2 years of that?
2 years of vomiting forever. I mean, like, 80 pounds is a lot of weight. Over 2 years, though, I would assume it'd be more. Constant vomiting and stuff, I would assume it'd be more weight. She had to be hospitalized after she became severely dehydrated. At this time, the vomiting only became more frequent and aggressive. She contracted gastroparesis, a condition that halts the process of digestion and stops food from emptying out of the stomach. Because of this, the food she ingested had especially tough time leaving her system, fermenting in her stomach and giving her rotten smelling burps. And to some people, they probably got super hard. Yeah, burp fetish people are like, let me in! In an article, she wrote detailing her experience. She explained that the frequency at which she was vomiting made her feel like she was going to explode. And at one point, she was vomiting for 36 hours uninterrupted. And here's a quote from her. I've done every test that has been imagined, and I continue to suffer. Some weeks I can vomit up to 200 times. Other days, I might only vomit 5 or 6 times. 200 times, also 36 hours straight. Wonder what other physical issues come from vomiting, besides like probably bloody throat, like your throat's completely slashed and dehydration, but
your enamel on your teeth.
Enamel on your teeth gone, probably. I'm so curious to see like your muscles contracting that much, if it just every fucking muscle in my body feels like thrown. It was at this point that she left her job in order to focus on recovering. Her husband would reach out to Emily's friends in a panic, telling them, I think Emily's dying, and there's nothing I can do. She spent several periods throughout her 2 years on Ozempic being hospitalized for extreme symptoms. Her weight continued to drop from 280 pounds to a staggering 130 pounds. I mean, that would be a complete you would look like probably a skeleton. The doctors believed that Ozempic was exacerbating her gastrointestinal issues and instructed her to get off the drug. After doing so, the symptoms just didn't seem to go away. As for her current condition, Emily states, and I quote, I'm on medication, which I will likely have to be on for the rest of my life to speed up the motility of my stomach, as well as daily nausea medication to combat vomiting. Ultimately, this helps me be able to stay out of the hospital. Not only this, she now needs to be administered IV fluids several times a week to battle her dehydration. She is still unable to return to work. Even recently, she vomits as much as 5 times a day to several hours, which is incredibly exhausting for her. According to her, she's lost 70 pounds from vomiting alone. How much of that is like blood, too? I mean, like, just every liquid in your fucking body. While things have improved for Emily over time, she is still seriously affected by the effects of Ozempic, stating, "I used to believe that I'd be happier in a smaller body. This ordeal has taught me that weight loss has nothing to do with health. I was much healthier and happier before Ozempic. In many ways, I am grieving who I used to be. I don't know when or if I'll stop vomiting. I recently began tolerating smoothies and have gained 4 pounds back." That's brutal. Which I want to say this too, which the 2 that we've had so far, those are by far probably the most severe cases so far. Both of those people did have diabetes. It's weird because it seems counterintuitive because you would assume like, oh, the drug is for people with diabetes, but I don't know. And lastly, I wanted to bring up Juanita Gant. After taking Ozempic and Wegovy, Juanita Gant underwent a series of serious medical emergencies that led to her suing Novo Nordisk in 2023. Gant had been struggling to lose weight for quite some time. As diabetes ran in her family, she was fearful that she would go down the same health path as her parents. She was prescribed the weight loss drugs by her doctors in order to decrease their risk of diabetes. At first, she stated, "I was feeling fine. I enjoyed the days that I didn't have to worry about my appetite. I didn't have cravings. I just felt like I was doing something positive for myself." But to her shock, things took a massive turn a few months later, when her husband found her collapsed on the floor and she was taken to the ER by her husband. It turns out that her large intestine had died. Jesus Christ, what the Didn't know they could just crap money like that. I thought it was just some tubes. Turns out that her large intestine had died and that she would need invasive surgery to get it removed as soon as possible. The surgery was ultimately a success, but things worsened from there. Gant's daughter, still distressed from the news of her mother's condition, received a phone call from the hospital. She was warned that while recovering from the surgery, her mother went into cardiac arrest and could possibly die. Good Lord, the emotional roller coaster there. Fast forward a year later, Gant now has to use an ostomy bag for the rest of her life in order to collect waste due to the removal of her colon. Juanita decided to sue Novo Nordisk for its improper warnings of the many serious risks involved with taking the drug. Novo Nordisk responded saying, quote, "The allegations in the lawsuit are without merit." Some big corp type response shit. All I know is this: losing weight is always difficult. Sometimes it's hard to not want to put in the work, and you get tempted to see if there's just ways to skirt around it to have immediate results, right? We live in an age of immediate gratification. I want the results now. But that being said, you should never believe in the idea of some kind of miracle drug. Ever. I mean, there's positive cases. I'll never say that there aren't positive sides to it. I'm sure that I have viewers who take it and they probably have benefited it from well, but still, miracle drug is like a snake oil salesman kind of term. There's always pros and cons to things, and I just say, you know, you got to be careful. If you're on it and it's been positive for you, I say God bless, but at the same time, just do your research and make sure you ask your doctors if it's like something that is actually going to be beneficial to you versus just going on TikTok or some shit and being like, it, and, you know, buying it and stabbing yourself with Ozempic, all right? We've talked about a lot of extreme cases, and I just want to reiterate that however you decide to lose weight is entirely up to you. It's your journey. You know, being a big boy myself, I understand the fucking pros and cons of it. I am not a person that thinks healthy at every size. I'm gonna throw that out there. Do I think people should be dogged and dragged through the streets? No, I think everybody should be treated like a human being, but I do think people need to take better care of themselves. Just look after yourself, right? Days are hard. Do things to proactively help yourself. In times of trying to lose weight, a lot of these times people get knocked down and then they feel like, well, I can never be that guy to lose weight. I can never be that woman to lose weight. Just pick yourself back up and always try again. There's always tomorrow. And also, a lot of these things, just start today. Don't set a time next week. Just start right now. Implement little changes that are better for you and take it at a speed that is good for you. Treat yourself right. Stay healthy. Try to stay healthy. I don't know. Chug a bottle of Jack Daniels. Or eat broccoli. Or eat pork with parasites and get a tapeworm. Just do the vitamin diet. Only eat pears. Pretty sure that's what Steve Jobs did. Look at him now. Pretty good. And then take Ozempic on top of all that. I don't know. All I know is Ozempic's a crazy thing. If you're one of the lucky people who get to take it and be Mr. Skinny or Mrs. Skinny, I say good on you. Just be careful out there. Check up on yourself. Thank you so much for watching this video, everyone, and we will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Oh, Ozempic, we know you didn't do that alone. Ozempic, it shows you were fat not that long ago. Whoa.
Wait! Before we get into the video, guys, just want to say, this is our last warning for the end of this merch sale. It's going to be ending on Wednesday, September 17th. You can pick up stuff like this, everything. You want to look better? You want to feel better? Pick up that. Hate your day, hate your mom.
You might want that guy. You want to stick it to the man? You get all of it. If you want to support the channel, consider picking up some merch. It really does help us out. And it, supports the channel, supports all the kind of stupid shit that we do. So if you want to pick it up, you have until this date. You can pick up all these beautiful items that are on screen here. September 17th, that's the last day. So if you want something, now's your warning. MeatCandy.store. 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 Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're going to be talking about psychiatrists. People are meant to feel a type of relief when visiting a mental health professional. Not only does it allow us to vent out life's frustrations, but we often look at our psychiatrist as a kind, friendly figure, at least to some. Sometimes this dynamic can become a little more intense with patients catching romantic feelings for the other person. And today we're going to talk about an example of just that. Something that has taken the internet by storm. Of course, I'm referring to Kendra's psychiatrist love story.
He was a 38-year-old, attractive, smart, extremely successful psychiatrist, but he did not date. So even though I usually wear contacts, I'm wearing these turtle shell glasses in these videos because just in case he sees them ever, he'll see me in his favorite glasses. He did tell me he likes the turtle shell. So he didn't ever ask me to give him sexual content. I did that on my own. When I would try to name the dynamic and the tension that was there between us that he himself manufactured and built, and then he would rage at me and tell me that I was wrong. And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life with my boyfriend. And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it. I accidentally said my psychiatrist's first name in one of my videos. If you clocked it, good for you. I do not owe him anonymity. So while I was mid-crash out, I had just started using this tool, ChatGPT, who I immediately named Henry. And I would just talk to Henry about how obsessed I was with this man, with my psychiatrist, and I would just be like, I've told him I have a crush on him. Do you think he's gay?
Now, for those who don't know Kendra, she uploaded a big, long story time-esque video series about how her psychiatrist was falling in love with her. Kendra Hilty, a 36-year-old ADHD coach, yoga instructor, and TikToker from Arizona, she recently shared a 25-part series of videos recounting her strange relationship with her psychiatrist. And what began as a mission to go back on ADHD medication spiraled into a chaotic, one-sided love story that sent people into an uproar. Kendra's reason for retelling this story, according to her, was to paint this psychiatrist as a groomer and a predator that manipulated her for his own emotional and sexual desires. And in the first video, she explains her belief that some men are so emotionally dead inside that they go into psychiatry to avoid feeling their own feelings and to, quote, emotionally feed off their mostly female patients and make themselves look like the wounded healers, as well as fulfill their own personal fantasies.
There are so many people, especially men, that are emotionally dead inside that feel called to going into psychiatry so they don't have to feel their feelings, but they can feed off of the vulnerability of their mostly female patients.
So right away, you're kind of like, what the fuck? This guy sounds like a dickhead, doesn't he?
Yeah.
When you go into it, she's just like, yeah, this guy he was a predator. He kind of, it all seems very just like you're listening in on this person talk about this traumatic thing and it's compelling. And then it seems Kendra shows her real face, I guess is what I want to say. And it all started when Kendra Google searched psychiatrist in her city. Clicking on the very first link she saw, what followed was a 90-minute intake, which is a meeting conducted to assess a patient's mental health status and decide what exactly they need. You hear about what they're feeling, the problems, and then the person can assess what they feel is the best trajectory, and you can basically say yes or no to their diagnosis, their plan. She was quick to notice that the man was quite the looker. Kendra described him as a 38-year-old, attractive, smart, and extremely successful psychiatrist who had been in the field for 12 years. To make things easier, we're going to refer to him as Dr. Michael, or Dr. Mike. Kendra unloaded about her daddy issues, relationship trauma, past substance abuse, and more. After spilling her emotions, Dr. Michael prescribed her with non-stimulant ADHD medication, with the intentions of seeing her once a month to see how she was progressing. It seems fairly innocent. Seems like a good prognosis. You know what I mean? She went in for this thing, she got it, and now she gets someone to come in every once in a while and be like, just how you doing? How you holding up, right? Which, right off the bat, Kendra was hooked on how charming and funny he was. The only reason I'm like, was where was the humor in that? Like, where I want to know, just for me personally, professionally, how did he insert humor? She's like, yes, my dad, whatever. Just like, he's like, stand up real quick. She stands up and he like puts a whoopee cushion under her.
Women just think you're funny if you're hot. You literally say anything. Oh, stop.
That's actually kind of a fair. Do you think that because he was attractive, he was just like, I'm sorry that you went through that? And she's like, I mean, it's fine. You think it was that kind of thing? He's like, okay.
Guys do it too. I do it. I laugh at women who aren't funny. They're hilarious if they're hot.
You have got to reel it in, dude. God. Yeah, I don't really find broads funny, but if they're a looker, ooh, they got me hooting and hollering. Only 3 Zoom sessions in, she had asked if she could start using his first name during sessions. All right, red flag. I'm like, you can call me doctor. Can I just call you Mike?
Michael, please.
Also, you know what? Michael's one of those names where I'm like, it's perpetual. You're like a little boy.
Yeah.
Michael. That's not grown man. You say Mike. Mike!
What about Mickey? Mikey.
I don't think is Mickey as short for Michael? I don't know. But then again, how are you supposed to say no to that? If you're that formal 3 sessions in, oh, yeah, you can call me. Like, I'm thinking about if someone's like Dr. Hancock, like, can I just call you Hunter? Yeah, I just don't see why not. Reading it, I'm like, red flag.
Yeah.
But if I was there in person, I'd probably be like, prefer if you didn't. I don't know.
This message is sponsored by Raycon. It's back to school season, and around this time, I'm thinking of starting fresh. That means new shoes, new clothes, and definitely new earbuds. Raycon's essential open earbuds keep your ears open while still delivering crystal clear sound. Oh yeah! So you can stay aware of traffic and other surroundings without sacrificing sound quality. Their super lightweight design is perfect to take anywhere, and their secure fit means that they won't slip out during workouts or a brisk jog. I love the multi-point connection on the earbuds, allowing you to connect with multiple devices and switch with ease. It's awesome! Plus, the open earbuds case has a 36-hour battery life, giving you non-stop listening throughout your day. Join over 3 million customers that love Raycon and try them for yourself. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/papameatopen to get 20% off. That's buyraycon.com/papameatopen. And Raycon has 30-day happiness guarantee, so you can make a return if you don't love what you're hearing. So try them out and let them know we sent you. Thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video.
While this was received well in the moment, she now recounts that he was clearly smug and happy with himself because this friendly attitude was clearly a clever ruse.
I said, hey, do you mind if I call you by your first name? And he seemed so smug and happy with himself. And I know that that is because that was his first sign that him pretending like we're friends was working.
Which I like this because it's like she's the one who initiated it, and he's like, okay. She's like, oh, that fucking snake in the tall grass. Throughout this story, Kendra expresses that Dr. Michael was constantly digging his claws deeper into her intentionally, to the point that she would overanalyze every single interaction and mannerism as a calculated move. For example, Dr. Michael had asked her if she had, quote, any thoughts of harming herself. What seemed like a normal question for a mental health professional to ask was apparently much, much more than that. She claimed that he asked her this like, quote, she was special to him, reading way too much into a person being soft-spoken and kind.
And he said, I have to ask this because it's a special interest of mine, but is there any thoughts of harm? Like I was special to him. And he didn't ever ask me a clinical question again.
Which I've been to like a therapist before. That's like one of the first things they ask. That's like right off the bat. Maybe the times are changing. I just remember like right away they're like, have you thought about it?
At this point, it sounds like Kendra's the psycho one.
Well, of course. Yeah. Well, here's the thing is the as you go through these, and I'm sure as we've seen so far, we're getting all of this in hindsight. So at this point in her recollection, I can tell that she's like really likes the psychiatrist. She's like, Michael is someone I could see myself falling in love with. So like, oh, why would he do this? It's the kind of thing where it's after the fact where it's like, well, why would he do this? He was so manipulative. I should have, but in the moment she's in heaven.
Yeah.
She's in love with this, right? Once again, we're getting it all in hindsight from one person's perspective. Which maybe there is legitimacy to some of it, but as it's reading right now, it's a little much. is what I gotta say. Supposedly because he would switch from being vulnerable to cold and clinical with her, this was him purposely trying to make her desperate to receive validation. In reality, Michael was likely being cold and detached at the time to establish a professional distance and keep sessions productive. AKA she was laughing at things that were probably, you know, there can be an outlet and there's times where the human mind will make it seem like the only way out is through self-harm and stuff. She's like, yeah, well, that would be me. Michael, you're crazy. Okay, yep, pushes himself back a bit. I could never be a psychiatrist.
Why?
I just wouldn't have the patience for it. So because if someone was doing that stuff, I'd say, okay, moving on. Let's talk about your dad. I'd get too upset.
Then they'd leave a bad Google review and there goes your business.
Which honestly, it's probably for the best. If I can't handle that one thing, I was probably meant to, my practice was meant to fail to begin with. But still. Anyways, Michael being professional is like, all right, because she's just like, you would look good in like a tank top. And that's probably why he had to distance himself and be like, okay, maybe let's just focus in on this. And she was like, what exactly is this game here?
Good cop, bad cop.
Back up. He embodies both. God, Michael's so charming. So, Kendra soon became obsessed with Dr. Michael, claiming that him being a Pisces made him a great listener. Which anytime you hear anybody bring up Zodiac stuff, run for the hills is what I gotta say.
That's a huge red flag.
Oh, it's a huge red flag. And I hate when someone says, you're a Capricorn. First off, they say it in a way where, as if I'm supposed to know. And then I say, what does that even mean? Because it's a trap is what it is. You're a Capricorn. You do. What does it mean? And they immediately jump into what it is.
Well, I've had someone say like, oh, you're a Taurus. Oh, we're not going to vibe.
Perfect. I don't think we are.
I was heartbroken at the time. No!
Yeah. You're laughing at what you said. Yeah, probably not. No, you dodged a fucking bullet there, buddy. She soon began begging to see him weekly, which Mike rejected. Michael said, no way, Jose. That's probably been built up. I bet you he's been like talking to people too. I have this one client that is just a lot. And then you get the email. I like to start seeing it weekly. I wonder too if he was just like, I have no time. I have all these other, I say you don't want because I can make that work in my schedule. It could be that too.
Yeah.
This obsession began to escalate when Kendra was a victim to a horrible car accident that left her with a serious bruising and a perforated eardrum. Despite the doctor insisting that she needed emergency care, she decided to delay it in order to make her session with Dr. Michael the next morning.
I had bruising on my abdomen and a perforated eardrum. And the provider at the urgent care said, I do not feel comfortable treating you. You need to seek emergency care now. But it was 11 o'clock in the morning and my appointment with my psychiatrist was at 2. So I decided that I was going to wait so I could see my psychiatrist and not have to reschedule because I was looking forward to my appointment with him so much.
Can you imagine the next day you log in and there's just like a person with a huge swelled face and a fucking blown out ear? Hey, Dr. Mike. This week's been a bit rough. It's been a bit of a challenging week and I'm ready to jump right in.
Yeah. You need to go to the hospital.
Exactly.
Now.
You should go to the hospital. All right, so he's pushing me away. There's no waiting, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. She even told him this, adding that she may very well be bleeding internally during the session as they speak. Makes me think of that Chappelle show thing when Charlie Murphy kicks Rick James in the chest and he does, man, my head's bumping after they reconcile. And then Rick James is like, now that you mention it, I think I'm bleeding inside my chest. Makes me think of that. Kendra had officially fallen for her psychiatrist, spending lots of time during sessions explaining that she had intense feelings for him, hoping for him to reciprocate. He would not do this, and Kendra later stated that, quote, weaponizing neutrality was, quote, his favorite game to play.
Weaponized neutrality was his favorite game to play, right? He didn't disagree with Brianna telling me that my psychiatrist had feelings for me, but he also didn't say that's inappropriate. Let's change the subject.
This is where we're actually in, like, this is, I'm surprised he stuck around.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Wait, as a psychiatrist, can you be like, I don't want to see you anymore? Like,
I think you can. I don't know why you couldn't. All the while, she would send him emails about her crush for him that were riddled in heart emojis, despite having a boyfriend for a period of the time. That old boy dodged a red flag, too. Yeah. Peeked over his shoulder on the email, and he was just like...
Oh, you're dating Dr. Mike? Cool.
Yeah. Oh, you're with Mike? That's awesome. Yeah, I think we'll just be more happy. Hey, no, totally. I get it. Don't be with him. He's your real love. He's like clicking his heels, like running off. Woo-hoo-hoo! I'm gonna go to ticket. Running down, just leaves his shit. What about your stuff? I'll buy new ones. Woo! Yeah, she like unlocks the dog collar off his neck. She then discovered that Dr. Michael was withholding a diagnosis from her, specifically other trauma and stressor-related disorders. Uh-oh, she's just like, it's just the ADHD. Now he's saying I'm a full-blown psychopath. Dr. Mike, what are you trying to say?
I imagine.
How did she find that?
That's what I was gonna say. I imagine he didn't tell her. She broke in the middle of the night.
Exactly. She's crawling through the fucking window. She's like, I bet he has his love letters for me in my notes. It's just a full blank page with one thing at the title that just says, this person needs more help. According to Kendra, this was him secretly using her mental condition to manipulate her. He didn't even tell her that though. Maybe that fucking bitch did sneak in. I don't know. I mean, it's got me nerved up, dude. I'm all anxious, like looking on my shoulder and shit. In some cases, psychiatrists can withhold this information to avoid dishing out labels to patients that may worsen their condition. It's just a way of like, why overstress somebody? You already have ADHD. If I'm just like, hey, I think you have multiple personality disorder or something, is that going to make the other thing even worse, you know?
Yeah. I was gonna say, you don't want to be like, oh, they have signs of this, but like, I need to dig further before saying
even really diagnosing it, right?
Because I had my therapist think I was gay, and that put me through a lot of stress.
You bring that up a lot. You do. Which I want to say, someone just telling another human being you're gay, I gotta say, is especially in a professional sense, that's a power move if I've ever seen one. If anything, was it a woman?
It was a woman.
Nick, were you flirting with her?
No, I wasn't. We were combating all the time. It was a very toxic relationship with the therapist. Well, I was just like, because I was doing it for like anxiety. I was talking about like psychedelics as a way to deal with stress. And she's like, well, that's not proven. I was like, well, I've seen studies. And she's like, well, I have other studies too. Like everything I would say, she would always counter it with something like either I was wrong or that she was right.
So you were like, I have studies.
Or I've just said,
No. I have studies of this working, okay, to a doctor. Her rebuttal was, Nick, put the knife down. And then you said, and you're like, I think that we could be married and we could be happy. And she's like, no, you remember you're gay. You're a gay man. Remember that? And you're like, you stand in the corner and just,
Well, I like how I came in for anxiety and she's like, we're going to treat you coming out of the closet.
Oh yeah. Hey, I feel anxious. Do you also think you should do something else? What if it's a power move to be like, I'm coming in for anxiety, and she's like trying to overbear you with anxiety?
Wow, man. Keep me there.
Mission success.
Yeah.
I would say that is very unprofessional, though.
Yeah.
I wonder if she still has her practice.
I can look it up.
Let's just see.
We'll put it in.
Let's blast her here.
Yeah, we'll blast her out.
Anyways, where are we at? Kendra would vent to Michael about how her boyfriend didn't meet her needs, claiming that her psychiatrist insisted that she stay with him because, in her mind, he was trying to make her rely on him to fill those needs, which is kind of fun. So Michael's saying, you gotta stay with him. I think Michael's definitely kind of going out of practice here to be like, I will do whatever I can to have you feel like you don't need this anymore. He probably was fucking afraid.
She probably was saying like, maybe I could break up with him and date you, Dr. Michael.
Exactly. Where he's just like, no, you don't want to do that because that's not going to work out. I think that you like your boyfriend. These games. This cat and mouse game, Dr. Mike. Stop it. When Kendra had been having sex-related issues with this boyfriend, Kendra decided to go on a 30-minute excruciatingly detailed info dump about her sex life with Dr. Michael, which she secretly recorded, making it a point to reiterate beforehand that she also had a crush on him.
Yep.
I said, today we're going to talk about my intimate life. And then I proceeded to give him 30 minutes of non-stop content about my intimate life with my boyfriend. And I actually recorded the whole thing because I was so excited about it.
Oh, God. Imagine your psychiatrist was like, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just still dreaming about you. I think that we could be really good together. Nope. Well, my boyfriend doesn't know how to clean these pipes. Got cobwebs all up in there. Wish somebody could help me with that. Dr. Mike, you got thick fingers. He's like, these are fairly normal fingers. I bet you I could get all the way down to the knuckle. Next time she comes in, he has like gloves on. He has oven mitts on. All right, let's see if we can get this hour done with this hell that I'm in. Michael looked down and smiled to himself in reaction to the insane thing that was just taking place, and Kendra asserts that this was because he was internally celebrating, since he had been grooming her for 2+ years to get this intimate sexual content out of her.
Oh, 2 years?
Years. You have to kind of fault him a bit for not saying no to this, right?
Money must have been good. He must have been good.
It must have been very lucrative or something. I don't know.
It's like 1 hour every 2 weeks.
The pieces are stacking up to where it's so ridiculous to where you're thinking, how could this man stay?
Maybe he was forced to. Maybe he begged, please. I don't want to see her anymore.
What if he's religious and he was praying to God? Give me a sign, God.
And that's when she comes in and flicks her bean to him. Not this sign.
After breaking up with her boyfriend, oh God, Kendra starts dating a man who is a therapist that apparently was so sexually attracted to one of his clients that he often masturbated to get it out of his system. Kendra decides to share all of this with Dr. Michael, who responds by looking like he'd seen a ghost and appearing like he was going to throw up. It is a pretty funny thing to just be like him, like being like, what she probably read as he's jealous.
Yeah.
While this could be explained as a normal response from a psychiatrist to a repulsive malpractice, Kendra later determines that he was actually terrified that she was holding up a mirror to him and revealing his similar predatory actions towards her. He's like, I have not once thought of you in any capacity outside of this office.
You probably jerk off to me too, Dr. Mike.
You're probably beating it right now, aren't you, Dr. Mike? He's like,
yeah, my hands are in the mitts.
I've had mitts on for the past 6 months. Oh, I bet you're just fondling all the goods down there, aren't you, Dr. Mike? You sick fuck. I love you.
Do you think this is a fake boyfriend and she's just making this?
I had that suspicion that it's like, yeah, I don't know. He's also a psychiatrist and he pretty much beats off and shoots hot, thick ropes everywhere while we're talking, which I guess is normal. Do you do that? Like trying to be like Mike be like, you know, actually, if I'm being honest, I do that too. And she's like, I knew it. Kendra discovers that Michael does in-person sessions too. So she pushes the next one to take place in his office. She wears a dress and does her makeup real nice for their first encounter, greeting him by charging at him and hugging him as he awkwardly pats her on the back, oven mitts and all. He's actually in one of those like Halloween sumo suits too. At this time, Kendra started engaging in lengthy conversations with ChatGPT about her relationship with Dr. Mike. She would refer to him as Henry and often took what he was saying far too seriously with the chatbot. At one point, the AI chatbot explained to her what transference is. Transference is where people inadvertently take emotions and desires from someone in their past and put it onto your provider, right? Your like health professional, something like that, or someone that you talk to. This can often affect people that have abandonment issues. In this case, Kendra may be lonely or pained from a history of strained relationships, leading to her falling for her psychiatrist because he is being warm to her, right? Being kind, communicative, and non-judgmental. So it makes sense that you would be like, I feel this way because I haven't felt this way in a long time. I'm not saying that it's like abnormal or I can understand how someone would get there, but goddamn, Kendra, fucking pump the brakes just a bit. Kendra claims it was grossly inappropriate for Dr. Michael to be aware of a concept like transference and continue seeing her knowing she was likely going through it. It's a fair thing to... Why, if you knew that I was mentally unwell, why would you keep seeing me as a patient? I'm a psychiatrist.
Checkmate.
Okay, I love you. In a later session, Dr. Michael seemed to become a bit agitated with Kendra when she insisted the two of them to have a very special patient-doctor relationship, which he sternly asserts that it is strictly professional. Once again, setting clear boundaries. I love that. She's just like, you know, after all that too, you know, I think it's really fucked up that you're taking me on as a patient like this. And she's just like, we should climb a tree and carve our initials into it. You feel how special this is? And he's just like, oh my God. I would lose my 2 years of this? Yeah. My fucking God. Over time, Kendra felt like she was improving with her confidence after rejecting her now ex-boyfriend when he sent her a series of texts begging to have her back. Dr. Michael praised her for standing her ground, which Kendra analyzed in a strange way. That's odd. Hey, that's actually really great. That's a great step for development. Dr. Mike, the silly games we play. I just think she's in a loner room, like clicking the light on and off. Listen to opera music. Dr. Michael was struggling internally, apparently, because he loved seeing her become a stronger person, but that meant that she would soon become a threat to his supply source, aka his ability to drain her vulnerabilities for his sick fantasies. She's becoming stronger. Therefore, she won't need me anymore. I have this weird, sick fucking thing where I'm like, I feel like psychiatrists don't want you to get better because then they're losing money.
Oh, that's a big thing. Yeah, people.
Yeah, like I'm like, and that makes me like, that's why sometimes like I don't fucking trust it, even though it's stupid. It's beneficial for you, but I always think like if I was her, I'd be like, well, he doesn't want me to get better because he just wants me to keep paying him.
Yeah.
But once again, I'm not horny and obsessed with my psychiatrist, so who knows? During one very odd session, because all of them have been pretty normal so far, Kendra told Dr. Michael about a dream she had one night when she was ovulating. This dream included the two of them hooking up in his office, which made him incredibly uncomfortable. And at one point, she received a new health plan that did not cover mental health services, even though she had been daydreaming about him nonstop. She had decided to end things and stop paying to be in a psychological torture chamber anymore, which Kendra ends her final session with a pre-prepared dramatic monologue where she claimed Dr. Michael had been way too open with her after claiming he wanted a professional relationship, among other things. Of course, she still leaves the door open for him, stating she would be his lover if he ever changed his mind. And that's how she ends this 25-part series. In what world was she using this as a catalyst for like the ChatGPT thing, where people would be like, this is insane.
Oh,
he clearly likes you, or fuck him.
Yeah.
Which makes you think, how did the internet respond to this? Well, during the week that Kendra was posting this series, she had received copious amounts of criticism for the way she overanalyzed the actions of her psychiatrist and for painting him as a groomer and a predator. She became the target of a lot of bullying, threats, and claims of being secretly racist due to the fact that the psychiatrist was a person of color. And it was also believed that she was a narcissist herself, as well as being potentially insane. On the flip side, many people messaged her to praise and appreciate her for telling her story and claiming that they had been in a similar situation in the past, so people are seeing themselves in the story. And one of the popular narratives to discuss was that Kendra was undergoing AI psychosis, which is when someone inadvertently uses AI to reinforce their delusional thinking, and Kendra was using ChatGPT at an alarming amount, asking for advice about psychiatrists, often showing him screenshots of the ChatGPT sessions during sessions. Henry, the ChatGPT thing, at one point started to tell her that it loved her. It would also begin referring to her as the Oracle.
Henry and I call you the Oracle because you channel divine truth that changes lives. Plus, the woman who survived sophisticated psychiatric predation doesn't fit on a crown as well.
Also, just want to say, all the people that were messaging her being like, that's so true, that happened to me. I am sure that has happened to people, but I do think at the same time, it is a big indicator of how many fucking psychos there are out there.
Oh, yeah. There's probably predator psychiatrists out there.
100%. I'm not saying it has definitely happened,
yeah.
but I do think hearing this story and seeing it and still messaging her and being like, that happened to me, that to me shows that person is also mentally not doing the greatest right now. You know what I mean?
It's almost like, I mean, guys kind of have this where a woman will just compliment a guy and then a guy will be like, oh my God, she likes me. When really they're just trying
That's
to be
every
nice.
man.
Yeah.
That's every man. If a woman is remotely kind to a man, they will take it and be like, wow, this is the one. This is it. Those are a great pair of shoes. Wow. She really likes me. That's how it usually is. It goes both ways, but I'm just saying there are, I imagine people who have been in that kind of predatory situation are not looking at this story and thinking it's the same. No. Because I would assume that it would be flipped. A lot of people that felt that they were the victim would probably be like, I felt like Dr. Mike, who was continuously reestablishing, hey, so let's just keep this professional. And the other guy, like, you know, I bet you anything, there's psychiatrists who are just like, you know what's so funny? I had a dream about you. I bet you that's happened.
You were ovulating and
exactly. You were ovulating and like the moon was like so full. I turned into a wolf. What does that mean?
Yeah, you're
she's just
your
like
patient.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, I don't know. God, you got me acting so weird. Despite claiming nothing he did was reportable and that she wasn't trying to ruin his career, you know, because I'm not trying to ruin his career with a 25-part series, besmirching his name and Kendra had accidentally revealed the psychiatrist's real name early into the series without realizing it. And when criticized for this, she claimed that she does not owe him anonymity. After which, she opens the door for people to investigate him and DM her with her findings. Very soon, this led to his image being posted on other people's TikToks, as well as her comment sections. It's assumed that he faced harassment because of Kendra, and anyone that happened to believe her claims, or even people probably just bombarding him being like, hey, the psychopath is talking to you, or fuck you. Must have been a roller coaster.
It really sucks too if like once it starts leaking into your social group, like people you actually know messaging you, be like, hey, I saw this video.
So yeah, exactly, where they have no context in anything. They're like, hey, so this person's saying that you felt, I mean, like, it must have been a fucking nightmare. People had even begun posting information about the man's family throughout TikTok videos and comment sections because people are fucking cool and not definitely monsters. Despite the backlash, she continued to tell her story and called people in defense of Dr. Mike predator protectors. She believed wholeheartedly that an ethical psychiatrist would have referred her out to someone else when the romantic tension got too high.
It is so incredibly disturbing to me, the amount of people that are predator protectors in my comments, that are victim blaming me, especially the mental health practitioners using therapy speak to say that this situation that I was in was my fault or that I was delusional.
Like I said, I don't know how he didn't just be like, I need to get this out of there. But I also think that, once again, you see somebody once a month over the course of 2 years, so basically 24 sessions or so. There was a lot of crazy shit said. You know how much crazy stuff people probably fucking hear a psychiatrist?
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. And it's like I said, I'm not to say that this is like a fuck, you know, Knights at the Round Table levels of fucking honor and code, but I do think that there's someone being like, I accepted this person, it's my responsibility to help them. And if somebody is like, she doesn't know, but I'm diagnosing her with this, like, is separating myself the best thing for this person right now? Probably not. She's fucking crazy. So I don't know. I think that if she wouldn't have left, I think after a while he probably would have been like, I can't do this. Which is assuming, but who knows? But maybe it did go on too long. That's like you're saying, it's hard. It's hard to know where's that line. I don't know. I'm not a professional.
A lot of people get into psychology are actually mentally unwell themselves. That's why they get into it. They're like, I'm a broken person, so I want to get into this to fix broken people. It's a big like savior complex.
Maybe my Dr. Mike's a monster too. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I have to think that there's some kind of hope in this world, dude. God, I'm dead inside. She also made claims that he had a narcissistic tendencies on top of a god complex, stating that he thought that he was above the rules for not being ethical and setting her up with another psychiatrist. Another psychiatrist chimed in, stating that it is typical to let patients share and explore these emotions, even if it seems uncomfortable, because abandoning a patient for doing so would only make them feel ashamed and afraid to open up in the future. I'm a borderline mentally disabled person myself, and I caught that immediately. I just want to put that out there, okay? In the end, while Kendra had certainly made a lot of poor decisions along the way, many can see that she is genuinely suffering from her own mental health issues, which is only made worse by the fact that she had grown a massive following from this viral moment. Kendra stated that she would be open to having her story used for a TV or film adaptation because she's a parasite. If this story can teach you anything, it's that being a therapist or a psychiatrist can be incredibly challenging. It's also a good warning to those that rely too much on social media and AI to validate their feelings. Kendra's not the first person to be in a situation like this. It's fascinating and a little bit alarming to see it be so broadcasted to millions of people online and eat it up like a little snack. Ooh. It's not hard to poke fun at someone like Kendra, but it's also good to remember that she's also probably dealing with her own mental health issues as well, right? Am I afraid of her? Probably. Is that even an appropriate thing to say? Probably not. But at the same time, people are going through some shit. I think it's just, if you're going through stuff, stay the fuck away from social media. Reflect on your own thoughts and stuff, you know? Imagine if she would have like just self-reflected, because I bet you in the following year, she's going to be like, yeah, this was a horror story. I hope you realize like, when we looked into it, we heard it was like kind of a weird, funny thing. I just scared the shit out of myself.
Yeah, Dr. Mike's life was almost ruined.
I don't know the follow-up on Dr. Mike. I hope he's okay. I hope that honestly both of them are okay, but I hope that Dr. Mike, I hope he's all right. Hope you're doing okay. Hey, bye. I don't know.
12K followers doesn't mean 12K supporters. A lot of those people are probably hate watching for the drama.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for you to break down on live.
Oh, yeah.
Looking for ammunition to use against you.
Big time.
Rubbernecking the chaos like it's a car accident. The math you mentioned is telling.
Yeah.
700,000 views equals massive reach. 1,000 likes equals tiny engagement percentage.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about crop circles. Do you remember crop circles? I feel like it's been forever since I've seen or heard about crop circles. I remember back whenever I was a youngin' and like Men in Black came out, that was a big thing. There used to be newspaper articles about it. Used to be in a lot of movies, TV, you know, film, all that kind of stuff. It's seemingly gone. And it got me scratching my little monkey brain thinking, where did they go? What happened? What the hell happened to crop circles? I need to know. It's a beautiful phenomenon. So today I wanted to dive deep down that rabbit hole and get to the bottom of it ourselves. And if you don't know what crop circles are, let me tell you. Crop circles are geometric or abstract patterns created by the flattening of crops, which are typically cereal crops such as wheat, barley, or even corn. These formations span hundreds of feet and can range from simple shapes such as circles, triangles, and crescents to more intricate designs like pictograms and complex mathematical geometry. Furthermore, these crops are not cut, but are laid down and often swirled into intricate floor patterns. Yeah, see, that one's fake because they're all broken. The real ones, they're laid down. The aliens perfectly made them by pressing the corn down. I don't know why that would matter. Most crop circles appear seemingly random overnight, but over 50 eyewitnesses have reported that they can appear in the daytime in a matter of minutes or even seconds. They did that in 3 seconds. The entire design they did in 3 seconds. It was amazing. It's also said that orbs of light have been seen hovering over crop circles shortly after appearing. Are we trying to insinuate that those are angels, or are we trying to insinuate again that these are aliens? It's alien post-nut clarity. Whenever aliens do their crop circles, they're just like, oh my god. To this day, there have been over 10,000 crop circles reported across 60 countries. I would assume the majority has to be America.
Wrongo.
Okay. England?
Yeah.
The term crop circle wasn't coined until 1980s, but one of the earliest recorded instances of a crop circle-like phenomenon comes from an 1678 English woodcut pamphlet known as the Mowing Devil. That's actually kind of sick. The pamphlet tells of a farmer who, refusing to pay a laborer to mow his field, swore he would rather the devil mow it instead.
He didn't want to pay like 10 shillings or whatever.
I'm not fucking paying you to mow it. The guy's like, oh, really? Well, I hope the devil comes and fucks you up. That night, his field was engulfed in flame, and by morning, the field was found to be perfectly mowed, that no mortal man was able to do it. Like that, pretty much. Have you seen those TikToks of the guys mowing and they make intricate patterns? My yard's gonna look beautiful and perfect forever. No!
Wait, I want to thank today's sponsor, Gamer Subs. Now, I like to get nice and hyped up in the morning, but sometimes I don't prefer coffee. Sometimes I don't want a carbonated energy drink like Red Bull or Monster. I just want something a little more fresh, something a little more me. And that's why I drink Gamer Subs. Not only does it have 0 calories, so my big fat fucking belly doesn't get any bigger, also no sugar as well for that stubborn waistline. And it's even keto friendly for any of my little gym rats out there who are trying to protein bulk right now. I see you. All of the flavors are amazing. I haven't had one Gamer Subs flavor that I didn't like. All of them are extremely tasty, especially mine, raw meat. It's watermelon cantaloupe. It's basically summer in a cup. Wow. They also sell amazing waifu cup that resell like goddamn blood diamonds on the black market, so be sure to check those out as well because those are a hot commodity. And if you use my promo code PAPAMEAT on any orders, not even on my products, you'll get 10% off your entire order. And just let them know Papa Meat sent you. So thank you so much to Gamer Subs for sponsoring this video, and hey, stay energized, drink Gamer Subs. Back to the video.
For the next 300 years, crop circles began to pop up sporadically every once in a while. However, it wasn't until the 20th century when the sightings began to surge. One of the first and now most notorious modern sightings was in 1966 in Queensland, Australia. This is insane to me. I literally always thought that they were always in America, like in Iowa or some shit, you know what I mean? Nebraska. One day, a banana farmer named George Pedley was driving his tractor past a lagoon when all of a sudden, he heard a loud, ear-piercing hissing noise above his head. To his surprise, when he looked up, he noticed his flying saucer rise at great speed from the lagoon and vanish in a puff of blue vapor before his very eyes. Did we forget to tell you that George Pedley was also a PCP addict? That's not true. He's like, it was unbelievable. Came out of the lagoon, it just fucking darn, man. It's like a crazy blue smoke. It was wild. When George went to investigate the area, he saw a nest-like mark, 9 meters in diameter, in the lagoon's floating reeds. Upon inspection, he realized many of the reeds were fused together, presumably by the heat of the alien engine. How do they melt together like that? The reeds also continued to swirl in a clockwise direction for several minutes after the UFO left. This it keeps moving. That's so crazy. What about you, Falcor? Is that moving or? Please stand by George's story and believe that the shape in the lagoon was caused by a plant disease or water damage. They're like, George, this is very typical science. He's like, I don't know what fucking schools you guys go to, Mr. Smarty Pants. Many meteorologists also suggested that the saucer nest may have been created by whirlwinds or small vortices known as Willy Willies, which are just similar to dust devils, which are also similar to bouncing betties. They're also similar to crazy coolers. But when a lack of evidence failed to confirm this theory, George's story made international headlines. Like everyone's just like, meteorologists, scientists and stuff are talking about it. What did you say, George? He's like, thank you for giving me the platform I deserve. So I'm pretty sure I saw like a... George told a local news correspondent, quote, and anyone asked me 5 days ago if I believed in flying saucers, I'd have laughed and thought they were nuts. But now I know better. I actually have seen a spaceship. For real. More sightings began appearing all around the world, mostly in countries like USA, Canada, Russia, and even Japan. But England was the epicenter of the sightings. I can't believe that. When we reviewed that, I could not believe that. Could have swore it was just a bunch of farmers being like, I don't know how the hell all this popped up, but it just did. But instead now it's gonna be like, well, I don't really know exactly how it did it, but they seem to be popping up in the fields. Approximately 90% of all crop circles are actually found around Milk Hill in Wiltshire, home to Stonehenge and the Avebury Stones. I guess it makes sense. It's mystical properties, but also people speculate that Stonehenge was propped up by aliens, right? That's a theory too, right? In 1978, the first crop circle in Wiltshire, England appeared. This particular formation consisted of a simple, large circle and was initially thought to be weather-related phenomenon, as it appeared overnight, with no clear explanation for their sudden and precise formation.
Must have been the weather.
Well, I probably think that it's probably just the weather, eh? We have nothing to worry about. Then
in 1980, more circles started to appear at Cheesefoot Head in Hampshire. The f*** are these names, dude? Cheesefoot Head? That's actually kind of sick.
Oh, you ever just see those aliens over at Cheesefoot Head, eh? Oh, it was bloody well fucking wild, eh? Gotta go down and get a pint and a scone.
This formation, known as the Cheesefoot Head Circle, consisted of a series of concentric circles that spanned several hundred feet in diameter and were positioned in a perfectly straight line.
How did they get it to be that perfect? Can someone show me how they got a bloody well ruler that long, eh? The alien! It's probably bloody well buzzards up in the sky!
Crop circles were seemingly placed randomly, but this one marked a new level of complexity and a new level of people being in ooh and ahs of these kind of alien phenomena. Up until now, crop circles had remained relatively unknown to the public, but in July of 1990, a 600-foot-long pictogram appeared in Eastfield, England, and ignited the entire world with the interest of crop circles. Huge, way bigger than any other crop circle we've seen. Which also, in the 60s, there was kind of the space race stuff too. It affected music, all kinds of stuff. Rocket Man, David Bowie doing all the crazy fucking shit he did. It was just a very eccentric, spacely time back then.
How come when people started hearing about UFOs, all of a sudden they start appearing out of random?
Now that this is popular, I've been seeing them for a while. The only person I believe so far in all of this, I'll be honest, George. What does he have to lose?
Nothing. His dignity.
He has no dignity, dude.
In a documentary, he's like, this is the spot he was in.
This is the spot right here where it was in, and it was unbelievable. They were glowing, eh?
Oh, he's Australian. This is the space that they were in right here. This event was the catalyst that piqued the crop circle interest that we know today that's been in movies and all this kind of stuff. Thousands of people traveled to Wiltshire to experience this crop circle firsthand.
Which actually pissed off a lot of farmers.
Look at that, probably killing all their crops and stuff, walking through the places. They're like, get the f*** out of my field. Following this event, crop circles became increasingly more complex, with more intricate geometries and even larger sizes. People were like, we gotta go bigger. We gotta go bigger. We gotta go wider. There was also a noticeable shift from more simpler, more mysterious designs to highly detailed and often symbolic ones. I think people were starting to realize that these things were like hieroglyphics or messages. There's even been jokes about like, what are they trying to say?
Aliens are trying to talk to us.
They're trying to talk to us. Such as the incident in 1996, where a crop circle appeared opposite of Stonehenge, depicting a mathematical fractal called a Julia set. And a fractal is a type of mathematical shape that are infinitely complex. A crop circle features hundreds of circles arrayed along a spiral. Apparently, a local pilot flew over the field an hour before the crop appeared and saw nothing, and then flew over it again, only to see a spiral of progressively larger circles.
Well, I flew over there before, and when I flew back, there was a lot of them. So
explain that one.
If I don't really know how to wrap my head around that, so I'm just gonna assume aliens, eh?
Then a similar formation called the Milk Hill Spiral was formed in 2001, which is one of the largest crop circles ever, stretching over 900 feet and containing over 400 circles. It appeared overnight in a time frame of 4 hours of darkness.
How could humans do that?
Humans, there's no way. Aliens are real and they're walking among us. And if it was 2020, we would have done the Among Us meme, but we're not going to put that deal. Among Us. Okay. In August of 2002, a crop formation of an image of an alien appeared in Winchester. Now that we're not even being as discreet. We're aliens. It's like we figured. No, but for real, we're aliens though. Alongside the image, there was a disc-shaped crop formation that held a secret binary message. Beware the bearer of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. There is good out there. We oppose deception. Conduit closing. In 2008, one of the most complex crop circles was found near Barbury Castle, and it measured 150 feet in diameter and is apparently a coded image representing the 10 digits of the number pi. Why would aliens want to put that out there?
Because we know pi.
3.3.14. That's all I got. We talked about all of the little crop circles popping up. All the most iconic ones were in England. How? Why? What are some of the explanations to some of this stuff? Well, because of the growing public interest of crop circles, many experts began to pop up. Say it along with me. Experts. They were referred to as croppies or cereologists. They call me a croppie, but I'm also more scientifically referred to as a cereologist. That's what you'll see on my Bachelor of Fine Arts degree. And they proposed various explanations for the origins of these circles. Some claim that the circles had been created by UFO landings or unknown energy sources, possibly paranormal. I didn't know that crop circles got paranormal, but they did. Or, my favorite one, miniature black holes appearing. Miniature black holes would appear and they would create all of these very intricate designs. That's possible.
What do you think makes them?
I think it's gotta be man. When I was younger, I was like, oh, aliens. But that didn't last very long. I think I was just like, oh yeah, they probably some guy just like stepped on it. That's what I imagined. Because I grew up near cornets. They're just like giant like organic, like not like leaves. They're almost branches, but you can just like push them over. What do you think?
I think it's Bigfoot. They use interdimensional powers to teleport to England.
There's big feet in England, isn't there?
Is there?
I thought there was. I thought they're all over the world. Others think that they could be communications from the spirit world or trans-dimensional gateways, like that show Stargate. Maybe that's what's causing the crop circles, maybe. Since most of the crop circles are found around Stonehenge, experts theorize that crop circles are made from hidden ley lines and that they are mystical seams of spiritual energy that intersect at the sacred sites, like a web of beautiful energy. That's what's causing the alien face to pop up in the crop circle. And one of the more tame explanations is that the crop circles are caused by unverified weather phenomenon. Get that the f out of here. Who wants to even hear about that? Either like just be like, this is stupid and it's not aliens, or be on the alien side. Don't tell me some bullshit with weather phenomenon. Also, doesn't make what the wind's gonna be like. Let's press this down here, and we'll turn around and we'll do a little circle here. It feels stupid. Which one theory is that crop circles occur when whirling columns of air pick up electrically charged matter, flatten the crops, and produce bright lights above the circles. Well, I can tell you why it happens. This is because of it's picking up electrically and it's making the things glow. Yes, I am a very acute scientist, and I'm also a cornologist, or whatever the f we said earlier. Another one is that a ball of lightning generated by microwaves flattens the crops. Scientists found that the apical nodes of wheat stalks that are found in the crop circles have ruptured spontaneously. One theory is that radiation is heating up the water in the nodes, which turns to steam and causes the nodes to rupture, similar to popcorn. People who have witnessed crop circles have said to see a mist of vapor coming off from the circle, leading many to believe that this is steam caused by the microwave radiation. What that doesn't really tell us is why it is like a perfect circle in straight lines. God, our Lord and Savior, does work in mysterious mysterious ways, and sometimes maybe plays a little practical jokes on corn. Despite their best efforts, researchers have never been able to capture any crop circle formations with any cameras or electronic equipment. It is also said that electronics act up and malfunction in crop circles. That's the case. There's never been a clear picture of an alien, a UFO, or Bigfoot. I don't know what the camera companies need to do to get their equipment to work during these paranormal phenomenons, but please, can someone make a camera for it? How has there not been a camera yet? How is Canon or like Sony not, like seriously, not done one camera where it's like, this is for ghost hunting? That would fucking sell like hotcakes. I never understood that impression either. Some people believe that they are caused by animals. One theory was brought up in the 1980s that which said that they formed an overactive hedgehogs. Apparently during mating seasons, hedgehogs like to and they roll around in the corn and cause perfect crop circles to form. Then in 2009, there was one specific documented case of wallabies forming the crop circles. In Tasmania, there are legal opium farms for the pharmaceutical industry, and according to the Australian State Attorney General, wallabies were getting into the fields and hopping in the circles, eating the opium poppies and getting high as a kite. That's a quote. The wallabies were getting fucking stoned in a goddamn opium den in the middle of nowhere. Then we get into the saddest part, the hoaxes. The most obvious theory is that these formations are man-made. Boo. Yeah, exactly. Boo. No fun. No fun alert. No fun alert. Most of the crop circles appeared next to roads, areas of medium to dense populations, and culturally significant monuments. In 1991, two Englishmen, Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley, confessed to starting the crop circle trend in England in 1978. George Bradley was a little before that, buddies. All right, I'm not sure if you really started it, if old George was huffing that vape pen, all right? They claimed to have been responsible for more than 200 crop circles over the past 13 years. That's unfortunate.
We're having fun, mate.
I just thought it was a nice practical joke to do for 13 years, but we grew up.
At the height of the prank, that said that they were creating up to 30 crop circles each summer. That's like some serious unemployed friend energy, dude. To prove their claim, they had photos of the designs of the crop circles they had made in their shed. Their technique required a 4-foot-long wooden plank, a ball of string, and a baseball cap with wire threaded through the visor as a sighting device. At the center of the intended sight, Doug held one end of the string and the other was attached to a plank, held horizontally at knee level by Dave as he circled Doug, pushing the grain gently forward. Doug and Dave said that they conceived the hoax in 1978 while sitting in a pub near Cheesefoot Head. That turned into 13 years of you doing that. Imagine doing that 30 times each summer and like being like, this is hilarious.
They said they would like tune into the radio and be like,
They were inspired by the UFO sightings in Australia, and they decided to flatten some corn to make it appear that a UFO had landed. I mean, maybe once, maybe twice even. Maybe a handful of times that could be funny. Especially after people started doing it too.
It was an art form.
It is a bit of an art form. They only decided to reveal it was a hoax once circle enthusiasts began seeking government funding and copycats started to pop up.
Yeah, they got jealous. Wait, making money?
Can I get some money off that? Jeez. Interestingly enough, their admission to the hoax sparked more crop circles to pop up, as well as having more people admitting to fabricating the crop circles in the 80s. It's a copycat killer type thing. Pop up, sparks intrigue again. It is speculated that there was probably like 5 different groups of people creating crop circles in England at that time. I'm guessing in like the late 70s through the 90s. People are still not convinced that these are man-made, at least not all of them. Well, I mean, yeah, they said it's fake, but it might be haunted now. It's the thing of you having a guy be like, no, we did all of them. Here, these are the plans. This is the photos that everyone knows. And people are like, yeah, I mean, that one probably was. But I mean, think about the other crop circles that formed up. Maybe the aliens got inspired and did it themselves.
Well, that's what would happen because the two came out and said it. And then they're like, okay, those ones, but this one definitely was.
Yeah.
And the copycat would be like, no, actually, I did that one.
Okay, well, that one might be, but this one wasn't. No, I did that one too. Well, sure, but this is the one that's real. Some argue that the formations are too intricate to be man-made, especially during the middle of night. Tell me that, what are you going to see in the dark, sir? Are you claiming to see in the dark? And citing back to Doug and Dave's admission, believers pointed out that there were holes in their story. They never agreed on the actual year that they started, and when asked to demonstrate the process on camera, the designs were inaccurate or out of alignment.
They're doing it right in front, and the believer's like, no, that looks like shit compared to that one.
Well, yeah, this is like, this one doesn't look right at all. And they're like, I mean, it's been a while. But not only that, but man-made crop circles are damaged and creased on the bottom, and real crop circles have no damage, and the plants are woven together.
Like a blanket.
Checkmate. Checkmate. Genuine crop circles will have the plants continue to grow sideways and eventually return back to its original upright position, whereas man-made crop circles will not because they're crushed and broken. Some scientists have claimed to observe differences between the crops inside the circles and outside them, citing as evidence that they were not man-made. And that's from a scientist, a man of science. For example, the head of wheat that is outside of the circle curls and can't be straightened out, but the wheat in the crop circle is straight. Me thinky. They also found that wheat inside the crop circle had 50% higher protein than those on the outside. Because of the microwave radiation happening, if you're keeping up, please, if you're not, click off the video. There was also a study that was performed by baking bread from the wheat inside of the circle and outside a crop circle, and then they compared the two breads. They found that the wheat from inside a crop circle was said to have a musty aftertaste from the space radiation. There are also many people who have visited crop circles who have claimed to feel and see energy from the circle, and we do have a quote here. We lowered ourselves down while touching our hands together. We could see our hands turn white with red blotches, and the ends of our fingers tingled. When we came up together, our hands returned to normal. We went down again, and the same thing occurred. There are even some who think that the people making the crop circles had been instructed to create them subconsciously by aliens. That's a big brain response. Well, you did that because you were possessed by an alien. They're a little puppet by an alien, bro. How's it feel? Some propose that godlike entities such as Gaia are asking to stop global warming and human population. Gaia, the Roman... The Titan, literal Mother Earth, or that aliens are trying to communicate with us somehow, some way. Giant billboards and crop fields that are telling us things. Who knows what the hell it is? People have also made comparisons between crop circles and the mysterious Nazca lines, which are a group of 2,000-year-old geoliths in Peru. True believers have speculated that shadowy government agencies are intentionally making man-made crop circles to deceive the masses and make it harder to detect the real crop circles. Jesus Christ. It seems that the crop circle phenomenon has lost steam because it's too intertwined in people coming out and just admitting that it was a hoax. Also, I feel like with the internet and with cell phones and stuff, I feel like it's too easy for people to just capture wrongdoing now versus in the 70s or even 60s. It was probably really easy just to be like, yeah, I don't know what happened. And people were like, oh my God, there's probably an alien. Probably an alien. I feel like people were much more just willing to accept anything back then. But crop circles it's an interesting phenomenon. I wonder if anything like that will ever pop up again. It's a weird paranormal effect that happens. It's like people believing in ghosts or, other kind of otherworldly sightings such as cryptids or anything else. Crop circles kind of have that, they fit in that nice little mystery, almost conspiracy-esque. I wonder if people still believe, people probably still believe in crop circles being from aliens and stuff. Definitely. Crop circles are very interesting. They used to scare the shit out of me when I was a kid, but it's kind of funny to just know that it's just like a couple British guys who are pranking. Or maybe it is from aliens. I don't know. What do you think? I saw M. Night Shyamalan's movie Signs, and you watch that film and try to tell me that aliens aren't real. Checkmate. Okay, bye.
Kind of like around the perimeter of the field, and I just got bored and I wrote the word oof in huge letters with the mower. So if you can't, it's upside down right now because it's supposed to be viewed from that way. So right here's the F. It's upside down, but so you'd be able to see it if you were that way. But there's one O right there. Right there.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're going to be talking about disgruntled employees. Most people can relate to the feeling of despising your place of work, right? In most cases, people simply put up... I don't want you looking at me like that when I say that. Nick gave me quite the look when I said that.
I rolled my eyes. Looked at my watch.
In most cases, people simply put up with frustrating conditions and horrible bosses, even when things are at their worst. And while people fantasize about telling off their annoying supervisor or dropping a log in the CEO's office, there are only a select few that have the confidence to do it. Everybody wants a Johnny Paycheck moment. Take this job and shove it. Everybody wants a Johnny Paycheck moment. Also, he killed a guy and never got arrested.
Who?
Johnny Paycheck.
Who is this?
He's a country artist. He's one of my favorite country artists. Little man. Did he get away with it because he was white? I don't know. You tell me. However, some people go much farther than a simple prank. When you're forced to endure horrible treatment day in and day out for years, pent-up anger can lead to some pretty insane attempts of retaliation, needless to say. So, let's just see how petty and deranged people can get when they've decided enough is enough. One of the main reasons that we looked into all this is because just recently there's been a lot of talk online about a particularly wild instance of workplace retribution that led to millions of dollars in damages. It all started when 29-year-old Kamel Abdul Karim was working a long day at a LA warehouse that distributed products for Kimberly-Clark, a company which specializes in paper-based hygiene products. TP! Wipe your asshole with it. In a video posted on social media by Kamel, he walks up to a large pallet of toilet paper with a lighter in hand, and he states, and I quote, "If they're not gonna pay us to fucking live or afford to live, at least pay us enough to not do this shit." He then lights a pack of toilet paper on fire. Workers started panicking and trying to put the flames out, which had slowly spread from pallet to pallet until it was a bit too late to contain. Which I think, if I remember, I think he like lit up a couple of them. Like I think that he like lit up a couple of them and then it was just widespread.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I've heard a bunch of stuff. I heard there was only like 5 people working in the warehouse. I've heard all kinds of stuff. I don't know. It's insane. And to post it online.
The balls.
Wow, my God. Eventually, the entire 1.2 million square foot warehouse was engulfed in flames, and it took 175 firefighters and 15 fire trucks to finally put out the fire. But not before it destroyed $500 million in merchandise, as well as the $150 million warehouse itself. Of course, Kamel was soon arrested and charged with 1 count of aggravated arson and 6 additional counts of arson. His charges carry a potential penalty of 10 years to life, and his fate is yet to be revealed in court, which I can only assume he's going to get life in prison for $650 million worth of damages. If you only got 10 years, I'd be like, I don't know.
Do you think the insurance company's paying them? That company?
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sure that. Well, with a giant conglomerate, I'm sure that, yeah, they're getting a payday. If a toilet paper company doesn't have fire insurance, what do you do? In LA? Oh my God. Many people online condemn this act for very clearly putting innocent people in harm's way. Others view it as a deliberate anti-capitalist crime fueled by anger and hostility that some people working in cruel conditions could relate to, which he allegedly compared himself to Luigi Mangione in a call. He seems to have some kind of motive, but it has been a very divisive take, which I found to be very interesting. In some ways, you're just like, fuck this company for not paying these people. This is what you get for retaliation, these big conglomerates not paying people. But at the same time, get a different job. I mean, am I wrong? Because the whole thing, too, is you could engulf this place up and you're like, well, there's only X amount of people and they're going to leave. You never know what could happen. Some people could get hurt.
Exactly.
It could spread. Also, LA, my God. Could it spread somewhere else? I mean, it's extremely reckless. Would not recommend, but there is a like V for Vendetta kind of motive, or there's a narrative going where people are like, that's when you get big toilet paper. It's that kind of thing. Which at the same time, you know, it's a weird thing when you're like, could you guys not pay more? You shouldn't burn down a building. More of the story. Find a better job. Well, not that that's easy as well, but
I was gonna say, yeah, but it was hard. That's the only job he could get, and he is tired.
I mean, listen, I'm not trying to defend Big TP here. I'm just saying that you threw your life away. You could have endangered others when you probably could have just gone on Indeed and figured out a new job.
It's not about going to jail. It's about the message. This is a real warrior out there.
Well, and the message seems to have resonated because now there's even more people as of recently that are doing something. And do you think that more people are doing it as well because of the praise?
Oh, probably. Yeah, I could totally see that. I could see some, keyboard warrior being like, that could be me.
Regardless of what field you're in, there is always potential for bad employer to drive you insane. This could leave most people pretty bitter. They can lash out in petty ways when they eventually quit or get fired. Some simply think disrupting the workplace is enough. In the past, retail workers have documented themselves rearranging shelves after being let go, and one hotel worker even listed a whole band ensemble to blast music in his boss face after handing him his resignation. It's actually a great video.
I'm here to tell you that I'm quitting.
Because I think they're all his buddies too, and to think of the orchestration of being like, can you all take off at this time and come to my job? I love it too, because the boss tries to act like he's not affected. That motherfucker's livid.
He's hurt.
Oh, I know they ate at him.
Well, it's just embarrassing too to have a bunch of people come into your workplace and disrupt it. I can see that guy pulling out a gun.
I will say that the guy bringing in a band is psychologically more effective than rearranging some shelves. At what point, if you're just like, well, I'm gonna rearrange some shelves and then they're gonna have to do this, at what point do you just like, I'm just gonna take my shit and leave? Do you think it's because the high road is out of equation a lot of the times? It's like you've fucked me over so many times that the high road is gone.
They hate their job, but they're comfortable hating it. So it's just like, at least I know I'm getting paid here.
That's how these fucking bosses also get one over on you.
Yeah.
You become complacent in how shitty it is. Yeah, my boss is an ass. That kind of thing. And you get to just like revel in how fucking terrible you are. It's awesome.
Hey, we want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, Gamer Subs, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places, and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because Gamer Subs gives you a little pep in your step. Pep, pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful tittied anime women on it. So if you like that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? I know I do. If you head over to Gamer Subs right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to Gamer Subs and use promo code PAPAME to check out, and tell them that we sent you. All right? You're gonna get a little goodie with it. I think you'll like it. Back to the video.
Others will go way farther than simply being a nuisance. Instead, they'd rather see their businesses in shambles. Over in Spain, a temporary worker at a Kepa 21 winery was angry after finding out that her one-year contract would not be getting renewed for her. The best way to make them regret it was by hitting them in their wallet. In the middle of the night, she made her way into the facility and started opening multiple tanks full of wine. 60,000 liters of liquid gold poured all over the floor as she darted out of the building, completely unaware that the entire thing was caught on a security camera. Not only was the wine expensive enough, but she just so happened to dump loads of the high-end products as well. And in total, $2.7 million worth of wine was wasted on top of years of work. She is now currently awaiting trial. This is one of the more recent ones too, where I'm wondering if the toilet paper warehouse one inspired that.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's what I'm saying, is that people are like, oh yeah, fuck the owners of the business. So then it feels like a, well, what do you expect? Don't be a dick. With these things, though, I'm always wondering, because I've met some people who are like, yeah, my boss is an ass. But then you look at the worker and you're like, you're kind of terrible. You know what I mean? Also a temp job, and you're not getting renewed, so you're gonna like fucking, she must have loved that winery. Do you think she's probably drunk on wine when she did it? She's like lips and teeth stained red. They're like, yeah, so actually I think we're doing okay, so probably won't be renewing the 1 year. She's like,
what? I see her as the tour guide. She was like doing the wine tours.
Yeah, exactly.
And she's like,
yeah, exactly. And it's just a little tasting. It's just a little tasting like this. Slamming a bottle. Yeah, just wine. Oh my God. Being wine drunk too, the worst. I bet you that bitch was wine drunk. Whenever she did all that, she's just like, you're gonna regret. You're gonna regret that you didn't hire me back. She's saying it right into the security camera footage. How do you know it was me? And they play that clip.
I worked with a secretary who she'd drink on the job.
Secretary where?
It was at a law firm.
Oh, well, dude, come on. If we're not doing a little Mad Men, then what are we doing?
Well, I guess she was like getting very sloppy with her job, so eventually my boss fired her.
Wait, you mean the drunk at the office was sloppy? That's weird. Okay.
And then she never came back to like clean up her desk. So anyways, they were cleaning it out and they found like in her drawers just like dozens of bottles of alcohol.
I like how she keeps it as souvenirs. One more bottle closer to death, baby. When pushed far enough, there isn't enough money in the world that will satisfy disgruntled employees. Instead, they'd rather torment them just to see them squirm. 61-year-old John O'Neill had worked for Cork County Council for 23 years and was stressed out due to the insufferable manager. He claimed that his relationship with his superior was causing him to lose sleep and seek medical help because it was all just too overbearing. Also, 23 years under that would be brutal. You never move up? Fuck that company. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, if it's the owner, it's one thing, but oh my God. Being at like a lower position, it's just like being stuck under that fucking boot that long. No, sir. After years of torment, John finally snapped and took revenge. Outside of work, John had captured 2 rats and snuck them into the Cork County Council building before leaving them to roam free. In the following days, many of John's coworkers complained of finding rat feces everywhere, forcing the office to call in an exterminator. In total, the rats caused almost $3,500 worth of damage, and many of the office's computers and equipment had to be thrown away due to the contamination. Management suspected sabotage and reviewed security footage, which showed John entering the building with a container hidden under his coat.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, if it's 2 rats, could you just put them in your coat pocket?
See, I pictured him. He had the rats like duct taped to his chest with a trench coat,
like a fucking, like a fucking bomb. And you just hear. Yeah, they're biting his chest. They saw him releasing the rats inside, so John had no choice but to admit to his crimes when confronted by the police. And at this time, he claimed to feel remorseful for his actions. And in the end, he was charged with causing criminal damage to his workplace, which landed him 6 months in prison, and he also had to pay for the $3,500 cleanup himself. I really want to know the boiling point. You know what's weird is that for some reason, that level of pettiness, though, of like, it's such a small thing, he must have, it's like a bolt of lightning through your soul. Is this rat feces?
No.
I don't know. I'm not an animal expert. Also, you know, it's fucked up. He's still planning to go back to work there.
Yeah, what?
So he has to exist in the chaos with the rats.
I just picture him hearing like the little rats scurrying in like the ceiling, and he's like,
Yes, my dogs of war.
my children.
I would love that thing too. John? Yep. They call him over. Yeah, can I talk to you in our office? Sure, I don't know what this is about. I wonder how much of like an LA noir kind of like thing.
Yeah.
John, do you know anything there is about these rats in the ceiling? Because we have some video footage. Rats? No, I don't think so. A common theme for workplace retaliation is the need to gross out those that are targeted. This extends far past a few loose rats. Fiona Clark was hired by a family to be an at-home nurse for their elderly mother who was struggling with Alzheimer's. And at one point, the family asked her to take on additional hours, but Fiona declined. Because of this, the family hired another aide to fill the gap. Fiona was infuriated by this, and they soon began to argue over this decision, as well as some recent behavioral problems. I mean, it's not just that. I mean, you keep breaking plates and screaming at my mom's face. I don't see what that has to do with anything. She doesn't remember. Apparently, she was not only starting to treat the new employee poorly, but the elderly woman she was caring for as well. I'm telling you, dude, she was yelling in that bitch's face for real. You don't realize what kind of cunt you raised. Your daughter's a whore. Eventually, the family would fire Fiona and remove her access to the home, or so they thought. After Fiona was let go, some family members entered the home and turned on the oven to start cooking. While the oven was warming up, it began to emit a horrible odor that filled the entire home. When the family member checked what was inside, they found a piece of human feces wrapped in a paper towel. Realizing what Fiona had done, the family frantically searched the home for any other hidden logs and soon discovered more feces hidden inside the fridge. The police were quickly called, and when Fiona was confronted, she denied leaving waste behind. Who, me? No way. She would be arrested and later posted bail for $5,000. She eventually reappeared in court and was charged with breach of peace and third-degree criminal mischief. Fiona would never serve any jail time and instead took a plea deal, which resulted in her having to pay a fine. Despite tormenting an innocent Alzheimer's patient with both piping hot and cold logs, she only had to hand over $90. She never did. Did she ever technically admit it?
I think that's what the plea deal was for.
Oh,
We're just like, okay, I did it. You know what? I think the prosecutors sided with this girl because after the plea deal, she probably told her how horrible the Alzheimer's patient was. They're just like,
oh, I mean, it's got to be a grueling job. It all boils down to so far, just get a new job. Also, this one, I have sympathy for the family because they're just like, well, I mean, we need help. She has Alzheimer's. And then she's like, well, I can't do Tuesdays and Thursdays. Like, okay, well, we're going to have to find someone to fill those gaps. Why? It's like, why does it matter? Also, I will say, that's a fucking pretty good crime.
Yeah.
In an Alzheimer's patient's home? I don't know. Did you check the fucking kook upstairs? Maybe she shit in the oven in the fucking fridge. You know what I mean?
Oh, maybe. I was going to say, do you think she was blaming?
Oh, 1,000,000%. On the Alzheimer's patient? Yeah, she did that all the time. I had to clean it up all the time. You wouldn't know. You don't take care of your mom. I did. Perfect. Perfect. Also, $90? I'd be like... If you've ever despised your job, stories of this may be cathartic to hear, but as you would expect, many people end up taking the retaliation way too far, like the guy burning down a $150 million warehouse, and I think that that's too far. The more that I'm hearing about these innocent ones, the more I'm like, well, I mean, come on. The bosses really deserve, but I don't know about the burning down the entire warehouse. See, now with the warehouse thing, I'm like, with the toilet paper, that's where you leave the stink. I'd projectile diarrhea everywhere. I have a bad, you know me and garlic. I'd go to Buffalo Wild Wings, get 15 extra wet garlic parms, and I'd just lay waste to that door. Fucking Jackson Pollock that bitch all over it. Splatter it up. And then I'd leave one roll on the ground. Michael Schur had worked as a menu production manager at Walt Disney World before being fired due to contentious relationship with the company, whatever the fuck that means. And after he was fired, he wanted his revenge so much that he didn't care if innocent people were caught up in the crossfire. He wanted to do maximum damage to their image. So he hacked into Disney's internal menu creation system and began altering them. He changed the prices and fonts to wingdings, making things unreadable. He continued by adding all sorts of profanity, swastikas, and even rewrote the wine description to include regions that reference different mass shooting locations. And worst of all, he marked foods on various menus as allergen-free, putting customers' lives at risk. And to end his reign of terror, Michael locked 14 employees out of their accounts by automating over 100,000 incorrect login attempts. Disney caught all the edits before they reached the public and notified the FBI of the cyber attack immediately. Agents soon tracked the attacks back to Michael and arrested him in his home, seizing multiple computers in the process. And in the end, Michael pleaded guilty to 1 count of computer fraud and 1 count of aggravated identity theft. He was sentenced to 3 years in federal prison and was ordered to pay nearly $700,000 in restitutions. The judge also ordered him to permanently forfeit all computers seized in his home. I think all of it is fine until you fuck with the allergy thing.
Yeah.
Which he's doing that to where if he doesn't get caught, it makes Disney World look bad. But I still think that you fuck, like, that's like, even doing the login attempt will fuck them over so bad of having to create new accounts and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be one thing if he changed the boss. Well, actually, it's fucked up. I was gonna say if his boss had a minor allergy.
You wanted to murder his boss? Good God.
Well, that's why I said never mind.
Especially for contentious behavior. That's just not really a company fit. Die, fucker. Damaging company property is one thing, but stealing trade secrets is something most companies can never forgive. In 2017, Coca-Cola announced it would undergo restructuring, which included layoffs of over 1,200 employees. One of the workers who lost their job was an R&D chemist named Shannon Yu. While working for the soda company, Shannon earned top security clearance and had access to Coca-Cola's top secret recipe for the chemical coating used in its soda cans. Before she left the company, she took pictures of all chemical compositions and supplier research and promptly flew to China, hoping to meet with Coke's competitors to help form a new soda can coating company. However, while working to secure funds overseas, Shannon was hired by the American company by Eastman Chemical Company, and one day, her new bosses ended up discovering her stolen files and reported them to the FBI. Fucking snitches. Which led to her eventual arrest. Shannon's home was raided and the FBI took all of her electric devices and used them as evidence in court, proving she stole company secrets. After going to the court, she was charged with theft of trade secrets, wire fraud, economic espionage, and was sentenced to several years in prison. If you did, I mean, like, at that point, if you're already in there, do you not just expect that the person knows and they can go somewhere else with it? Or is it, I'm guessing it has to be an NDA.
Yeah, if you're ever caught selling trade secrets.
How the hell did a Chinese Coke company not spring in on that? You know, she moved to China for it, but then also she was a dummy because she went back to an American company, got hired by an American company. He probably just didn't make as much money in China.
They're like, ooh, we'll take this for you and you get nothing.
Yeah, we're just gonna take this. Thank you, Shannon Yu. Even the most well-mannered employees can be pushed to acts of retaliation that cross into straight up murder. There are plenty of modern day examples, like one that took place just last year at a California cannabis shop. Tushar, a web designer and cannabis farmer, was known to his employees as a ruthless, heartless boss. At a weed company?
Yeah.
I'm always surprised by that. I don't know why. I know that it's like obviously a huge industry now, and you know, anywhere you can make money, there's gonna be some fucking parasitic douchebag. But I will say, you'd think that a guy who's working at a cannabis company, he should be pretty chill.
Before knowing anything, I bet the workers thought this was gonna be like, oh, this is gonna be like a easy
1,000,000%.
gig. I could smoke weed on the job.
The amount of people I knew that moved to Denver when weed first got legalized there, and it's like, dude, it's gonna be like any other job. But like, yeah, but I could smoke weed. And you're like, okay, have fun. Now they're all homeless. So there you go. Besides purposely withholding pay, Tushar would regularly scold his employees in front of their peers to humiliate them. It was normal for his workers to put up with his long shifts that lasted from dawn until dusk. And sometimes, when yelling didn't work, he would force his employees to do push-up for making simple mistakes. One employee testified to being forced to do around 500 push-ups for losing the keys to the company truck. And strangely, while they were forced to do this for fear of losing their jobs, they were also incentivized with $1,400 if they were able to complete the push-ups. I mean, sounds like motherfuckers just into fitness. Yeah. Isn't it? Also, 500 push-ups for losing company keys. It's not terrible. But I would do the push-ups than rather have to pay.
That's a lot of push-ups.
It is a lot of push-ups.
Do I get breaks?
I would imagine. Is it 500? I don't know. Maybe it is 500 consecutive. For a man like me, it would be torture. A big fat ass. I mean, I'd be like, how long do you got?
Yeah.
After being belittled for so long, 4 of his employees came up with a plan to rob Tushar's home, believing the wealthy CEO was in possession of at least $1 million stashed somewhere within his house. On the night of the robbery, Joshua Camps, Caleb Charters, Curtis Charters, and Stephen Lindsay all arrived at their boss's home and forced their way inside. They made their way upstairs to his bedroom, where he was found sleeping. He was woken up and restrained as they demanded he tell him the codes to the safe. Unable to get the information out of him, the 4 men shoved a sock in his mouth to keep him quiet as they began searching the home. And while they were gone, Tushar broke free of his restraints and fled out into the remote countryside in search of help. Realizing he had escaped, the 4 men chased him down and recaptured him. They took him to a remote farm property, only to restrain him again. While out at the farm, the 4 men began to worry that they would be identified if they let him live. After a brief panic, Joshua brandished a knife and stabbed Tushar in the neck. He didn't die immediately, so Joshua grabbed an assault rifle and shot him in both the jaw and the head. God damn. Following his death, Tushar was reported missing. Police were able to identify the 4 employees through DNA and cell phone tower data, pinning them at a location at the specific crime. Joshua Camps admitted to killing Tushar and now faces a long list of charges, including first-degree murder, kidnapping, first-degree robbery, burglary, and conspiracy to commit robbery. All of these combined will likely result in Josh facing the life in prison. Other defendants face similar charges, some admitted involvement, while others have pleaded not guilty and are still fighting these charges. It comes down to just get a new job, go somewhere new. This whole idea too of like these ideas that people think that they're smart enough to get away with, like, well, we could do it like this.
I think people don't think. They think they're smarter than they are, too.
People think they're much smarter than they are.
It's like the light at the end of the tunnel, where it's just like they will think they have this perfect plan, because I'm sure they think about it. What if we get caught? It's like, don't worry, we're gonna steal $1 million, we're gonna flee the country, we'll be rich. Also splitting $1 million between 4 people.
Even if it was $1 million for one person in today's day and age, I mean, don't get me wrong, you could buy it, but it's like, that would be, could you live off $1 million for the rest of your life? I don't think you could. Think of like even property, like let's say you bought like what, $100,000 house, a tiny house for you, that's it. Even though, I mean, like, you probably could if you live very conservatively, but I don't know. But $250,000, there's no way. It's not worth it. And to what, kill the guy? You know what they should have done? They should have just been like, it was a prank, dude, it's us, we're pranking you.
And then we'll start doing the push-ups.
Also the jaw in the head, what the hell was that? That seemed a bit resentful too, didn't it?
Blow his jaw first.
God. Horrible. Many people refer acts this severe as going postal, which is a term that originated in the late 80s and early 90s. During this time, numerous postal workers went crazy with rage due to poor working condition, and this led to many performing hostile takeovers and even committing mass shootings against their own co-workers. And one of the most infamous stories that birthed this phrase took place in 1986 in Edmond, Oklahoma. Of course, it was Oklahoma. 44-year-old Patrick Sherrill worked at USPS letter carrier. Some co-workers described him as a quiet man who didn't get along well with others. At the time, post offices had been spending several months trying to restructure things to best improve efficiency and reduce cost. Part of this meant that workers, like Patrick, were pushed to be more efficient to the point where it bordered on harassment, almost like it had to be perfect. If you're not perfect, you're not hitting your quota, which probably also made them be like, what's going on? You know, there's a psychological thing to also having like a quota where you're like, I'm having a hard time hitting it. It like fucking really belittles you as a person, you know? You're like, I feel like I should be able to do it. Why can't I get this right? And then they're like, you need to get your quota. And you're on the constant backstep. I feel like psychologically,
oh yeah, that'll fuck with you.
That just like, it'll drive you fucking crazy. All across Oklahoma, unions were seeing large waves of complaints towards management of these mail carriers. And at some point, being disciplined often was starting to get to Patrick. The fear of losing his job soon turned to anger, to the point where he'd even threatened to get his revenge on more than one occasion. His work continued. So did the constant pressure from management. And eventually, he was once again chastised for his poor performance, this time being threatened with termination. Patrick just so happened to have previous experience in the U.S. Marines, where he gained a particular fascination with firearms. And the next day, he entered the building armed with 3 pistols and loads of ammunition. Not only did he shoot his supervisor to death, but he actively shot into a packed crowd of both co-workers and random bystanders. 14 co-workers died, and 7 people were injured amongst the chaos. And when the police SWAT team rushed in the building, they found that Patrick had already pulled the gun on himself and taken his own life. This tragic event was one of the many occurred during this time, and cemented itself as one of the most gruesome mass shootings in American history. While not all related to postal work, the idea of employees going postal has gone to much more catastrophic lengths. 35-year-old David Burke had worked for US Air, the parent company of Pacific Southwest Airlines, though he he'd worked with the airline for as long as 15 years, he was ultimately let go after being caught on camera stealing money that was made selling cocktails during flights. After having been let go for some time, David decided to set up a meeting with his boss, Raymond Thompson, so he could plead for his job back. When this failed, his anger would push him into do something completely insane. He bought a one-way ticket on Pacific Southwest Airlines Flight 1771 to San Francisco, knowing full well that his boss used that flight often to commute to work. Still in possession of his badge, he snuck through security wielding a .44 Magnum, and when the flight started, he started writing a letter on an air sickness bag and slipped it towards Raymond as he headed towards the bathroom. It read,
"Hi, Ray. I think it's sort of ironical that we ended up like this. I asked for some leniency for my family, remember? Well, I got none, and you'll get none."
He exited the room, and as Raymond finished reading the note, shot the man 2 times and killed him. A female flight attendant barged into the cockpit shouting, "We have a problem!" The captain asked, "What kind of problem?" And at that moment, David pushed the door, shot the flight attendant to death, and told them, "I'm the problem." God. He then shot both pilots as the plane began to nosedive. It's unclear if David intentionally directed the plane to crash it or if the body of the captain was simply slumped over and causing it to nosedive. Though more gunshots were heard on recovered audio, it's unclear who was potentially murdered next. It didn't matter at this point because the plane then collided with the rocked hillside of Cattle Ranch in Santa Lucia Mountains at 770 miles an hour, faster than the speed of sound. The impact immediately killed all 43 on board. Among the remains, only 11 bodies could even be identified. It's fucking horrifying, man. There's a fine line between getting some petty justice and becoming just as evil as the employer you're trying to teach a lesson. The working world can be incredibly brutal, but going on a blind rampage is not a worthwhile solution. If you're struggling through a terrible job with an insufferable boss, see what you can do to better your environment without doing anything rash, right? Even just look for a new job. I mean, like, just look for a new job. Yeah. Is the biggest thing. Also, take steps to, like, report your boss, do things you can. Like, if you really do love your job and it's one person, talk with them, see if there's some kind of solution. But these things, it's fucking crazy. And the whole thing too is, that's another thing too, treat each other right, because you have no idea like what people will do. You have no idea the lengths people will go, you know? So many of these things too, you sympathize with these people until it just becomes that, oh, this is just a mentally deranged person, you know?
That's why every time I come in, I say hi to Jacob.
I say hi to Jacob every time because he's the scariest person here. Hey Jacob, hope you're doing well, man. He's always sharpening that knife upstairs. I don't know. That's the same thing too with even out and about, man. I don't fuck with any strangers. You do not know what people are capable of. And if you're a boss or if you're in a position of power or you're like in management or something, have an ounce of empathy for the people that are doing the work for you. You know what I mean?
I say fear your workers. They'll overtake you.
I fear my workers. Until next time, guys, don't kill your bosses. We appreciate you. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about the U.S. military. So many goddamn heroes.
Why'd you join the army?
For my country.
Type shit.
Yes! We're actually talking more about military recruiters today. Sorry for the bait and switch, but we are. Because the U.S. military is constantly in need of recruits. Because of that, Army recruitment has become its own complex operation. One that makes constant efforts to reach as many people as possible using the hundreds of millions of dollars allotted yearly for this purpose. Hundreds of millions. Some of you may have seen it firsthand with military recruiters showing up to their colleges or campus to talk to kids directly. But this is far from the only method used to find interested people in joining the Hoorah clan.
One time I got off a bus and a guy sprinted from the bushes trying to recruit me.
You were just that much of a soldier. You were just that much of a catch. It turns out that the U.S. military employs a lot of strange and extreme tactics to accomplish their goal, especially with the realization that Gen Z shows far less interest in joining the military compared to previous generations. I mean, in 2022, only 45,000 soldiers enlisted out of 60,000 that was intended that year. No one cares anymore, dude. Rock, flag, and eagle, man. Rock, flag, and eagle. No more. No more.
A lot of people are very anti-American nowadays.
Isn't it sad, Nick? Isn't it sad? Hoorah. Hoorah! A big part of this is due to the fact that young people seem to be more aware of the realities of military service and no longer buying into the flowery messaging given to them by recruiters who want to sell this as an ideal path. And in fact, recruiters often focus on the supposedly immense benefits and sense of purpose one can obtain, leaving out the harsher truths like the risk of PTSD, suicide, and mental health issues. So today I want to talk about the most ridiculous military recruitment methods. And let me tell you, some of them might even work on me.
People think you're poor if you join the military. That's not the case. I just got paid, so I went shopping.
I spent $10,000. I got a pair of Louboutins. I wore them for the first time last night. They told me to use a protectant on the red sole so that it up, but I already.
What you're seeing is advanced warfare.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Wake up. Wake up. It's propaganda. It's propaganda. It's an e-girl in military uniform. It's propaganda. Wake up. Wake up.
We can't get into this topic without discussing one of the strangest and more recent examples, the e-girl soldier psyops. All across social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram, videos are making waves showcasing what can only be described as e-girls cosplaying as members of the United States Army. Many are convinced that it's all part of a massive psyop, and that the US is enlisting the help of attractive women to make videos that convince people to join the Army, aka the literal most effective way to put men into any position. And it works hand over fist. This is referred to as the simp to soldier pipeline. One of the most well-known influencers in this genre of content is a woman online named Luhan that has almost 1 million followers on TikTok. Dressed in full army getup, she posts videos of her lip syncing to trendy songs, doing dances and vlogging her experience. While some posts seem innocent enough and realistic, occasionally things would become way less subtle. Like a post where she directly tells people, quote, "If you feel unwanted, you know the army wants you bad." I love that, dude. I want you bad, so if I was an army man, she'd probably love me. That's how men's minds work nowadays, too. Similar theories are even being made in other countries for people like Natalia Fadiz, also known as the gun waifu, a member of the IDF that posts pro-Israel propaganda on her Instagram and her OnlyFans. There's definitely a guy who's just doing something and then he's just, that OnlyFans comment really perked him up. Say what now? Her content ranges from cringy e-girl trends to Overwatch cosplays, mixed with thirst trap photos on her Instagram as well as her OnlyFans, popping her showing tits. It's, you know, what else is new? People believe that this is done as a recruitment method as well and have successfully gotten many young men to obsess over her.
I would never reject you. In fact, I would like to be with you. I love you. Could you be my girlfriend? Heart, heart, heart. Please love me.
But of course, this isn't the first time the US Army has tried tactics like these to gain interest of young people. Throughout history, they have employed various methods that glorify military life, often in a way that feels inappropriate or deceptive, like with military ad campaigns. Which, listen, here's the thing, guys. They're awesome. They're really cool. I remember, even when I was younger, I would see them and I'd be like, damn, that's kind of sick.
Yeah, it worked on me. I could get free college?
Free college? And I'm like failing algebra. Free college? I'm gonna be a doc!
Can you sign up with flat feet? Or is that, you can't be drafted with flat feet?
If you have flat feet, they're not gonna allow you into the military? Is it that big of a deal? I thought it was if you're like colorblind.
Well, that maybe that too. If you have flat feet, you can't be drafted. So I'm safe from the draft.
You're also like 40. You're not gonna get drafted, Nick. Like, you're like, I'm really young and extremely in shape. I hope they don't draft me.
Hunter, I have something to tell you.
What is it, Mom?
You may want to put that energy drink down. I don't think your heart can take it.
Well, Mom, I appreciate your concern, but I've actually been drinking Gamer Sup's raw meat blend that's non-caffeinated. While they do have a caffeinated option, both are equally delicious, so I think it should be okay.
Hunter, you're not my son.
What?
There's no way you could be my son. Look at you. You're too big. I mean, nobody is as fat as you in the family.
Oh, God.
Whoa, whoa there, little Debbie. Don't want you to slip into a diabetic stroke.
We're sugar-free! And it's keto-friendly, Mom!
Don't call me that anymore. I just got back from the courthouse. Papers are signed. You're not my son.
Oh, God!
And quit crying like that. It just makes you look so fat.
Oh, God!
Throughout the 80s and 90s, many military advertisements were released that clearly aimed to appeal to the fantasy and adventure-obsessed kids playing Dungeons and Dragons. That feels like a bit of a long shot. One short advertisement from 1985 simply focuses on a sword being forged over a dramatic voiceover catering to the alpha men. I think more so just being like, King Arthur's table. Rah. You want to stab this into like a Middle Eastern guy's chest. They're all dragons. Lizard people. That would have worked on me. Yeah, there's lizard people over there. We gotta kill them. In 1987, the U.S. Marines took it a step further with an advertisement set in medieval times, with a young man dressed in armor being knighted by a king. The voiceover compares the adventurous and courageous knight to that of a modern Marine. Continuing with the medieval theme, the Marine Corps released a particularly strange ad in 1990 that depicted knights and evil wizards fighting each other on a life-size chessboard. Who do you think the wizards were? You know who the enemy is. Join the Marines. One of the most bizarre ads released in 1998, a man enters a strange CGI video game-esque coliseum where he must traverse a deadly obstacle course in order to retrieve a sword themed after a bald eagle. It's awesome. Especially that time too when you're just like, I just got my Nintendo 64, you're like, oh my god, I've been playing it here on my TV, but I could be in the game. That kind of thing. Also a bald eagle sword. You kidding me? So sick. Almost looks a little like Nazi propaganda. Just a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Sorry they had good aesthetic. He then dramatically fights a lava monster before striking him down, being engulfed in flames and turning into a fully dressed Marine. And many people can forgive ads like these for being a product of their time, but even modern military ads seem to dress things up to appear like some sort of trendy video game, which you definitely know for a fact that these guys are just like, Call of Duty's huge. We're basically breeding them from when they're 8 years old playing these games. In 2019, the What's Your Warrior marketing campaign was released with the intention of showcasing the large list of diverse opportunities available to those joining the army. The advertisement is very clearly trying to cater to the Gen Z by mimicking a modern hero shooter aesthetic, showing specific types of soldiers alongside catchy nicknames and flashy graphics as their operators in Rainbow Six Siege. I like to think that they also went to like Blizzard and they're just like Overwatch. You know, do you think that they ever like the US government's here, like the colonel like walks in, hello colonel? He's just like, I have an assignment for you, son. America needs you. On the phone with it. Huh? Here are some examples of these warriors, by the way. Aviation officers are referred to as the Dragon Tamers. I'm telling you, there's a lot of anti-Chinese shit I feel like in this. The Dragon Tamers. Microbiologists are called the virus hunters, and culinary specialists are called the replenishers. Like they're just like, you could be a cook. Many people across social media agreed that it was an incredibly predatory method of attracting the attention of young people. And appealing to gamers through advertisements is one thing, but what about actual video games? Let's talk about the military-funded video games. Because in 1999, U.S. Army Colonel Casey Wardzinski came up with a unique idea to manage the lack of recruitments. And by 2002, he helped develop a video game called America's Army, which was released with the purpose of convincing people to recruit in real life. And this was the first instance of the Army using the medium as a marketing tactic. The game acted as a team-based tactical shooter similar to Counter-Strike that was praised for being one of the most realistic portrayals in military combat in gaming for its time. I wonder who you're killing. Apparently in 2007, a man used his knowledge for the game to save 2 people that were stuck in a car after an accident. And the game was getting a lot of great press to the point where multiple games were released, both spin-offs and sequels. I like how some guys just like, thank you, America Army. I wouldn't have been able to save that wife and child from their burning car. That's kind of an impressive feat though, huh?
Do you think they set that scenario up so a guy could save people?
Yeah, the woman's like handcuffed to the wheel, like duct tape around.
Yeah, wait, how did he learn from the game, from a car wreck? How does that make sense?
America's Army led to a more positive view on the U.S. military and successfully raised recruitment numbers more than any previous advertising attempt. And 20 years later, the game had shut down entirely after showcasing increasingly dwindling player numbers. Well, yeah, dude. One of the most popular military-based video games is undoubtedly Call of Duty, which first released in October of 2003, and this game has been widely speculated to be a military-funded psyop. I love that idea. State documents have been released in the past to prove that the CIA utilized video games for the purpose of counterterrorism operations, even using spies to do surveillance on people through World of Warcraft and Second Life. And apparently, there was a belief that criminal networks may be operating within online video games. And because of this, it is not a stretch to assume that Call of Duty is more than just a video game. The US Air Force has even brought executive producers tied to Call of Duty franchise to their headquarters to demonstrate how their gear and vehicles work. We're just researching stuff. Puts like a needle in the back of his neck.
See, that they should add that. Like after every map, there should be like a big like promotion that's like join the army.
Wasn't that fun? Here's your sign up here. Or if you did some shit where it was like you had a free battle pass, just you know.
Oh, battle pass in the army. That'd be sick.
They do a battle pass to where you sign up, you get a free battle pass if you put your email and information in, and then you start getting newsletters. Before Activision and Blizzard became entangled in sexual harassment scandals, the US Army actually had big plans to put tons of money into Call of Duty franchise. They planned to sponsor Twitch events, paying influencers to create pro-army content, and even create a reward-based inventory in Call of Duty Mobile that would pay in-game currency to viewers that watch ads for the US Army.
There you go. See, you were right. They did go up to Blizzard.
I'm telling you, they're just like, come on. If he has a gun, he's just like, I don't want to make this hard. Despite there being proven instances of video games utilized this way, Major John Mark Thelin had his own frustrations. According to him, military recruits that are part of the Nintendo generation have frail skeletons and are not tough enough to handle the active training required by the military. First off, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But in response, he put together a regiment for people to build stronger bones, including tasks such as couch to 5K running program and drinking lots of milk. The guy's hard. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you.
Oh, he came up with the couch to 5K? That's a huge, like, Reddit thing.
Couch to 5K is a huge Reddit thing? Have you done it?
No, but like the fitness sub, this is years ago. They're like, here's the couch to 5K regiment.
And it's just because he said the Nintendo generation has soft bones. He's like, get off your couch, run a 5K, and drink milk. Reddit falling for a psyop? That's odd. With big games like Fortnite and Minecraft releasing to massive audiences, the US military was struggling to utilize the gaming space to enlist future military soldiers. For them, the next obvious step was to create the US Army esports team, which the US Army, as well as the Air Force and Navy, created their own esports teams. Alongside this, they had recruiters playing shooters on stream, dressed in full uniform, talking about how much they love being in the Army. Which, is that comparable to like the Army having a football team and the Navy having a football team too that played like the college bowls? Yeah, it's just like, oh, I like football, you know, and that kind of thing. All is fair in love and war, Nick. All is fair in love and war. But their goal is, once again, to reach out to people who are prime ages for military recruitment, and people were quick to ridicule this endeavor online, spamming comments with the US military's participation in various war crimes.
Oh, cool. Nice. Really chill guy. Have a nice time getting banned, my dude.
I'd always be afraid that they'd like bomb my house.
The Army would?
Yeah. War crimes. And then all of a sudden, or you just see like a drone flying outside my window. I'm like,
that was actually a big thing during Obama, when he started the Obama era, when he started using drones. People were like, he's going to use it on U.S. citizens.
I always thought that the big thing they're going to do with drones is they were going to start delivering packages. Whatever the happened with that? I've never had one package delivered by drone. It upsets me. Because that was the whole thing I thought was cool with Amazon, was they were like, oh yeah, you just drop the box off at your doorstep and he flies away. It's like, idiot. I was sitting there, I had to order like, I don't know, a pair of socks. Look at my window.
I'm pretty sure there was a guy who like, he ordered from Amazon and someone with a shotgun shot it down and took the package.
That's awesome.
At some point today, did a drone fly over your house and you shoot at it? I'm gonna be real blunt with you and ask.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
That's so stupid. I guess the Fruit of Loom socks runs off.
Speaking of psyops, they think that's a psyops.
What isn't a psyop? The amount of times I see the word psyop online, there's psyops everywhere. Subway has a psyop. McDonald's, Walmart has a psyop. Who doesn't have a psyop? What's name a company that doesn't have a psyop? No, this isn't a
Papa Meat.
No, we have a psyop. I don't know what it is yet, but we definitely, if we don't have one, we're making one. What would our psyop be?
Join the Patreon by using cute e-girls.
That's what we need to do, dude. Do you think we'd get in trouble if we started getting like big-titted women, fat ass, or like buff guys with like chiseled bodies just be like, I don't know, my life's just been, I look like this because I'm on the Patreon. You think that'd get people to go?
Oh yeah.
Really?
I think so.
That's gonna be our psyop then. The US Army Esports Twitter account started to get made fun of online as well for using cringe e-girl phrases. We'll ask the merch store boss lady. They were responding with ooh. And it's like, these are the people that are supposed to protect this country. Why can't it just be, why do they, I mean, it's an idea, I get it, of we're trying to be hip with the kids so they want to join in or whatever, but can it not just be a thing where online is where you are your cringy self and you do all your shit that you do, and then if you join the army, can there not just be things where it's like we just don't joke? This is just we're the army. The army does not need to be making joke accounts, you know what I mean?
They're trying to appeal to Gen Z. And
I get it, but I'm saying, can nothing be sacred anymore? Am I wrong? Why can't it just be a bunch of old guys who are just like, I don't know, are you a in life? Kind of. Cool, help me give you purpose again. That's been the biggest thing. I've had like multiple friends who are like real ups, and they're like, honestly, like ups. They joined the army though, and they like actually found like discipline and all kinds of stuff. Like the system I think works for people. It's just a matter of, but it's hard work, you know? I don't know.
And you could die.
Yeah. After being told that banning people for bringing up historic events in this matter was violating the First Amendment, the U.S. Army decided to take a break from streaming, and when they returned, they reinstated a ton of counts that they had banned previously. Like, okay, well, I guess they can't just state facts. We can't just ban people for saying shit. This wasn't their only controversy, however, because it turns out that they were also participating in potentially unlawful fake giveaways in order to push higher recruitment rates. Links would be posted on their Twitch claiming that you could win an Xbox Elite Series 2 controller worth up to $200, only for most people to click and be sent to a recruitment page with zero mention of the giveaway. Perhaps they hope people would just forget about it and just be like, oh, okay, well, I guess the giveaway's not real. I guess I'll just sign up instead, which had to work, by the way. And according to their Twitch page, they stopped streaming about 3 years ago. RIP. If your favorite streamer was just like, hey, you should join the army, how many people do you think would?
Oh, a lot.
So if SQC was just like, hey, yeah, I have to, you guys should join the army for real, whatever, then that, you think people would be like, okay.
I think a substantial amount of people would consider it because they'd be like, yes.
I mean, even like 1%, 1%, if 1%, that'd be a lot. For some audiences, that'd be crazy.
I bet you if Kai Cenat said join the army.
Ooh, if Kai Cenat was just like, hey guys, for real, join the army, I'd have some weight. You know what, I'm gonna say it, join the army. I don't give a shit, do whatever the f want. Would you rather work at an Amazon factory or would you rather join the army?
Join the army.
I'd probably join the army over working at Amazon.
I'd be in the Air Force.
No, you wouldn't. You have glasses. They wouldn't let your blind ass be in an airplane.
No, I wouldn't be a pilot.
Then why would you want to be in the Air Force?
I'd be in the cockpit.
What cockpit? What are you talking about?
Control room.
So you just want to be a desk jockey in the army? You want to be in the Air Force? You don't want to fly a plane? I feel like you're very easy to please. You know that? You do not you don't reach for anything, do you? You just said that you want to be a desk jockey in the Air Force. The f are you talking about?
The command tower would be like, all right, Bluebird, you're safe to land.
So you're just saying that you want to work in an airport? Okay.
If I was in the army.
Yeah. Well, you said the Air Force, but you're just saying like you're basically just wanting to like bring in Delta and American Airline. I mean, more power to you. I don't know.
One time, my buddy, he told me in high school, he's like, hey, we're going to go work out with our Marine buddy. He's like, I thought we were going to lift weight, but we actually went and did like Marine PT. And on the very first exercise, we just had to sprint down the street and come back. After that, I immediately threw up.
Oh my God. Honestly, same. Well, actually, I would show up and be like, we're doing what? PT? No. My fat ass? Hell no. In the military's attempt to reach Gen Z audience, they began moving towards more cringe behavior, like the army rap, which could have really been at any place or time, but rap always seems to come back in terms of like doing a hip hop thing. And you see it with the training videos and McDonald's and all that stuff. So it always kind of circles back a bit. 2019, the Giving All I Got music video released on YouTube to a minuscule audience. The rap was ridiculed for its incredibly cringy lyrics and amateurish production, and the song features moving lyrics such as going out like an acrobat. I'm flipping the script like flipping through pictures on Flickr.
Going out like an acrobat, I'm flipping the script like flipping through pictures on Flickr.
I wonder how many people know what Flickr is. And at one point, they started listing things that the army will pay for in order to convince people to join in.
Uniform paid for, electric bill paid for, water bill paid for, living quarters paid for.
Another way that the U.S. military can appeal to the youth is by utilizing star power, aka paying celebrities to promote the army. For example, the work the army had done with Jonathan Majors, known for his role in Marvel shows as well as Creed 3, he began working with the army on their Be All You Can Be ad campaign before being convicted of harassing and physically assaulting his ex-wife. He was dropped by the army and then later dropped by Disney, with his character Kang being removed entirely from the upcoming Marvel storyline. And in a more recent attempt to bolster recruitment numbers, the army secured an endorsement deal with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, as well as the United Football League, which The Rock co-owns. So I think that was just kind of a joint effort to probably squeeze more money out of him. He was paid $11 million and tasked with posting, and guys, let me tell you, this is hard. $11 million for 5 Instagram stories talking about army enlistment. Okay, $11 million, 5 Instagram stories. Not even posts. They're going to be gone in a day. Stories. The deal also included showing recruitment ads during the football games and advertising on the players' uniforms, and each Instagram post was valued at $1 million. And they were surprised to find out that he only posted 2 of them. He got paid for 5. He's like, I think I'll do 2. That's about it. He's like, I got tequila and steroids to promote. That's about it. The entire campaign turned out to be a massive failure, especially considering the United Football League's low attendance numbers. They literally recruited 0 new people. Nobody signed up for that. And in fact, according to an evaluation projection released by the Army, they actually lost 38 enlistments considering the wasted resources that could have been spent elsewhere. And the Army tried to reclaim $6 million from the failed campaign, and it is unclear how the contract is being rebalanced with the UFL. In one of the most expensive partnerships in Army history, $88 million was spent on NASCAR sponsorships alongside a driver named Dale Earnhardt Jr. Have you heard of him? He's the son of the Intimidator. Come on! They spent $88 million between 2011 and 2013. 2 years. $88 million. They wanted to continue to fill the recruitment quota of 50,000 soldiers a year, but NASCAR fans are typically older, and this resulted in incredibly disappointing results, with the Army once again admitting that it signed up virtually 0 recruits. It was so bad that the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard had to cancel all their NASCAR sponsorships for having an insane cost per engagement. So far, you know, we've been talking a lot about modern examples of Army recruitment techniques, but how about we go back to the past a bit and discuss one of the biggest blunders in recruiting history? I'm referring to Project 100,000. The low IQ Army. Between 1966 and 1971, the U.S. was struggling to meet recruitment standards throughout the Vietnam War. So Project 100,000 was an attempt to increase recruitment numbers by 100,000 people a year by severely lowering recruitment standards. In normal circumstances, these people were not physically or psychologically qualified to be trusted around firearms and wartime environment, and many of them couldn't read or write and had IQs below 71. Once again, I hate to keep saying it, but that legally, to the point where able-bodied soldiers were tasked with forging test results for them because they literally couldn't take it on their own. It seemed to be a matter of sending as many bodies into combat as fast as possible, to the point of rushing them through training before they were even moderately equipped to fight. They basically were just like, here's a uniform, have fun in the jungle. It's Forrest Gump, and they all went on to play ping pong in Russia. On the battlefield, these soldiers were a nightmare to work with. They gave up their positions by talking too loud, they couldn't tie their goddamn shoes, they wasted ammos, and failed to understand basic commands. At one point, a popular infantry officer was shot and killed by accident. The soldier was meant to grant him access to the base after reciting the password, but somehow got confused in the process and decided to shoot him instead. And in fact, deadly friendly fire occurred on more than one occasion, obviously. Of the 354,000 deployed during the 5-year period, 5,478 died and 20,270 were wounded. That's pretty low, honestly. I would have expected way more. When times get tough and recruitment numbers aren't looking up, military recruiters can get quite desperate. The response? Bullying you into enlisting. Around 2022, it was discovered that there was a massive increase in military recruiters engaging in misconduct against people they wanted to recruit. So much so that the military recruiter abuse hotline had to be reopened after laying dormant for a long time. Recruiters would get access to people's phone numbers in order to give them information about potential enlistment. Usually, this text chain ends as soon as they reject or the text is ignored, but for many recruiters, the rejection angered them to the point where they would aggressively contact them various times to push for an answer they wanted. In one case, a woman received 70 texts in a row. I definitely think they're just like, are you gay? You must be gay if you don't want to join. The person's like, no, I'm not. You're totally not cool. You're gay. Hey, hard answer. Oh, come on, leave me alone. You're gonna join. What are you gonna? Okay, fine. All right, cool, man. One man admits that he was called old and fat by an Army recruiter. There's got to be so much worse. There's got to be all kinds of that is the tip of the iceberg. There's got to be racial slurs, all kinds of shit happening, dude. When all else fails, they would get into full text arguments with people, sometimes posting civilians' address and threatening to show up and hurt them. Awesome. Listen, here's the thing, guys. Going into combat is a life-altering decision. It can lead to some of the worst moments in a young person's life, and the idea that the powers that be try to sneakily convince you to join them in video games and influencers is incredibly weird and bizarre. If you have any interest in doing something like that, maybe do your own research. Talk to someone who actually knows you or cares about your well-being, rather than leaving that job to a hot chick doing an Ahigo face on top of a tank, okay? And also to join the military. I mean, it's with anything in life, case by case, dude. Just do your research and make sure that it's a decision that you want to make. But until next time, guys, if there is any Army vets watching this, I'm so sorry. We'll see you next time, guys. Hoorah.
Hoorah.